After finally defeating Tenaga Ashinaga, Dara and Yuru discovered that their master was a young child named Ken Tadera, another son of Roe Tadera and Dara's half-brother. He pleaded for them to spare his life in exchange for everything he knew, and part of the information he revealed concerned Yuru's parents. Meanwhile, back at the Kagamori Manor, Makoto showed Jin the wall they entered through, revealing that it had been sliced apart by something sharper than a razor. This pointed directly to a katana wielder working under Shingo. What role does he play in this arc? And what exactly does Yuru discover about his parents? Let's find out. After that, we went back to the time before Dara and the others returned to their apartment together with Ken. Ken thanked Dara for stopping the Tenaga Ashinaga. He explained that he had thought they might have softened after being worshipped with such deep reverence for such a long time at the place where they had been sealed. That was why he made the contract with them. But the two had not changed even a little, and they refused to obey him. Dara agreed with that, and said that with personalities like theirs, he bet they would never willingly allow Ken to simply seal them away again. To which Ken replied that that was exactly right. Dara then asked if that was why he ended up using the Tadera Lost House, which Ken confirmed. He explained that if he starved to death there, the Tenaga Ashinaga would become stray demons. They would remain bound to that lost house forever, and no one else would ever be troubled by them again, while Dara simply stared at him after hearing that. Yuru then remembered something and pointed out that Dara had used blood to create his demon contract, but he asked how someone peacefully ended a contract without the master dying. Dara and Ken explained that you had to convince the demons to return to their original state, or at least that was what they understood. Yuru then asked if that meant they simply talked it out, which Dara agreed to while explaining that both sides in the contract stood on equal footing even if they used the term master, and pointed out that it was only for convenience's sake. Yuru then remembered what Haruo's demons had told him, that demons had feelings too, and at that moment he realized that it really did make sense. After that, he asked if the same applied to right and left, to which Right answered yes, and said that if that was what Yuru wished, they would immediately return to the entrance of Higashi village without hesitation. However, he added that it would be a waste if they did that now. They apparently had a contract with no restrictions, meaning they could do whatever they pleased. Left then added with a somewhat excited expression that honestly, they wanted to enjoy more of the world, especially since it was their first time leaving the mountain after 4 centuries. After that, the two intimidated Ken while pointing at him and told him that not all demons were as understanding as they were, while instructing him to avoid recklessly releasing unknown demons again in the future, causing Ken to tremble and shout that he had learned his lesson. Afterward, Right informed Ken that Seal could forcibly lock away even the fiercest demon in an instant so that no one would have to go through such an exhausting process ever again. Left then added that Break created stray demons, but Seal returned them to their original state as relics, and she said that in a way, that was also a kind of power, while Yuru stared at his hands as he pondered over that information. After that, we returned to the present, and here Yuru was showing Left and Ken how to make a handmade arrow. Once he finished, Ken was impressed and commented that it was amazing. He asked if Yuru personally made all of his own equipment, to which Yuru agreed and said that he could make almost everything by himself. He added that he learned the basics from his father while teaching himself the rest, and pointed out that that was simply how things were when you lived alone in the mountains. He then tried attaching the arrow to his bow and checked its sturdiness, while saying that he would really like to do a little target practice if only there were somewhere he could practice. Ken then asked if Yuru could teach him how to use a weapon too, and explained that he wanted to become stronger. Yuru looked at him and saw the seriousness in his eyes, and not long after, he agreed to what Ken wanted while saying that it really was a good idea. Outside the dining area, Hannah told Dara that looking after one child was already hard enough, and now there were 2 of them, while saying that he had really gotten himself into something troublesome before asking if he was truly sure about it. Dara replied that it would be fine and explained that Ken had a good head on his shoulders. He pointed out that Ken had a strong sense of responsibility, to the point that he had risked his own life trying to clean up the mess he caused after releasing the Tenaga Ashinaga, and that he was also sharp enough to immediately get to the point and directly tell them what they wanted to know. After that, he said that Ken was a good kid and that Hannah should not worry about him. Hannah replied that the problem with children who tried too hard to be good was that deep down, their hearts had already become worn terribly thin. Not long after, Hannah found something on her laptop. Dara then asked her to show it to him. So she explained that it was a missing persons database page managed by local governments. She explained that the archive listed information such as the date a missing person was last seen. She added that she had dug through records from the Tohoku region from before Yuru was even born. They then showed information regarding Nagisa Kinjo, where her last known location appeared to be the old Higashi village trail based on the record of her entering the mountain from the trailhead post. The time period and her age apparently matched as well. There simply was not any address listed, and Hannah commented that it might already be a stretch. That immediately caught Yuru's attention, causing him to stand up and walk toward them while asking if they were talking about his mother, to which Dara answered yes, and explained that the missing woman there was most likely his mother. Yuru then informed them that Asa had said their mother was born in a place called Okinawa. Hannah then informed him that Kinjo was a common surname in Okinawa. She wrote the information down on a piece of paper and showed Yuru how it was written. Left then pointed out that had they not said that Nagisa returned home to see one of her parents, which Yuru agreed with. At that moment, Hannah realized that meant Yuru actually had a grandmother or grandfather somewhere outside, immediately catching his attention. After that, we shifted to the Kagomori Manor. While walking through the hallway, Asuma told Jin that he had people follow Ryu Tadera all the way to his secret safe house, causing Jin to question his decision to tail Dara. He asked why Asuma would act alone like that when they were trying to gain Yuru's trust, and pointed out that Yuru might think the entire Kagomori was involved in all of it. Asuma then explained that it had been a barrier type just as they suspected. It was apparently called a lost house. He added that he lost 2 of his men there, prompting Jin to ask if that meant even more tails had gone missing again. Asuma clarified that they were not missing, but dead. The 2 men were apparently 19 and 40 years old, and both of them had no family or relatives left in the world. He also explained that they could use the identities of those men, so he would not report them as dead to the authorities. He added that the 19-year-old probably could have passed as Gabby if he had been a woman instead of a man, while commenting that it was a shame. He pointed out that he could say the same thing for Asa as well, and commented that dead 16-year-old girls with no relatives did not turn up very often, making it difficult to find an identity she could use. Jean then said that he had been told Gabby was already happy with her current situation, but when it came to Asa, based on her personality, he doubted she would agree to take over another person's life. Suddenly, his phone began ringing, so he immediately answered it. It turned out to be Gabby, and she asked if he was at the manor. She informed him that Asa had received a phone call from her grandmother in Okinawa, and we were shown that Asa was indeed currently speaking with her. In a cheerful tone, Asa told her grandmother that she was doing well and that she was happy to hear her grandmother was doing fine too. After that, she told her that the Kagomori treated her kindly, and she agreed with what her grandmother said. Not long after, Jin and Asuma arrived where they were while Asa continued speaking with her grandmother. She apologized to her and explained that they still did not know where her parents were. We were then shown the house where her grandmother currently lived, and there she commented that she understood while saying that knowing Nagisa, half of her expected her to suddenly appear out of nowhere one day without warning. She added that she had been feeling her age lately, and of course she wanted to see Nagisa, but more than anything else, she wanted to see Asa. Because of that, Asa's eyes became teary, while her grandmother added that Asa was her beloved grandchild. She further added that while she still had her health, she wanted to see her with her own eyes. Asa then apologized because she still could not go see her yet, as she would only bring trouble to her. After that, Asa happily agreed with her grandmother and said that she was glad to hear her voice, before asking her to call again sometime and saying goodbye before ending the call. Her smile suddenly changed into a cold stare as she looked at her phone after their conversation, and she told Jin that her grandmother was still exactly the same as always. She added that she was exactly the same, right down to the very words she used. We then went back to her grandmother's house, and here we were shown her repeating the same words she said earlier about wanting to see Asa with her own eyes while she was still in good health. Thin threads could be seen attached to her neck and back, And it was revealed here that there were creepy spider-like demon pairs with faces on their heads seemingly controlling the words coming out of her mouth while she spoke with Asa. After that, we returned to Asa, and she let out a sigh after their conversation. Yin and Yang noticed her expression and caught her attention, so she told them that she was okay and doing fine. Asa and Jin remained silent after that, while Gabby commented "damn" in an empathetic tone. After that, we returned to Hana and Dara's apartment, and here Yuru aggressively said that if they could speak with the person carrying the surname Kinjo, then that person might know something about his mother. Hana then asked him if he had any idea how many people with the surname Kinjo there were in Okinawa, and pointed out that it was one of the most common, if not the second most common, surnames there. Dara added that Nagisa disappeared while on her way to see her parent, and pointed out that contacting her relatives in Okinawa was dangerous because it could put them in danger as well. Hana added that there was also the possibility that a trap had already been prepared and was waiting for Yuru at the Kinjo household. Dara explained that the Kagomori had sheltered Nagisa, so there was a high chance they knew which Kinjo family in Okinawa belonged to Yuru's grandparents. Therefore, if even after all that they still had not placed those grandparents under their protection, then he would say Hana probably had a point there. Wright looked at Yuru as he thought deeply about the situation. After that, Dara pointed out that it looked like they would have to investigate his father's side instead, and that meant he had an appointment with a shaman. The scene then shifted to a sketchy part of the city, where Dara headed into an alleyway filled with garbage. A sign was posted on one of the doors saying that a shaman inside performed exorcisms, psychic interference, and treatments. Dara first looked around his surroundings before entering, and after a few moments, he opened the door. He greeted the person inside, and the man urged him to come in. The shaman commented that it was unusual for him to show up there in the morning. The shaman said that Dara was his only client right now, so he could go ahead and close the shop for him, which Dara immediately did. The shaman then asked how the village was doing and whether it was still as peaceful and quiet as usual, prompting Dara to begin explaining the situation from there. Dara informed him that Azumi was about to turn 7 years old and already needed the old exorcism, which the shaman agreed to while saying that it was time for her measles and rubella vaccinations, and that he would prepare them right away. After that, Dara casually informed him that the Kagomori had attacked the village and that the place had been completely wrecked, causing the shaman to shout that he should have led with that information. In a worried and nervous tone, the shaman questioned why Dara was bringing that up as though it were just an afterthought to a conversation about a child's vaccinations, before pointing out that it should have been the main reason he came there. Dara, however, replied by saying that the main course comes after the appetizer. After that, he asked whether the shaman remembered the rumor about one of the twins being with the Kagomori, to which the shaman answered yes, and asked if he was talking about Asa. Dara informed him that Asa had already obtained break, and that she used it to force open the Higashi village barrier and casually stroll right in, before thanking the 2 small demons that had served him tea. Dara added that Asa also brought Kagomori soldiers with her, causing the shaman to gape in shock and shout as he asked what happened to Yuru and whether they had taken him away, to which Dara answered no. He explained that he took Yuru and fled the village under Granny Yamaha's orders, and that Yuru was already outside the mountain now. He also informed him that the Kagomori found them almost immediately after they got off the mountain. Things became chaotic, but they still managed to shake off their pursuers. The shaman's worry over the situation was completely visible as he begged Dara not to hand Yuru over to another group no matter what happened. After that, the shaman asked if the power used in the village really was break, to which Dara answered that there was no doubt about it, and explained that Asa said she gained that power through death. That frightened the shaman, and he commented that here he was acting like a doubter. He explained that he had always believed break and seal were nothing more than fantasies invented by old people. So Dara replied that for their generation, those powers really were on the same level as fairy tales. The shaman then questioned whether all of this was really happening while commenting in a tired tone that it was going to become a massive pain in the neck and would create even more work for them. Not long after, he composed himself and accepted the fact that Yuru was already outside the mountain. Dara brushed all that aside and said that he was not confident he could protect Yuru on his own, and that he wanted to consult the previous Tadera head, but the problem was that he had no idea where to find him. Because of that, The shaman asked if he still had not heard anything from his father, so Dara explained that they had not had any contact whatsoever for 10 years now, before asking how things were on his end, to which the shaman answered that it was the same for him as well. He said he had not heard even a single word from him. Dara casually commented that the old man might have already kicked the bucket somewhere out there. After that, the shaman asked whether he should see if anyone in the Higashi village network had any leads, causing Dara to clasp his hands together and say that it would be a huge help to him. While looking at his phone, the shaman asked where Yuru was currently being hidden, and Dara answered that he was at his secret pad, causing the shaman to look at him seriously. The shaman said that if that was the case, then maybe they did not need to worry. However, Dara replied that he was not sure about that. The thing was, that kid was surprisingly headstrong. He explained that Yuru said whoever wanted to kill him should just come to him directly. Yuru kept insisting that he could defeat all of them and interrogate them for whatever intel they possessed. The shaman could only comment on how gung-ho Yuru was before muttering what a fix this was. He wished the kid would put himself in his guardian's shoes for once. After that, Dara explained that because he had been so busy taking care of Yuru, he had not visited the village for quite a long time. The shaman then realized something and said that he would check on the village as well while he was there for Azumi's exorcism, to which Dara replied that he owed him one, and that there were probably many injured people there, so he should bring extra medicine. Dara then remembered something and commented that maybe that was why a strange person suddenly showed up and bothered him on the street the previous night. He pointed out that the man was carrying swords, though he quickly corrected himself and said that if he had to guess, those matching samurai swords, one long and one short, were probably a demon pair. He added that the man instantly closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, and just as he was about to continue, Dara guessed that he probably got injured, to which the shaman answered no and explained that when he regained consciousness, he found himself collapsed on the street where he had blacked out. He said his demons slapped him in the face to wake him up, and when he came to, he did not even have a single scratch on his body. The shaman questioned whether the man was some kind of serial groper or something, and wondered what exactly that guy's deal was, before asking whether the man had simply been sizing him up because Yuru was on their side. Dara thought deeply about the information regarding the man possessing a pair of sword demons. He stood up and said that he would keep an eye out for the man, and asked the shaman to immediately inform him if he learned anything about his father, to which the shaman replied that he would. Before leaving, Dara also warned the shaman not to let anyone tail him back to the village, and the shaman replied that he would be very careful. After that, the shaman headed to Higashi village, and while looking over what had happened there, the distress and shock on his face were completely obvious as he commented on how terrible the place looked. He pointed out that no matter where one looked, all they could see were funerals. Some of the village children noticed him, and they excitedly called out to him as Mr. Yama. He happily opened his arms toward them and called them his munchkins while letting out a relieved sigh that they were safe. One of the boys said that strangers had attacked them and that a lot of the villagers were killed, so Mr. Yama informed him that Dara had already told him everything. Another child said that there were giant iron birds there, referring to the helicopters, and also iron things that fired shots, referring to the guns. One more child added that the divine guardians were gone too, causing another kid to say that maybe an evil god had entered the village, while another asked if divine left and right had been smashed. Another child explained that many of the adults had been split in half by the attackers' invisible powers, and that Azumi's mother had also become one of the victims. After that, Mr. Yama went to Azumi to give her exorcism, or rather, her vaccine. He told her that she would only feel a tiny prick before giving her the injection, and not long after, he finished while placing a kind of talisman over the part of her arm where the injection had been administered. He told her that the evil god of disease would no longer be able to enter her body now, and that she could already remove her mask. When Azumi removed her mask and stood up, she showed a face filled with fear and sadness that no child should ever wear, which deeply worried Mr. Yama. Ma informed him that she heard Azumi had witnessed her own mother losing her head. One of the men commented while watching Azumi walk away that the Kagomori would pay for that. Another man then asked Mr. Yama whether he was safe and whether the Kagomori or anyone else had followed him there, to which he replied that someone had tailed him for part of the trip, but he managed to shake them off, and they were safe now. After that, the man said that he knew they should have tried to obtain the power of seal for themselves a long time ago, while a woman commented that if they had done that, they could have avoided getting beaten so badly by the Kagomori. Mr. Yama then informed them that he had sent 5 elite bandits after Yuru, and not a single one of them returned alive to the outside world. He added that the boy was skilled enough to shoot even a pheasant while it was flying through the sky, and that compared to him, ordinary people were incredibly slow. He further added that the villagers would stand no chance against him. He also said that at the very least, they would need to take a hostage. Suddenly, a voice said that it agreed with him. A katana suddenly burst out from Mr. Yama's stomach, completely confusing both him and the villagers. He gasped in shock and panic as the blade began slicing downward through his body, and not long after, an entire hand emerged from inside him, horrifying the villagers. It turned out to be the samurai guy with the 2 demon pair swords whom Mr. Shingo had spoken with the other night, and after emerging from Mr. Yama's body, he greeted Higashi village. When Mr. Yama looked at his body, a huge portion of it was missing, yet his internal organs were nowhere to be seen, and the wound did not appear severe enough to fatally injure him. Mr. Yama questioned whether he was not the pervert wandering the streets at night, causing the man to comment that such a thing was incredibly rude. He explained that he was not that sort of person and introduced himself as Ivan Yasano. The villagers became confused when he showed them his sword, making Ivan realize that these people could not see demons. He commented that this was actually good because it made his job much easier, and with a single swift motion of his arm, he effortlessly sliced those men cleanly in half. While that was happening, we shifted to the side of fake Asa as she walked away from the village. She looked over the entire village and tightly clutched her ball while steadying herself emotionally. After that, we moved to Danji's side as he too hurriedly fled away from the village. He passed by the pillars where left and right had once been placed, ran past the stairs, and eventually went deeper into the forest. He tripped over one of the roots there, causing him to fall and injure himself. He eventually reached a sign showing that he was already 2 kilometers away from the old Higashi village trail, and he questioned himself on whether he had finally made it outside the village. After that, he told himself that he had to reach Yuru. Suddenly, a horse hoof stepped right in front of him, greatly startling him. A frightening silhouette slowly approached him, but it turned out to be Ashura-sama, who asked him whether he needed a ride. We then went back a few moments before the events at Higashi village. Near the old Higashi village trail sign, a man was speaking with Mr. Shingo. He informed him that he had followed the shaman to his location, but gave up the pursuit before they reached the barrier. Based on his estimation, the shaman should already be entering Higashi village around that time. Shingo said he understood and praised him for the job well done. He added that all they needed now was confirmation that the man had already entered the village, before instructing him to wait for further orders. Shingo ended the call after that and called for Ivan, telling him that he would be the next one to move, to which Ivan casually replied with an aye captain. Ivan then told one of his demon pairs, Shokyo, that it was time for him to do his thing, causing Shokyo to rudely reply with "excuse me" before saying that what he should have said was "aid me. I beseech you, Master Shokyo." Because of that, Ivan pointed out whether he realized that he was the master in that relationship, causing Shokyo to shout at him not to talk back while threatening to fillet him like a fish and calling him monkey. Ivan then called for his other demon pair, Daikyo, and instructed him to take his side and talk some sense into his other half, but Daikyo merely turned away from him and stayed silent, causing Ivan to tell him to look at him while he was talking. Ivan then asked Shokyo what exactly made him think he could act all high and mighty when he could not even move without a master, to which Shokyo shouted at him to be silent and pointed out that he was the powerless one without them while calling him monkey, before asking who he thought put food on his table while calling him a baboon. Ivan pointed out that he himself did that, and said that he thought swords were supposed to be sharp, but apparently Shokyo was not, causing Shokyo to irritably ask how dare he say such a thing while calling him ape. Because of their bickering, Shingo became angry and shouted at them to stop already and just get going. He pointed out that he was paying top dollar for this and instructed Ivan to do his damn job, to which Ivan simply agreed. He began slicing through the thin air using Shokyo, and the cuts formed something like a cube. He stepped inside it, and before sheathing Shokyo again, he said that he would be back soon. In an instant, his body vanished and was replaced by what looked like Mr. Yama's cutout body. It jiggled as they switched places, and while watching that happen, Shingo commented in an uncomfortable tone that it was disgusting. While that was happening, we shifted to Hana and Dara's apartment. Here, Ken was trying to make his own kunai, and after sharpening one, he asked Yuru if he was doing it right, to which Yuru happily agreed and said that he had it correct. Hana then arrived carrying groceries and irritably pointed out that they were making weapons again, causing Yuru to ask why not, while pointing out that he had plenty of time anyway. Meanwhile, on Dara's side, he was busy setting up a brand new flat-screen TV so they could have some entertainment. After a while, he got everyone's attention and said that he had something there that would help them kill time. Wright then asked what that board was supposed to be, so Dara informed him that it was called a television. Left pondered over the word and assumed that it meant clairvoyant. Dara then turned the TV on using the remote control, and it displayed the weather forecast saying that there was a 0% chance of rain that afternoon. That completely shocked and amazed Left, Wright, and Yuru. As the weather lady continued explaining that the dry spell seemed like it would continue for quite some time and was already causing concerns about drought in the western part of the country that summer, visible amazement and confusion could be seen on the faces of the three. After that, the news displayed the national weather forecast, where clear skies could be seen over Okinawa. While the two divine guardians were busy watching the TV, Yuru pointed out that he could not go visit the place where his mother was born, before asking what about Ken. He asked whether he was right that his mother came from Ekigo, to which Ken clarified that it was actually Ethiopia and that it was a foreign country. After that, Yuru asked whether he ever thought about going there, so Ken answered that getting into Ethiopia was easier said than done, and that there was a lot happening there right now, making it unsafe. Ken then asked him in return whether he also could not return to his homeland, so Yuru replied that if he returned there, he himself would be putting Higashi village in danger, though he added that he also left many things behind there when they fled and came here. Yuru said that if he ever got the chance to return there, he would. After that, we returned to the situation at Higashi village, and by then Ivan had already killed a great number of villagers. Mr. Yama, utterly shocked, questioned what in the world was happening there, when Ivan suddenly called out to him as Mr. Shaman, greatly startling him. Ivan told him not to go anywhere, because he would be back shortly. Shokio then caught Ivan's attention while calling him monkey and instructing him to head for the main keep, while informing him that he sensed demons there. Ivan looked up toward the keep and commented that it was like that saying about fools and whatever it was loving high places, to which Shokio tried correcting him by saying it was fools and monkeys, but Ivan brushed that off and said it was fools and smoke instead before calling Shokio an idiot, causing his demon to shout about how dare he call him a fool. Ivan continued his massacre throughout Higashi village, and every person he killed was like plucking the correct flower before moving on to the next while searching for what he wanted. Villagers kept dropping one after another as he searched for his target inside the keep. When he reached a room, he sliced the door open, and crossbow arrows suddenly flew toward him. However, he easily managed to cut all of them down. He let out a sigh and commented that that had been close, while shock appeared on the faces of the villagers who had attempted to shoot him. Granny Yamaha then asked Ivan who he was and whether he was with those raiders from before. She pointed out that everyone there had died before they could even scream, and while adding that otherwise they would have noticed his intrusion immediately, Ivan suddenly charged forward and diced apart the men protecting Granny Yamaha. After that, he also attempted to slice Granny Yamaha vertically, causing her eyes to widen as she stared at her approaching end. Fortunately, something like a tentacle parried Ivan's slash, which immediately caught his attention. He looked toward whoever had done that and saw the silhouette of a young girl. Once he got a clear look at her face, he commented that she must be the demon they said had been locked inside the cage. The fake Asa. He added that since she came out to play the moment that old lady there was in danger, then that meant she was her master. Fake Asa then tried attacking again, using giant hands formed from her power, causing Ivan to blurt out dang while commenting that her master was being held hostage, yet she did not hesitate even a little. With swift slashes, he easily managed to cut off every finger of those giant hands. In his thoughts, he commented that she was a demon, which meant the other half of her pair was probably somewhere nearby. Because of that, he started wondering where it was and from where it would launch its next attack. Fake Asa tried attacking Ivan again with her powers, and while the attack flew behind Ivan, another tentacle secretly crawled along the ground toward him. It managed to wrap itself around Ivan's right leg, and Shokyo noticed it immediately, causing him to instantly take control of Ivan's body while calling him monkey. Shokyo told him to look down while calling him ape, before stabbing the tentacle wrapped around his leg, but his actual leg got caught in the attack as well, causing Ivan to sharply gasp in pain and shut his eyes tightly. Because of that, fake Asa released her grip around his leg, and in an instant Ivan charged toward her and attempted to stab her directly in the face, greatly shocking fake Asa. However, before Ivan could fully stab fake Asa through the neck, he suddenly stopped. He asked Shokyo why he had to do him like that, to which his demon asked what exactly the problem was and pointed out that losing one leg was a small price to pay if it meant surviving. It also added that he ought to be down on his hands and knees thanking it as his savior, to which Ivan replied that he could not kneel with that leg because of it. After that, he lifted fake Asa's chin using Daikyo so he could get a closer look at her. He commented that she looked exactly like Asa, but had been made to look far more childlike than the real Asa. He then said that of course her big brother could never bear to leave the village and such an adorable little sister behind, while commenting on how nasty that kind of deception was. Ivan also added that the villagers were all people without demon sight, before asking what the real purpose behind all of that was, and whether fake Asa was hoarding all the special powers so the entire village would worship her. He told her that her master was not merely awful, but downright shameless. After that, he said that if he killed her master, she would become a stray, but since they wanted that face, he could not allow her to return to her true form. He added that he could simply make her his own contract, but his pair, the Magutsui, or more specifically Shokyo, was terrible at getting along with other demons. In the worst-case scenario, he said that Shorty might just kill phony Asa outright, to which Shokyo declared that it really would kill her, causing Ivan to point out that she had heard it straight from the sword itself. After that, he instructed her to come quietly, and he would do her a favor by sparing her master's life, before urging her to get moving while calling her not Asa. Fake Asa thought about it for a moment and questioned the idea of leaving the village. Ivan replied that it was fun outside the mountain. She looked at Granny Yamaha, and the weight of the old woman's situation was clearly visible in her eyes. She also remembered Yuru, and not long after, she gave in and said that Ivan wins and that she would go with him. They left Granny Yamaha behind in defeat and continued on their way. While walking, Ivan thought about how the other half of the pair had not shown itself even once, causing him to question why and whether they were hiding something. He also thought that he could use a human hostage as a bit of insurance, and while thinking that, something caught his attention. It turned out that he happened to notice a group of children checking on the dead adults. The moment they saw him, they all ran away in fear, except for Azami, who simply remained standing there while staring at him. Because of that, he grinned and commented that it was exactly what he needed. A child who looked like she would not resist. While that was happening, the scene shifted to Ma and Danji, and there they saw a child desperately trying to wake his dead father. Because of that, they commented worriedly that not again and that it was truly horrible. Ma commented that their little village might already be finished, while Danji urged her that they should leave while saying that Ivan was a monster. After that, she called out to her son and asked whether he had not always said that he wanted to leave the village together with Yuru, which he agreed to. Right after that, she instructed him to leave and go down the mountain alone, greatly shocking Danji. Confused, he asked what she meant by that and tried to argue about what would happen to her, to which she replied that she would stay there. After that, she asked whether it would not be sad if he returned, and there was no one left to welcome him back, causing Danji to try and argue again. But she cut him off by handing him a piece of paper while saying that the route out of the village was written there, and instructed him not to get lost. She also told him to go down the mountain and help Yuru, and that if he happened to see Mine and Nagisa, he should tell them that Ma sends her regards. While that was happening, the scene shifted back to Mr. Yama, and there he was struggling desperately to crawl because of what had happened to his body. He was still completely dazed and confused by what was happening while fearfully asking himself who that man really was. His two demons tried to speak to him while extreme worry was visible on their faces, but that only confused him even more. Suddenly, Ivan arrived there and placed his katana right in front of his face. In a chilling tone, He reminded him that he thought he had told him to stay put, to which Mr. Yama could only stare back at him in utter nervousness while his demons were already crying and trembling in fear. After that, Ivan kicked his body so it would lie properly before tossing Azami and fake Asa into the missing portion of his body. Ivan told the two of them to go on ahead without him while preparing Shokyo, and the moment he sheathed it once again, Azami and fake Asa vanished and switched places with Mr. Yama's severed body. Meanwhile, inside Shingo's office, the massive chunk of flesh suddenly disappeared and the two of them were teleported into its place. They were completely shocked when they opened their eyes, and there they were greeted by Shingo. While showing them his demon pair, he welcomed the two of them to the outside world, while fake Asa quickly hugged the terrified Azami in order to shield her from whatever was about to happen. After that, the scene returned to Mr. Yama, and there he was utterly confused about how his body had returned to normal. Ivan said that he had lost his ride home and did not know the way out. So he added while pointing his katana at Mr. Yama that he would be the one guiding him out of the mountain, all while calling him Mr. Shaman. Higashi Village then fell silent once again as the corpses of the murdered people continued to litter the entire area. While that was happening, the scene shifted to Oshiro-sama and Danji. Danji was deeply shocked when he learned that she was actually a friend of the Divine Guardians, to which Oshiro-sama agreed and said that they had known each other for a very long time. While running along the road, Oshiro-sama informed Danji that not too long ago, they had fled that area together with the boy twin, causing Danji to realize that the boy twin she meant was Yuru. She added that they had told her they planned to hide in a crowded human town and that they were riding in a car, prompting Danji to ask what a car was. A truck then passed by on the other side of the road, greatly startling Danji, while Oshiro-sama informed him that it was a carriage like that. Because of that, Danji realized that Yuru had safely made it down the mountain after all, making him deeply thankful for that. He added that he did not have the slightest clue where Yuru could have gone. So Oshiro-sama thought for a moment and remembered that their car had a capital license plate. Because of that, she urged Danji that they should start at the capital. Excitedly, she said that it would be her very first trip to the capital. She decided to first inform her master that they were going out, before asking Danji whether it was alright if they stopped by her home for a bit first, to which Danji could only nervously comment on how carefree she was. Not long after, they arrived at a house, and there Oshiro-sama spoke with her master, a kind elderly woman, about leaving to visit some friends who lived far away. She informed her that she would be traveling together with the friend of her friend's master. Danji respectfully bowed while greeting the elderly woman good day, causing her to comment on what a charming young man he was and ask Oshiro-sama where she had found him. After a short while, the elderly woman bid them farewell and instructed them to be careful around cars and not to scare ordinary people, to which Oshiro-sama happily agreed while saying goodbye as well. Her master also added that she should make sure to enjoy herself while they were in the big city, causing Oshiro-sama to become even more excited as she said that they definitely would. After that, she urged Danji that they should get going because they would be passing through the highway, causing Danji to ask what that was supposed to mean. When they arrived there, the sheer speed and the wind slamming against his face made Danji drool throughout the entire trip, while Oshiro-sama thoroughly enjoyed the speed of their journey. Danji secretly screamed internally while they ran, while Oshiro-sama asked him whether they should stop by a rest stop first. Night eventually came, and inside their apartment, Hana was preparing dinner. Someone called her phone, so she checked it, and the moment she saw who it was, her eyebrows immediately furrowed. She informed Dara that a job had come in, to which Dara replied that he understood and that he would hold down the fort for now. She told him that it was the shaman, and that it looked like he had been killed, causing the atmosphere of the place to instantly turn serious. The scene then shifted outside an abandoned warehouse, where Hana met up with 3 individuals. One of the men there informed her that the shaman was already dead by the time they arrived at his ship, causing Hana to blurt out yikes while commenting that it was a huge deal. She added that burying that guy was definitely going to be a massive pain in the neck, so she would have to charge them extra. After that, she asked another man whether the shaman did not always have a demon pair with him, and whether those demons had become strays now, causing the man to ask if she was referring to lady and gentleman. He explained that the two had also been split in half together with their master. Hana commented that it was incredibly cruel, especially since those two were not even battle types. After that, she asked whether they had recovered their relics, and said that if they had, she would bury them together with their master. The man with glasses handed them to her and asked whether that would cost extra too, to which Hannah replied that it would not because that one was on the house. After that, the man opened the crater and informed Hannah that before she buried the shaman, she needed to see something first. It turned out that there was a message carved into Mr. Yama's body. She read it, and it said that for Yuru, they had his sister's fake and a village child. On the day of the next full moon, at the hour of the boar, at Fujimurayama Warehouse No. 1, she then asked whether it was the work of the Kagomori, to which the others replied that they had no idea. The man with glasses added that before the shaman left for his visit to Higashi village, he mentioned that Tadera had taken Yuru and fled down the mountain. They had also heard that the Kagomori clan had made contact with them as well. One of the men then asked Hannah whether she knew where those two were now, but Hannah simply played dumb and said that she had no idea. She acted even more innocent and added that she was the one who drove Dera and Yuru away from the mountain and dropped them off near Dera's pad, and that she had no clue where they went after that, before pointing out that they all already knew how secretive Dera was. The man with glasses believed her and agreed while commenting that Dera really was a paranoid man. After that, he said that if she ever saw Tadera or Yuru, she should keep that message to herself. He added that the bandits would handle things from there. They could not allow Yuru and that kidnapper to come into contact with each other in any way. Hannah then groaned in irritation and sarcastically commented that this was just great, and that the job was only becoming an even bigger pain in the neck. We then returned to Danji and Oshirasama's situation, and there they had ended up on top of a massive building. Terrified, Danji shouted at Oshirasama to bring him down from there. Oshirasama asked whether he was afraid of heights, to which he tightly clung onto the horse while screaming and tearfully saying that the capital was a terrifying place. Oshirasama asked him to endure it for just a little longer and explained that she was trying to pick up the scent of the divine guardians. She said that those two possessed an incredibly strong presence, so she was certain she would find them quickly. Not long after that, she let out a wow while observing the surroundings and commented that there were many of those back at her home too, but that place was overflowing with countless demons, which caught Danji's attention. While that was happening, the scene shifted to the middle of a forest. There, Hannah buried Mr. Yama's body and placed an incense stick on his grave. She remembered the message carved into the shaman's body and the warning from one of the bandits that if she ever saw either Tadera or Yuru, she should not tell them about that message, and she commented that yes, he did not need to tell her that twice, while pointing out that she was a fan of living a peaceful and quiet life. As they say, discretion is the better part of valor. After taking care of that, she returned to their apartment. Dera welcomed her back and commented that she was probably exhausted, to which she groaned from fatigue and said that she was starving. She noticed that Yuru was not there, so she asked where he was. Dera informed her that he had gone out to test his bow somewhere quiet and deserted together with Kin and the Divine Guardians. Hannah was surprised by that and asked whether he would not wander too far without informing them and get himself captured again, to which Dera replied no and explained that Kotetsu was watching over them and that they were tracking their movements. Kotetsu typed on the laptop while observing the map showing their location and informed them that they were merely walking around peacefully, so Hannah let the matter go. After that, Dera asked how her job regarding the shaman had gone. She replied that the cleanup had been difficult because of the size of his body. Dera then asked who had ended the shaman's life. Was it the Kagomori, he questioned, to which she replied that she had no idea. Whoever it was, and whatever their reason had been, she said that she could not tell him. In that case, Dera asked who had called her for the burial gig, which she answered by saying that it had been the bandits. Dera then asked what they had said about it. She replied that they had said nothing and explained that according to them, they had merely gone to his shop and found Mr. Yama already dead. Dera commented that it seemed likely to be connected to Yuru, to which she replied that she could not say for certain. She was simply hoping that it would not become a hassle. When Hannah opened the refrigerator, she was surprised and asked whether the wrapped ingredients there were not the hot pot ingredients she had prepared for dinner the previous night, and questioned why they had not eaten them. Dera replied no and explained that they figured they would have hot pot once she got back, so they had simply eaten leftovers instead, to which Hana pointed out that they could have eaten without her. After that, Dara informed her that Yuru had said that hot pot tasted better when everyone gathered around together like a family. Because of that, Hana pondered on it for a moment before eventually accepting it. Afterward, she took her milk from the fridge before telling Dara that he had heard nothing from her, and then informed him that there had been a message carved into the shaman's corpse. She recited the entire message to Dara word for word and pointed out that it had been addressed to Yuru. She also added that the bandits had told her not to mention it to either Yuru or Dara. She then asked Dara whether he thought the one who left that message knew anything about Yuru's parents, to which Dara replied that he wondered about that as well. He explained that if they had Mine and Nagisa in their hands, they would surely already be using them as hostages to lure Yuru out. He added that if he were being asked, he would say there was no chance that the culprit behind that murder had the boy's parents, but there was a high possibility that they knew something about them, which Hana agreed with while saying that she could not argue against that. After that, she said that was all she was going to say about the matter and once again told Dara that he had heard nothing from her. She pointed out that she wanted to stay out of that matter from now on, so Dara would have to decide their next steps himself, and whatever he chose to do would be entirely on his own shoulders, causing Dara to comment on what a massive pain in the neck the situation had become while sarcastically asking himself what a father was supposed to do now. He then asked when the hour of the boar would be on the next full moon, so Hana informed him that it would be around 10 p.m. on the 14th of that month. Dara commented that she really had done her homework for someone supposedly washing her hands of the whole matter before calling her Han. While that was happening, the scene shifted to Yuru and Ken. While walking around the area, Ken commented that there did not seem to be any good place there for archery practice, which Yuru agreed with. He pointed out that there were people everywhere they went, and they would be in serious trouble if they were careless and accidentally hit someone with a stray arrow. Left then asked whether they should ask Asa's demon to swallow Yuru again, to which Yuru tiredly refused while saying no thank you. While walking across a bridge, some fish caught Yuru's attention. Amazed by their size, he urged them to catch the fish, causing Ken to shout in disbelief that they could not do that. He asked whether Yuru could not read the sign. Fishing there was prohibited. Yuru denied the fishing part and clarified that they would simply drive the fish into the shallow area and catch them with their hands, causing Ken to point out that the issue was not the method of catching them. Yuru argued that he only wanted to catch something to put into Hana's hot pot, but Ken once again pointed out that whether they had a good reason or not, it was still prohibited. Inwardly, he irritably commented that Yuru was incredibly crude but also strangely a good person. Yuru pointed out that all that food was already right in front of the people there, before asking why they did not catch it. After that, he noticed a bird perched on an electrical wire and pointed out that it looked easy to catch, causing Ken to reply once again that he also could not hunt birds or any other animals without permission. Yuru then remembered being told about needing a permit to hunt, which Ken confirmed with a nod while saying that it was the law there. Yuru pointed out that nobody carried knives, much less bows and arrows, while going about their daily lives, before asking how they protected themselves from wild animals and dangerous people. So Ken explained that for that, they had something called the police, who protected and served the public. After that, he said that Yuru probably already knew that, but just to make absolutely sure, he explained that whether or not he had good reasons for his actions, he would still be arrested and put on trial if he killed someone there. However, it turned out that Ken's assumptions were correct because Yuru was deeply shocked by what he had explained, causing Ken himself to become confused over what exactly was going through the boy's mind. Ken's head started to ache because of the situation, and inwardly he commented that he could not believe this, while asking himself whether the basic rules of the modern world were so obvious to everyone else that nobody had ever bothered teaching them to Yuru. He then remembered what Hana had told him, that not a single person connected to Higashi village was right in the head, and at that moment he decided that he would personally have to educate Yuru himself while visibly suffering a headache from all of this. Still unable to recover from the shock, Yuru suddenly shouted wait and asked that if that was the case, then even if someone was trying to kill you, you still could not retaliate, and how any of that made sense. So Ken tried to clarify things by explaining that it was called self-defense, but if you took it too far, you would still be charged with a crime. Something then caught the attention of the demons accompanying them, and Wright immediately informed Yuru that there were demons nearby, which also caught Yuru's attention. Yuru asked whether they intended to attack them, to which Right replied that he did not know. Yuru explained that he still needed to work on his weapons, so he wanted to avoid any unnecessary clashes, and because of that, he suggested that they simply move elsewhere, which Right agreed to while Ken loudly exclaimed yes and commented that he thought that was a wise choice. They entered the forest instead to continue practicing, but while walking, Left informed them that those demons were following them, while Right commented that it seemed they were not the only ones who had noticed it. That made Ken uneasy, and he fearfully asked whether they were serious. Yuru then wondered who those demons could be. Were they enemies or allies? On the side of those following them, they were accompanied by a pug dog, and the two of them were dressed in suits and ties. One of them said that the people they were following were moving toward an unoccupied location, while the one with him asked whether those people might have already noticed them. The man then said that they had finally found them, while the woman insisted that they would not let them escape again. On Yuru's side, Right informed them that the ones following them were heading straight toward them, causing Ken to anxiously ask whether those people were after Yuru. Because of that, Yuru decided to ready his bow and intercept them there. He instructed them not to fire warning shots or anything like that if those people turned out to be enemies, and said that they should fight seriously from the very beginning. He also informed Ken that he might not have the luxury of protecting him during that time, causing Ken to tear up in fear while saying that he would do his best. Right and Left prepared themselves there and asked who exactly was approaching them. Not long after, the two individuals following them finally appeared before them, and they looked like men in black wearing shades and masks. The man then asked whether it was correct that they were demons and their master. In Yuru's mind, he thought that they were members of the Kagomori clan because of their black garb, and he said that he could not sense any hostility from them. However, he remembered what Hannah had told him regarding hostility and how it could be concealed, so he still prepared himself to attack. In a menacing tone, Right asked what those two wanted from them, and said that whether or not they would leave that place in one piece depended on their answer. The two immediately told them to calm down and said that they had no intention of hurting them. As a sign of trust, they decided to remove their disguises, which made Yuru wonder what exactly they meant by that. The two began taking off their clothes while explaining that if they left their master alone, he would either get bullied or taken to a shelter, so they decided to stay one step ahead of that by taking on the guise of a pet and its owners, and that they had stolen, or rather borrowed, clothes, wigs, and other things in order to pretend to be people. After a short while, they finally revealed their true forms. It turned out that the two looked like aliens. Yuru was stunned by that and commented that they had kind of fooled him for a moment because they looked like Tenaga Ashinaga to him, while Ken also looked deeply shaken by what he was seeing. He pointed at them and nervously asked whether they were aliens, so the two clarified that they were demons. For some reason, the female-shaped demon said that humans with sight tended to call them aliens, while the male one commented that it was incredibly rude considering they were native Japanese demons. Because of that, Yuru asked them what he was supposed to call them then. The two introduced themselves, but their names were impossible to comprehend, causing Yuru and Ken to become even more bewildered as they wondered whether it was some kind of alien language. Left and Right realized something after hearing their names, and explained that those were names humans could not pronounce, causing Yuru to casually react that it was just that. While on Ken's side, he still insisted inwardly that there was no doubt those things were aliens. The two explained that they had been quietly worshipped on the Noto Peninsula since ancient times, but eventually people forgot about them. The number of visitors gradually dwindled as well until no one remained. However, just as they thought they would disappear forever into the darkness of oblivion, their master, who had merely been a stray dog at the time, fell from above and accidentally formed a contract with them after its blood splattered when it crashed down. Because of that, Yuru asked whether that meant the dog with them was their master, which the two confirmed. The female demon added that it certainly seemed that way because even now they still had not received individual names from their master, and admitted that they were rather troubled by that, while the male demon commented that he never imagined they would end up serving a dog of all creatures as their master. Yuru understood their situation and offered to introduce them to someone who could break their contract if they wanted, but the two strongly refused while crying and doting on the pug as they said that they loved that master. Because of that, Yuru commented that it seemed the two of them truly loved their master very much. Afterward, They told left and right that they believed they were the kind of demons who could be calmly reasoned with. They added that they did not know any other demons they could ask for advice regarding their situation, so they hoped the two would become their friends if they did not mind. Right replied that it was fine with him, while left added that it was fine as long as they did not harm their master. Off to the side, Ken was utterly shocked because he was now witnessing the demons actually making friends. After that, the two said that they would never ever harm Yuru and that they were extremely happy, while their pug master simply continued panting while staring at them. One of the alien-looking demons then asked whether they could know the names of the two, to which Right happily answered that they were the divine guardians, left and right. Because of that, the female demon blushed and could not believe that they were the divine guardians of Higashi Village, while the male demon pointed out that they were living legends. Afterward, they asked whether they could shake their hands, while one of them shouted that she was so happy to be alive and that their master was incredibly cool. On Ken's side, he could no longer comprehend what in the world was even happening anymore. After that, he pleaded with the two if they could please put their clothes back on because they looked naked, causing the two demons to cover themselves while apologizing. That reminded Yuru of something, and he pointed out that Tenaga Ashinaga had worn loincloths, so he asked whether they had made those themselves, while Ken commented that at least they still maintained the bare minimum level of etiquette. While the two were changing clothes again, Yuru stared at the pug and simply pondered, while left and right suddenly noticed something once more. Right informed the two demons that they were lucky because even more friends had arrived, which confused them. Someone then called out to the divine guardians from behind Ken, causing him to turn around. It turned out to be Oshira-sama together with Danji, and she cheerfully said that they simply felt like dropping by for a visit. Right greeted her and asked what had brought her all the way there, while also asking whether she was not supposed to just wait for them back at home. On the side of the two alien-looking demons, the moment they heard the name Oshira-sama, they immediately began squealing and getting excited like die-hard fans, while one of them said that she was another living legend, and the other declared that he would not even look because her splendor might blind him. Yuru was shocked when he saw Danji there. Weakly, Danji said thank goodness he had found Yuru, before collapsing onto the ground, causing Yuru to become alarmed. He quickly ran over to him and asked what he was doing there, so Danji tearfully informed him that the village had been attacked again and that everything had been destroyed. Yuru and the Divine Guardians were deeply shocked by that. Yuru asked himself what in the world was happening and pointed out that he had already come down from the mountain, so there should have been no reason to attack the village anymore. He added that he also could not imagine Asa forcibly opening the barrier again, and that was when he realized what that meant. He asked Danji whether someone else had done it that time, to which Danji answered that he believed so. He explained that he had only seen it from far away. It had been a man carrying two swords, and he thought the man had simply marched in there alone. He also informed Yuru that a huge number of the adults had been killed, while commenting that the village might truly be finished now. After that, he said that his ma had ordered him to go down the mountain and protect Yuru, and that after he escaped the village, Oshira-sama had found him. Yuru then asked whose orders those had been, so Danji answered that it was what his ma had told him to do. Just as he was about to explain that he had been worried about Yuru, Yuru stopped him and said to wait because he wanted to confirm something first before hearing what he had to say, which confused Danji. Yuru looked downward and pointed at Danji before asking whether he was correct in assuming that Danji was a demon. Shock was clearly visible on Danji's face as he struggled to answer, while Yuru seriously pointed out that he was not human. Left and right silently observed the situation, while Ken was also stunned by what was happening. Danji then asked how he figured it out, so Yuru pointed at his feet and said that he had no shadow. He explained that just like the Divine Guardians, Kotetsu, and Jiro, every demon he had met so far shared one thing in common, and that was that not a single one of them cast a shadow on the ground. He added that objects and beings in that world cast shadows, whereas the body of a demon could not cast a shadow in that realm, causing Danji to become deeply shocked. Yuru stared at him as if disappointed and commented that it seemed he had been fooled by him all this time as well. After that, we moved to the city, in front of the building where Jin's bar was located. Some women noticed Jin and Haruo arriving there, and they happily called out to them, while the two greeted them good evening and asked how they were doing. One of the women thanked Jin for what happened before, because the stalker had apparently stopped showing up after she reported him, so Jin replied that that was good to hear. The woman pointed out that the guy had really refused to stop, so she asked how he managed to make him stop, while another woman asked whether he beat the guy up badly, but Jin clarified that he had done no such thing. He merely turned him into fish food, causing Haruo to comment that his joke was incredibly morbid. After that, Jin was about to say something, but the woman suddenly remembered what she was supposed to tell him. She informed Jin that the Tadera guy had stopped by there, and that they had let him in just as he instructed them to. After that, Jin and Haruo went to see Dara, and there, Dara somewhat irritably asked what kind of place this even was. He questioned why Jin had called him into some crummy office instead of bringing him to where the women were, to which Jin replied that they did not serve people like him there. That irritated Dara, while Haruo handed him a canned coffee and said it was on the house. Jin then opened the conversation by saying that he would not be giving him alcohol, but that he really should apologize to him. He explained that their people had tailed him the other day, to which Dara agreed and pointed out that those were that old lady and her companions, including the butterfly, so Jin said that had not been the will of the Kagomori clan proper itself. Of course, he added that Asa also knew nothing about it. It had merely been some members showing off, and he asked Dara to allow him to apologize for it. Dara commented that Jin was serious to a fault, to which Jin replied that he might have little regard for the law, but when trust was on the line, he kept his word. Dara agreed to that, and said that he would trust him. Jin then asked whether he was correct in assuming that the reason Dara came there that night was because he had information, causing Dara to remember why he had come there in the first place. He informed Jin that he had a small problem and told him to be a friend and help him out with it, which greatly irritated Jin. We then returned to Yuru's side, and their Danji fell into thought after Yuru pointed out his shadow. He explained that he could make one if he wanted to, but he had been so relieved to see Yuru that he forgot about it. Yuru said that for as long as he could remember, he and Danji had always played together. He closed his eyes in disappointment and said that Danji had fooled him. He added that Danji had fooled him for even longer than the Asa locked inside the cage. After that, he pointed out that if Danji was a demon, then he should also have another half. Danji pointed out that he knew his other half very well, causing Yuru to ask if he was right that it was the fake Asa. Danji agreed and explained that he and the phony Asa called Joji were little boy and little girl demons, although he added that maybe their names already gave that away. After that, he showed them his true form, which looked like a small, normal little boy, and informed them that they were a pair of Zashiki Warashi. All of them stared at Danji while the unhappiness was still visible on Yuru's face. While that was happening, we returned to the home of Oshirasama's master, and there the old lady's granddaughter asked where Oshirasama had gone. The old lady answered that she said they were heading to Tokyo, causing her granddaughter to become shocked and comment that they were incredibly lucky. The old lady explained that they had also brought a friend with them, and that the boy was probably one of those youngling house spirits, a Zashiki Warashi. Because of that, her granddaughter was surprised that there was a Zashiki Warashi there and asked which house he came from, to which the old lady replied that who could really say, while explaining that back in the old days, there used to be many of them everywhere. After that, her granddaughter asked if it was not supposed to be bad luck when a Zashiki Warashi left its home, and whether the house it left behind would fall into ruin, causing the old lady to say that that was indeed what people believed. But if she were to speak honestly, she said that it was not because the Zashiki Warashi left that a home declined. In her opinion, it was the other way around. She explained that when their home started to fall apart and become neglected, the Zashiki Warashi became saddened until they could no longer bear staying there. She added that their masters also could not bear seeing their partners in that state, so they released the pair from their contract or quietly left together with their demons. She continued by saying that she did not want to place the entire responsibility for a home's fortune or misfortune onto the tiny shoulders of a Zashiki Warashi. After that, we returned to Danji's situation after he revealed his true form to Yuru and the others. Right and Left became confused at Yuru and asked if he had only just realized that the little guy was a demon, causing Yuru to become shocked by that question. He realized something after that, and said that the two of them had probably been seeing Danji for years from their posts at the village entrance, before asking if they knew he was a demon and kept it hidden from him. Because of that, he also became wary of the divine guardians, disappointed that they had fooled him too. Left and Right explained that since he played with Danji every single day, they assumed he had long since discovered his true nature and still accepted him as his companion despite that. Right commented that they had no idea he had only just realized what Danji truly was, while Left apologized for it. Yuru brushed it off and realized that it was also his own fault, before apologizing for doubting them. After that, Right told Danji that they had also wondered why they never once saw his other half, and now they realized she had been locked inside a dungeon-like room, while Left added that they could sense her presence, so they knew she was somewhere in the village, but nothing beyond that. Yuru seriously asked Danji who his master was, and who used the fake Asa to tie him to the village and use him to watch over him. Danji questioned Yuru's idea that he was monitoring him and clarified that it was not like that, but Yuru only became even angrier and said that now he finally understood. Danji had always been pestering him to take him along whenever he went into the mountains. Yuru shouted as he asked if Danji had been planning to kill him the first chance he got so he could steal Seal for himself, causing Danji to strongly deny it. But Yuru kept pressing him further by asking if he was also the one who sent the bandits after him, causing Danji to shout that Yuru had everything wrong. However, Yuru did not listen to him and only asked again who his master was and whose orders he was following, while the other demons simply listened quietly and watched what would happen. After that, Yuru angrily asked if it was Granny Yamaha, causing Danji to slowly frown and lower his head before answering no to that question. He informed Yuru that his master was the woman he called Ma, which greatly shocked Yuru. Yuru asked if he meant Kyoka, to which Danji answered yes, and explained that Kyoka told him to call her Ma instead of master, and to act as though they were a human mother and child. While we were shown Kyoka currently helping Granny Yamaha in the village, Danji continued explaining to Yuru and said that Kyoka's order to him was to watch over Yuru. As for his other half, the one inside the cage, she had been ordered to pretend to be Asa, and in times of emergency, protect Granny Yamaha. He added that he always kept pestering Yuru to take him into the mountains so he could stop him from getting killed by the bandits. He began transforming back into his Danji human form, while saying that Yuru did not have to believe him, but that was the truth. But it seemed that Yuru focused on something else entirely instead of Danji's point, and he questioned the fact that even Kyoka had been lying to his face, before angrily declaring that there was not a single human villager left that he could trust, which only hurt Danji even more. After that, Yuru took a deep breath and told his group to wait there for him because he needed some time alone in the woods to think. Right tried to reason with him about his safety if he went alone, but Yuru replied that even so, he still wanted to go. He instructed Right to grant him one favor, and that was to leave him alone for a little while. After that, Right said that if that was their master's wish, then they had no choice but to obey, while Left said that they accepted it, but pleaded with him not to leave their sight. Yuru walked away while waving at them, leaving all of them behind waiting for his return. On Yuru's side, he sat beside a tree and looked out at the city in order to calm himself. He simply stared at it while frowning, when suddenly he heard fast breathing from behind him. It turned out to be the master pug of the alien-looking demons. Yuru asked what it wanted, to which the pug sat beside him and pressed its body against his legs. Because of that, Yuru tried telling the dog not to bother him because he was busy thinking alone. However, the pug merely laid down comfortably, causing Yuru to irritably call it a dumb mutt. He began petting it while talking to it, saying that there were so many people and things below the mountain that it was hard to be alone. He felt the wind brushing against his body, and added that back when he was still in the village, all he had to do was step onto the mountain to be himself. He said that he had time to think about many things without any interruptions. He explained that in the mountains, bandits, wild beasts, and dangerous terrain always came together with the threat of death, so his mind always focused on a single thing, and that was survival. He said that he constantly asked himself what he needed to do at that moment in order to survive. That was why he loved the mountains so much. When survival was the only thing on his mind, the chaotic thoughts inside his head became simple and straightforward answers. But he added that Danji always tried to come along with him while saying things like what if he got hurt out there all alone. He commented that it had been incredibly annoying for him. As he thought about their past together, we go back to a moment where Yuru sat beneath Left's statue while crying and sobbing. Danji saw him crying there alone, became worried, and decided to sit beside him. Yuru opened up to him and said that his parents had left the village and abandoned both him and Asa behind, and that they were gone. The concern on Danji's face at that time was clearly visible as he replied that he would not disappear and pointed out that he would always stay by Yuru's side. After remembering that, Yuru scratched his head in irritation and petted the pug's head again while asking why it had to go and remind him of that. The pug seemed to be enjoying Yuru's pats, while the others simply watched the two of them bonding. Ken pointed out that Yuru said he wanted to be alone, causing the female alien-looking demon to say that dogs were not people, so they did not count. On left side, she remembered the time when Danji comforted Yuru while he cried because his parents had left them behind. As she watched Yuru trying to talk to the playful pug, she commented that it was clear now why the two alien-looking demons had grown so fond of their master, causing the two to grin mischievously. The male demon explained that whether demon or human, nobody could survive alone. Not long after, Yuru returned, and he noticed something. He asked where Danji had gone, so Wright informed him that he had left just a short while ago, alone. They added that it seemed he had somewhere else to go, causing Yuru to ask where exactly. Left said that he appeared to have sensed his other half in the outside world, making Yuru realize that she meant the fake Asa, before he asked in surprise if she was already off the mountain, to which Wright replied that the little guy said he was leaving to look for her. Yuru questioned the idea of Danji searching for her all alone, so Wright explained that demons like them shared an extremely strong bond with their other half, and that he would surely be able to find his way to her, while Left added that they could sense each other's location even from an incredibly great distance. Yuru let out an irritated sound and asked what Danji was thinking by suddenly leaving like that, while pointing out that he still had a ton of questions he wanted to ask that brat. Kin then said that Danji asked him to tell Yuru that he would not make any pointless excuses for his actions, and that he was sorry, causing Yuru to click his tongue in irritation. After that, one of the alien-looking demons said that the sun was already setting, so they should get going, which Wright agreed to while saying that they would meet again. They all said their goodbyes, and the female demon said that they could always find them wandering around there, and told them to just call out to them anytime, to which Ken waved back, while saying that it was nice meeting them. Ken was touched and commented that demons who listened to reason were truly wonderful, causing Yuru and the Divine Guardians to think to themselves that they could not blame him after what happened with Tenaga Ashinaga. After that, we moved to Danji's side while he walked away, with the sadness clearly visible on his face. Someone called out to him from behind, and it turned out to be the two alien-looking demons. The two volunteered to help him search for his other half, so he immediately tried to refuse while saying that they should not trouble themselves for his sake, and that he could not ask them to put themselves in such a situation. The two replied that it was perfectly fine, and that they were more familiar with the area, so they would find his other half much faster if they searched together. They added that they would be absolutely delighted to gain even more living legend friends, while pointing out that Zashiki Warashi like him were total celebs. The female demon asked where he wanted to go first, while the male demon said that they would take him there. He looked at the two because of that, and not long after, he began crying, moved by their kindness. The two became shocked when he suddenly started crying and said that they did not really understand, but they were sorry, to which Danji suddenly thanked them. In the next scene, Yuru and the others returned to their apartment, and when Dara arrived as well, he was surprised to see Oshirasama there, causing him to ask what he had missed. Hana welcomed him back, while Oshirasama greeted him and noticed that he had shaved off his beard. Dara asked her how exactly she ended up there. And she answered that they came by way of the highway, prompting Dara to clarify that that was not what he meant. He added that horses were considered motorless vehicles, so they were not allowed on the highway, which shocked Oshirasama and made her realize that they had apparently committed a traffic violation. Dara was left dumbfounded when he noticed that they had eaten the entire hot pot without him. He asked Yuru what that was all about and pointed out that he said they would eat it together. So Yuru reasoned using what Hana said, where Hana herself explained that you never knew when an emergency would stop you from eating, so you should always eat whenever you had the chance. Besides, the ingredients were already about to go bad anyway. Yuru added that it made sense to him, before asking Ken, while Dara tearfully accepted that it really was reasonable while pointing out that the world was first come, first served, eat or be eaten. Hana then asked him whether he failed to eat anything while he was outside, so Dara said that he had planned to stuff himself at Jin's place, but the only thing those jerks served him was canned coffee. After that, he handed Yuru an envelope and said that it was a gift from Jin. When Yuru opened it, he saw that it contained photographs of his parents. His face instantly lit up with happiness upon seeing them, and even the divine guardians were delighted to see them as well. Yuru explained that Asa said she would return them to him at the Kagomori Manor, and commented that she really did remember. When he looked through the other photographs, he realized that Asa also took advantage of the confusion to slip in pictures of herself, causing him to comment that it was such a massive pain in the neck. After that, he asked Dara whether he met Jin at the Kagomori storefront, to which Dara replied yes, and said that Asa could not make it there. Yuru then asked if that meant they exchanged information about his mother, to which Dara simply smiled at him. They stepped out onto the balcony, and there Yuru informed Dara that the fake Asa was actually a Zashiki Warashi, while Dara told him that she was being held hostage together with several village children and relayed the message that had been sent for him. Yuru asked which children they meant, to which Dara replied that he had no idea. Rod also asked how many children had been taken, but Dara answered that he did not know that either. Yuru scratched his head in irritation while saying that those people even called him by name, causing Dara to comment that tactics like taking hostages really got under his skin. Yuru asked if he was right that someone would have to be an idiot to walk straight into such an obvious trap, which Dara agreed with while saying that if those people managed to capture phony Asa, then they were dealing with demon wielders too, and that meant a huge problem. Yuru decided that they should let the bandits charge in first, to which Dara replied that those people looked like they were itching for a fight anyway, and that many of them were battle-crazy hotheads, while commenting on how embarrassing that was. After that, Yuru said that if they managed to rescue even a single village child while the kidnappers and bandits were busy fighting each other, then they would be the ones profiting from it in the end. He added somewhat hesitantly that since they were already there, they should probably rescue the fake Asa too. He declared that if they had her, then he would be able to see Danji again, and he would line the two of them up side by side while interrogating them about the village. He also added nervously that of course, he would ask about his parents too, while the divine guardians grinned at him, causing Yuru to shout and ask what they were grinning about. They returned inside and checked the meeting place they had been told about on the laptop, and Dara asked if he was right that they were most likely dealing with a demon wielder, adding that if so, then those people would be able to both sense and see the divine guardians. Yuru then said that they could trick those people into thinking that he was in the same place as left and right. Dara agreed and said that they would position the two of them at warehouse number 1, where the meeting would take place. They began quietly and seriously discussing where they should hide and what their positions would be, causing Ken to ask Hannah what exactly they were whispering about, to which Hannah replied that if he wanted to stay out of trouble, then he did not want to know. Right expressed that he was somewhat reluctant to leave Yuru's side, while Left asked whether he would really be alright, to which Yuru replied that if anything that looked even remotely dangerous appeared, he would leave immediately at the earliest opportunity. After that, he said that he was counting on Left and Right if things went sideways. In the next scene, we moved to warehouse number 1, where the meeting would take place. As the moonlight shone down, Yuru was shown standing atop a building near the area with his bow and arrow ready, and he commented that the full moon was already out. He said that they still had one more toki, or 2 hours, before the hour of the board arrived. He looked toward Dara, who was positioned on a higher platform at his side, as well as Left and Right atop Warehouse 1, and noticed that there was still no movement from either Dara or the Divine Guardians. He added that there was still no sign of the enemy, either while his eyes continued scanning the surroundings. A mosquito killer lamp was then shown crackling from the insects flying into it. Yuru wondered to himself if the bandits were already there and perhaps just lying in wait somewhere, while a moth flew close to him. Suddenly, a being with a terrifying skull-like face and bird-like talons appeared behind him and grabbed hold of his head. It tapped his head, sending chills down his spine, before tapping him again as if asserting dominance. Yuru became nervous and questioned where that creature had even come from, while dismissing the idea that he had sensed hostility because he truly had not sensed anything at all, and he said that it appeared without making even the slightest sound. After that, the scene shifted to Asa, who said she wanted to see Yuru. She kept pestering Gabby about it, while Hagure said that was all that had been coming out of Asa's mouth since they started, so he asked if she was okay. Gabby answered that Asa was broken, and Hagure said it did not seem like a big deal as long as Asa kept working. However, Hagure suddenly said he could no longer take it, so he took back what he had said because Asa kept drawing random crowd characters as Yuru. After that, he invited them to take a break. While they were on break, Hagure asked Makoto Tachikawa if she wanted tea. Instead of answering yes or no, Makoto asked how Hagure could draw that well while she was crying. The eldest Kagomori was happy that Makoto liked his work. Haruo said he was surprised that someone born into such a brutal family could draw such beautiful stories, and Hagure said his family was exactly the reason he had become that way. When he drew the peaceful life of his dreams, it sold like hotcakes, so he was called the master of heartfelt happy manga. Hagure also said he hated the kill or be killed mindset, and the idea of betraying others before they could betray him, which were normal facts of his everyday life. Haruo said he had not killed anyone, and neither had Makoto. Hagure said that if that was the case, it was not too late for them, so they should leave that job and find another one. Haruo then said that at least with the Kagomori clan, he had a boss he could rely on to clean up his mistakes, and that made things easier for him. As for Makoto, she only needed the money. Hagure said he simply did not want people who should have lived normally to do bad things, just like Gabby and Asa as well. Haruo said that if Hagure felt that way, he could replace Gonzo and give them all the money, but Hagure defended himself by saying that, just like he always told Haruo, he did not want to take over that shady-as-heck clan. At that moment, he got the idea to invite the two of them to become professional manga assistants and work for his studio. Makoto answered that she had no talent for art, while Haruo jokingly asked if Hikaru was trying to poach their people. He also said he could not help with the manga, but if Hagure ever got into trouble, he and his siblings would be ready to help him because, after all, they owed a great debt to the Kagomoris. Makoto was surprised that Haruo had siblings, so Haruo introduced them. There was Natsuki, his older sister, Fuyuki, his older brother, himself as the middle child, and Akio, their youngest. The four of them were the Kuroya siblings, and they existed to serve the Kagomori clan. Makoto was surprised that there were four of them, and said Haruo had a lot of siblings. Haruo said many of them had been raised in an infant home, so they were not siblings by blood or anything like that. Makoto asked if that was a sensitive topic and apologized for assuming. Haruo answered that it was not a sensitive topic and that it did not bother him. He added that according to the story, each of them had been abandoned as babies on the doorstep of an orphanage run by the Kagomoris. Bunbun even asked who could abandon a child as cute as Haruo. Makoto said she did not know infant homes were one of Gonzo's businesses. Hagure mentioned that they also ran children's homes because their father had a soft spot for children, specifically children only. Makoto said she did not understand that because from what she had heard, the Kagomori were always doing something bad. Hagure explained that there was a performative aspect to it because they showed their charitable side to the public. According to Haruo, it was a front because he and his siblings had been raised in the Kagomori's evil so they could become their soldiers, and he laughed about it together with Bunbun. Elsewhere, Natsuki was extremely irritated and even said that she wanted to quit. Fuyuki asked what she was looking at on her phone, and she answered that it was a matchmaking site because she wanted to leave the Kagomori clan as soon as possible. Fuyuki told her that they had work to do because Gonzo and Jin were planning something. After that, Akio was surprised when he saw them because they were leaving together with Gabby. He asked Haruo if Gabby was going somewhere, and Haruo answered yes, together with Natsuki, Fuyuki, and Gonzo. Akio asked if Asa was not coming, since she was usually with Gabby, who was speaking with Gonzo inside the car. Haruo said there was something strange about Asa at that moment, and they would not bring her because she might cause trouble in that state. Akio asked where the four of them were going, and Haruo answered that they had received a tip-off about men who wanted to take Yuru at a place called Fujimurayama Warehouse. Back with Yuru, he seemed extremely annoyed by his current situation, and he even tried to grab the butcher knife beside him, but the demon pinning him down stopped him. It even tapped him on the head twice, as if telling him not to move. At that moment, he asked himself if Dara had already seen him, but before he could finish the thought, he realized that Dara had not seen him yet. He also noticed that the Divine Guardians had not sensed it either, and he said that what the demon had done was sneaky and downright creepy. Aside from that, he could not feel any bloodlust from it, but one quick twist of his neck and he would be killed. While he was saying that to himself, the demon bent down to look him in the eye. Yuru wondered who could attack that demon the fastest if he shouted. After wondering that, he remembered what Dara had said about protecting him, so he decided to put his trust in him. He then shouted Dara's name and told him to shoot the demon behind him. That shocked the Divine Guardians and Dara as well. He asked himself what was behind Yuru as he pulled out his gun. He also wondered when it had appeared, then shot it. The demon that had attacked Yuru had its back turned, and suddenly, a large hole opened in its back. Dara was greatly shocked because moth-like creatures suddenly came out of the demon's body. While he kept his gun aimed on it, he saw its body returning to its original state, and it suddenly turned toward him. After that, a swarm of moth-like creatures flew toward Dara and managed to distract him. When the moth-like creatures disappeared, he saw that Yuru was no longer there, which shocked him. He hoped the Divine Guardians were already chasing the demon that had taken Yuru, and fortunately, Right was already chasing it. He tried to claw the demon that had taken Yuru, but the part he attacked only turned into moths. He even said that his claws were just passing through, and aside from that, the demon was good at dodging. He chased it until they could clearly be seen in the sky under the moonlight, and Left joined the chase as well. Together with Right, they hit the demon with a simultaneous punch and claw attack, but it changed the shape of its body to avoid them. After that, the demon zoomed away. It entered a warehouse through a small opening in the door, which the Divine Guardians destroyed so they could get inside. Right even opened his mouth extremely wide and bit the demon they were chasing, but what he bit were the moth-like creatures, so he immediately spat them out. Right said the one they were chasing had gotten a little smaller, and Left said only a little. Right said that if that was the case, they would need to endure biting away at that demon little by little, but Left did not want to fight that way. While they charged at the demon that had taken Yuru, someone quickly drew a sword and sheathed it again. Because of that, an invisible box surrounded the demon, and it suddenly vanished before the Divine Guardians could bite it. Only the two of them were left there, and what they saw at the spot where the demon disappeared was an X mark. Elsewhere, where there was also an X mark, the invisible box containing the demon appeared, and Yuru was released to show him to Asuma and his uncle. Asuma greeted Yuru good evening, and Yuru recognized him, but before he could finish saying Asuma's full name, he threw up. Asuma asked if that was motion sickness from the flight, and Yuru asked if that demon was his. Asuma said it was, and the name of his demon pair was Kinyu Gikudo, or Sun and Moon in English. The half that had taken Yuru was named Yazakura. Yuru said he had not sensed it approaching or anything, so it had caught him off guard. Asuma laughed, and Yuru asked where the other half was. Asuma answered that it was Asagiri, who was weak at night, so they would not join them. Conversely, Yazakura was weak in the morning and could only be active at night, as Yuru had seen. Yuru thought about that before asking if that meant he could beat Yazakura in the morning. At the same time, Shingo told himself that Yuru gave him the creeps because he was alone in enemy territory, yet somehow calm enough to survey his surroundings and make small talk at the same time. Because of that, he thought it would be better not to show Yuru his demon pair yet. He even told Asuma not to casually tell Yuru about his demon's weaknesses. Asuma said it was a show of sincerity and that they needed to show Yuru that he could trust them. Yuru asked if Asuma was also after the power of Seal, and Asuma answered that, just like he had said at the manor, he believed those who possessed special powers should be placed under the jurisdiction of a capable authority. Asuma asked what Yuru thought, while Yuru wondered what jurisdiction meant. Asuma even asked him if he wanted to try dying. Back at the warehouse area, Dara followed the warehouse the Divine Guardians had entered. He called out to the two of them and asked where Yuru was. They said he had been taken by a skull-faced cluster of moths and had vanished there, which greatly shocked Dara. He even asked if they could not follow Yuru's scent, and Right answered that they could not. He said it was because the smell of blood in that place was too heavy to find Yuru's. Dara looked around and pressed the light switch, causing the bright lights to turn on. The inside of the warehouse was illuminated, and it was revealed that the reason the place was full of the smell of blood was because there were many corpses there that Ivan had killed. Ivan greeted the Divine Guardians and Dara good evening, but they did not return the greeting. They saw Ivan's swords, which had eyes, and Dara said he thought those were demons, and that Ivan was probably the man the shaman had mentioned. The pervert who was out on the prowl after dark, which shocked Ivan when he heard it. Dara said the state of that place was gruesome, and asked if Ivan really needed to kill all the bandits. Ivan answered that if he had left them hiding all over the place, they would have interfered with the negotiation. All Yuru had needed to do was come alone, and no one had to die. He then asked if the two giants with Dara were the Divine Guardians, and if they were Yuru's pair. He mentioned that he had wondered why the natural enemies of Break and Seal would make a contract with one of the twins. Dara said nothing, and Ivan added that it was especially true of Left, because her compatibility with Seal was incredibly bad. In fact, as long as Left was there was a chance Seal would refuse to make a contract with Yuru. Because of that, Left was a pest too in that picture, and Ivan told her to do him a favor and leave. Right said it seemed Ivan wanted to fight Left, who accepted his challenge. Left walked toward Ivan while saying that, come to think of it, there were so few swordsmen in the modern era that there might be none at all. For centuries ago, there had been swordsmen everywhere one looked. Ivan said that if he were Left, he would not include his sword among the swords of the past, and Left agreed, saying that was the reason she would not waste time breaking it in two. After saying that, she struck Ivan with a roundhouse kick, but he ducked to avoid it. He then tried to rain slices down on Left, but with karate-like movements, she was able to block his attacks. There was even a moment when Ivan almost stabbed Left's face, but when he failed, he immediately pulled his sword back. However, Left caught it, and she broke it effortlessly. That shocked Ivan, but his sword seemed to regenerate, which shocked Left even more than Ivan. Still, she did not let herself be too intimidated by it, and she attacked again with a right-hand jab. At that moment, Ivan's sword had fully healed, and because Left had no defense, he managed to cut off her right hand. Dara and Right were shocked by that, and Left was even more shocked. She even tried to kick Ivan in retaliation, but he simply jumped backward. Ivan seemed surprised by Left's movement, while Dara called out to her in concern. Left told Dara to calm down, and said he could take her to a DIY merchant later. Dara asked why there, and Left answered asking if that they had rock and stone glue there. Dara was surprised that Left could just glue her arm back on that easily, and Right answered that they were made of stone after all. Left said losing an arm or two would not kill them, but fixing it would take time. Because of that, Ivan told himself that the Divine Guardians could shrug off almost anything. Ivan then said the two of them were a pain in the head, and he asked what could kill them. Right said the real pain was Ivan's demon, because it was extremely sharp and regenerated. After saying that, he smelled something and mentioned it to Left. A lot of blood was stuck to it, and Left asked what of it. Could Right not smell the countless corpses behind Ivan? However, when Right sniffed the blood scents on Ivan's sword more closely, he noticed something that irritated him. Right told Ivan that based on the smell of his sword, he had killed many people in his lifetime. Ivan answered that it was his job, and as long as someone paid him, he would kill anyone, whether human or demon, no matter how many. According to Right, the smells he was detecting were mostly fresh, like the corpses behind Ivan and the Higashi villagers. However, behind those scents, fainter than the others, he detected something weak. It was a scent they knew, and it was the blood scent of Mine and Nagisa. In the next scene, it returned to Hayato Shingo's office, where Asuma asked Yuru if he wanted to give dying a try. There was a brief silence, before Yuru asked if Asuma was going to kill him. Asuma answered that he believed there would be fewer repercussions if Yuru himself decided that. Yuru asked if the Kagamori clan had ordered Asuma to make him do that, but Asuma said no, because he did not see eye to eye with his father. Shingo said that the main branch's methods were far too soft, and Asuma introduced him as Mr. Shingo, his uncle on his mother's side. Shingo told Yuru that he no longer had a place in Higashi village. Yuru's parents had left, Asa had left too, and the village had already killed her once for her trouble. The village had even tried to kill Yuru several times, and Shingo added that Yuru no longer belonged in the village. Then he offered him a place in the Shingo family and gave his word that they would not do anything bad to him. Yuru asked if he was supposed to trust Shingo after he had taken a village girl hostage, and Shingo answered that it had been necessary to stop Yuru from going berserk. Yuru was referring to Azami, as well as the fake Asa. Shingo added that Yuru should calm down because they were watching over the fake Asa and Azami, but they were not touching either of them. Aside from that, he wanted Yuru to die, and because he said that, Asuma told him to behave. Shingo explained that Yuru would only die with his consent, and he asked if that was okay. Yuru then asked how that was okay. Shingo asked if Yuru knew the shaman, and Yuru asked if he meant Mr. Yama. He said Yama sometimes visited the village to heal the sick. Shingo revealed that Yama was the one who sent the bandits to kill Yuru, and that Dara, who was supposed to be watching Yuru's back, was a regular at Yama's shop. Yuru seemed shocked by that, and Shingo asked if he could really trust Dara, whom he called a snake. He also said the adults of Higashi village had not told Yuru about Seal, and had only watched him like hawks for any chance to take his life, so he owed them nothing. He said Yuru should be the one to abandon them, and that he did not need that awful place. Asuma said Shingo should not say things like that, because everything in that world had a purpose. When Yuru heard that, he remembered that a bandit had told him that the world no longer needed him while trying to kill him. He also remembered that Asuma once said that Break, Seal, and Higashi village, which was the source of the two, had to remain, and their existence should not be denied. Back in the present, Yuru asked Asuma if he disagreed with his uncle even though they were both part of the Shingo family. Asuma answered that the Shingo family had diverse views, just like the people of Higashi village and the Kagomori clan, who all had their own beliefs. He said it would be dangerous for everyone in an organization to agree on everything. What united the Shingo family was the belief that those chosen to possess special powers should use those powers fully under the jurisdiction of a suitable authority. Shingo said that if Yuru joined them, they would give him whatever he wanted to the best of their ability. Whether it was money or anything else, all Yuru needed to do was say it. Because of that, Yuru seemed to think about it, and he said that his desires had not changed from what he had said at the manor. All he wanted was to live normally, where he could hunt, farm, and cook over charcoal. He wants to quickly find his parents, and he also needed to think about Asa. He wants to free her from her small cage-like world. After that, all he wants is for them to live normally as a happy family. In the next scene, it returned to Right and Left's battle against Ivan, and they asked him if he had killed Yuru's parents. Right said whether it had been Ivan or the past master of his demon pair, because the scent of Mine and Nagisa's blood could still be smelled from Ivan's sword. Dara pointed his gun at Ivan, who said not to ask him because he had killed too many people to remember them all. Dara told Ivan to just answer the question, and Ivan said Dara should try asking his demons. Right then ordered Dara to find Yuru, because they would capture Ivan and his demons as a gift for their master. Dara agreed to that, and fired several shots toward the roof. Ivan wondered where Dara was shooting, while Dara escaped. On his way out, he turned off the lights while mocking Ivan and calling him a night prowler. Because of what Dara did, Ivan was left in a blacked-out room, and he told himself that Dara was a crafty bastard. He had made him look at the bright lights, then suddenly left him in the dark. At the same time, the Divine Guardians attacked, while Ivan thought to himself that the two could probably still see in the dark because of their sense of smell, and he called that situation a pain in the butt. While they fought inside, Dara escaped, and in his mind, he said he had agreed in the heat of the moment to find Yuru. But he wondered where he should even start searching because that place was huge. He also wondered if Yuru was even there to begin with, and at that moment, a man in the darkness seemed to sneak up on him. He noticed the man and pointed his gun at him, while the man pointed a knife at him. The man asked if he's Tadera, and Dara answered yes before asking if the man was a bandit. He also asked if the man was about to die, and the bandit answered no, though he could not say the same for the others because he was the only one left. Dara asked if the bandit had fought a demon wielder with 2 swords, and the bandit answered that the man was bad news. He then asked what Dara was doing there, because he had not been told about that. He also asked if Hannah had mentioned it, and Dara pretended not to know what the bandit was talking about. He said that a bandit had tipped him off, but that person had already died in the warehouse. The bandit seemed annoyed because they really did have a talkative member, so Dara was pleased with his lie because a dead man could not defend himself. Dara also said that Yuru was with him because Yuru had insisted on saving the fake Asa and whatever village brat, but he had been taken by a crow-looking demon. The bandit was greatly shocked by that and asked if Dara was a moron and why he had brought Yuru. Dara answered that everyone wanted to kill the twins, and Yuru was desperate to believe in something. And since Yuru was searching for that in his own way, he had brought him along. Dara added that Yuru had already learned that the bandits were only assassins in disguise. The bandit said Dara was also part of Higashi village, so was it not far too late for him to pretend to be Yuru's friend? Dara answered that the bandit was not wrong because there were things he had not told Yuru either, and he did not think he had earned Yuru's complete trust. However, a lot had happened. He used to turn a blind eye because it was part of the job, but recently, he had a change of heart. The bandit could not believe that Dara was turning against the village, and Dara explained that it was not like that. He then said the bandits should stop messing with Yuru, and he would have no problem with them. The bandit said they had waited 4 centuries for the users of Break and Seal, and with those 2 abilities, Higashi village could conquer the whole world. Dara said he was not the kind of man who would become powerful by sacrificing the lives of 2 children. The bandit did not like hearing that and readied his weapon, so Dara prepared as well. However, the bandit said they would continue their fight later because they first needed to find Yuru. He told Dara that they had investigated the owner of the warehouse named in the message before they arrived. Dara asked if they had learned anything, and the bandit answered that its owner was TT Logistics, and its parent company was Shingo Cargo. He added that the Kagamoris had a relative with that surname. Their head honcho, Gonzo, had a son named Asuma, and the Shingo family was on his mother's side. The bandit had a list of all the properties in that area that had the Shingo surname on the deed, and there were a lot of them, including TT Logistics, Kabushi Industries, and many others. Dara said there really were a lot of them, and he asked if they were going to go through the list one by one. The bandit said no, because if Yuru had been taken by a demon, then he was probably still with it. The best thing to do was to find demons using demons, so he pointed to his pair. He said they were the Mame Garasu, and the 2 demons introduced themselves as Bowlegs and Pigeon Toes. Dara said he was pleased to meet them, while their master asked them to help find a demon. The bandit even asked Dara if he did not have a demon pair, who said that he would be no help. The bandit asked if Dara had once had a demon pair because he could see his demons, and he also asked if Dara would not form a contract with a new pair. The bandit's demons asked the same thing, and Dara answered that he would do that later if he found a good match. After that, the scene returned to the dark battle between the Divine Guardians and Ivan, and the loud sound of swords striking stone could be clearly heard. That was because the 2 had tried to pummel Ivan with a punch and kick, but he managed to block them with his sword demons. However, because of the force of right's kick and left's punch, they managed to knock Ivan down, whose eyes are already adjusting to the dark. Shokyo told him to hurry up and kill the Divine Guardians, but he reasoned that his opponents did not want to kill him, which made them harder to defeat, because if they were trying to kill him, it would be easier for him to read their attacks. At that moment, Ivan asked why Right was joining the fight when it was Left who had challenged him. He asked if it was not dirty to fight 2 against 1, and called it inhumane. He even said their master would cry tears of shame if he found out. Right said they were not human, and according to Left, Yuru did not care how they fought. That irritated Ivan, who called the Divine Guardians brutes. He also thought that he wanted to take the fight outside, but the 2 were blocking both exits, so he wondered if they had no intention of letting him out. He also thought that he wished he had not left the bodies scattered around because they were tripping hazards in the dark. Ivan then decided to take the fight outside, and as he thought that, he kicked a severed head upward. He kicked it toward Left, who caught it effortlessly and said that was not how one treated the dead. That managed to distract Left, and Ivan was able to run up the stairs. He sliced something above, causing an explosion. Part of the warehouse began to collapse, opening part of the roof. Because of that, Ivan managed to get outside, and he noticed something. Left followed him there, and he asked her if the moon was beautiful. Left smugly answered that it might be the last full moon of Ivan's life, and told him to savor it. Ivan answered that he would, and suggested that Left do the same. While saying that, he reflected the moonlight off his sword to distract Left again, which he successfully did. Ivan used that opportunity to attack Left with a slicing strike toward the right side of her neck. Luckily, Right entered the scene and kicked Left away while telling her to look out. Left thanked Right for that, who answered that she was welcome. He even told Ivan that if he wanted to defeat Left, he would have to get through him first. Ivan said he would do that while raining attacks on Right with his sword demon. Wright even tried to catch or grab Ivan's sword, but Ivan ducked and buried his daikyo into Wright's body. Wright then struck downward with his elbow on the embedded sword, breaking it, and Ivan asked if that was what they called losing a battle to win the war. Wright did not answer and simply clenched his muscles, shattering the piece of blade lodged in his body. After that, he tried to kick Ivan, who managed to dodge, and it could be seen that Ivan's sword seemed to be healing. Before long, Ivan's sword fully recovered, and Left joined the attack again, but Ivan kept dodging. Wright mentioned that Ivan was avoiding their attacks by a hair's breadth, and Left said that he had a perfect read on his distance from them. After that, Left charged again, and Ivan realized that she was going to hit him with a left hook. He thought that if he stepped back half a step, she would not hit him, and when he countered, he would take her left hand too. However, he seemed to have misread her attack because Left hit him, which surprised him. It turned out that Left had used her severed arm to add range, and Ivan could not believe that she had done that. Because Left's attack succeeded, Ivan felt that he was getting tired, while Shokyo called him pathetic. Ivan said it did not help that his foot still hurt from when Shokyo had stabbed it, which seemed to anger Shokyo because it had supposedly been such a tiny wound that it should have healed already. At that moment, Ivan's other sword, Daikyo, called him, which surprised him. Daikyo said they had company, and that it was the unwelcome kind. In the next scene, it shifted elsewhere, where two men were talking. Gonzo approached them, and he asked if that was the Shingo cargo office. The smoking man thought about it, but he and the man he was speaking with both answered no at the same time. He then immediately took out his phone, while his companion told Gonzo that their company was Kibushi Industries. Gonzo asked if wasn't Kibushi Industries a subsidiary of Shingo, and the man he was talking to answered that he was asking the wrong person. He said he was only a part-timer, and corporate hierarchy was above his pay grade. At the same time, the smoking man called someone and told him to round up the men. Gonzo laughed and told the man he was talking to not to play dumb. While the smoking man said that Gonzo Kagamori was there, Gonzo sent the man he was talking to flying, which made the smoking man stop speaking. The man slammed into the office door, and Gonzo told the other guy not to mind him and urged him to continue the phone call. At the same time, centipede-looking demons wrapped around his arms like gauntlets, and he told the man to call his companions so they could play and he would fight every one of them. On Dara's side, the demons belonging to the bandit accompanying him suddenly began trembling, prompting their master to ask what was wrong with them, while Dara commented that they were shaking like leaves. Not long after, all of them simultaneously turned toward one direction, and Dara commented that he had a feeling something nasty was coming from over there, right as they heard an explosion from the other side of the warehouse area. After that, the scene shifted back to Gonzo, where he continued sending Kibushi Industries men flying with fists imbued with his centipede-like demons. The two remaining men there became utterly terrified, with one of them even questioning what the deal was with that old man, while Gonzo merely raised his fists again, ready to charge once more. A large, muscular man then arrived there and informed his frightened companions that the old man was a demon wielder, meaning they stood no chance against him. The two men became overjoyed upon seeing him, with one of them calling him Hibota, while the other arrogantly warned Gonzo to watch himself because they had a demon user too. Hibota then shouted that demons had to be fought using demons as well, before sending his sand monster-like pairs charging forward. However, before they could even make a move, Gonzo suddenly summoned gigantic skeletal hands and feet, completely shocking him. Gonzo easily took down the large man with a centipede punch straight to the face, while the two skeletons pinned down his demons. The two men accompanying him immediately broke down, crying in fear from sheer panic. Their other companions became confused and asked what exactly was happening since they could not see demons, while another one shouted that if there was anyone there who could use demons, they should team up and take down that old coot. One of the people there questioned what he meant by taking him down, then pointed out that Gonzo had more demon pairs than they could even count, as the scene revealed the countless different demon pairs merely following behind Gonzo. Outside the establishment, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, sending an Alza-Tudo forklift and multiple sacks of goods flying through the air. A large portion of the building was destroyed as well. Meanwhile, at the security guard station, one of the guards heard the explosion and tremors, causing him to curiously peek through his window and ask what that was. Suddenly, The door to his room was destroyed, shocking him. He then saw Gonzo seemingly throwing and dodging attacks while cracks spread everywhere around him. And because of those movements, various parts of the area to his right were also being destroyed. Since this exhausted security guard could not see demons either, he simply assumed that some random old man was shadowboxing and somehow damaging the building with every swing. Because of that, he contacted headquarters and asked whether he was starting to hallucinate things and if he could maybe get a break, which shocked the people at headquarters as they told him to stop messing around. They ordered him to wake up and get back to guard duty, causing the guard to comment that the person he was talking to was a tyrant. The scene then shifted back once again to Dera's side, where he was shocked to see that the Kagomori clan head himself was there as well, while the bandit accompanying him could not believe that the man before them was Gonzo Kagomori. The bandit commented that it was completely nuts. Gonzo apparently had an absurd number of pairs, to the point that his buddy's demon senses were already going haywire, while Dera questioned whether it was really true that they would no longer be able to track Yuru like this. The scene then shifted back to Right and Left's battle against Ivan. Right let out an irritated sound there, causing Left to ask what was wrong. Right explained that it felt as though the Kagomori manor itself had suddenly grown legs, pairs and all, and headed over there. While that was happening, the scene moved to the Kagomori manor, specifically inside Hagure's studio. Hagure instructed Makoto to fill in the spots marked with X using solid black, which she obediently did before asking if that was correct, causing him to praise her work and comment that she had a very skilled hand and was extremely precise. Makoto apparently kept insisting that she had no talent for art, but Hagure commented that he thought she might actually have a knack for it, causing Makoto to blush as she asked if that was really true because she was not confident about it herself. After that, Hagure left and informed her that he would return after taking a bath, instructing her to continue filling in the black spots, which Makoto agreed to do. However, the moment the door closed behind Hagure, Makoto's smile vanished and she anxiously questioned what exactly was going on there. She wondered how she had somehow ended up working as a manga assistant, while Asa continued repeatedly saying that she wanted to see Yuru. Makoto then asked Asa if she was planning to make a living out of working as Hagure's assistant, and whether there was anything else she wanted to become once she grew older, but Asa simply repeated that she wanted to see Yuru, leaving Makoto speechless. Not long after, her smartphone began ringing, so she immediately answered it. She told the caller to wait a second so she could move somewhere quieter because it was a bit noisy there due to Asa repeatedly saying that she wanted to see Yuru. She agreed with the person on the other end that she was currently at work and said that it was all right. After closing the door, she added that she had found a way to pay for her mother's hospital bills, so the caller should just leave that matter to his big sis, revealing that the person she was speaking to was her younger sibling. Back on Asa's side, she simply continued drawing, but before long, she suddenly told Gabby, who was not even there, that they should take a break too. She then realized that Gabby had already left for a mission. Akio arrived there shortly after and became confused when he saw her alone. He commented that it was unusual because Gabby was always glued to her side, so she was hardly ever alone, which Asa agreed with. He told her that she could not lower her guard even while inside the manor, then asked what would happen if assassins managed to infiltrate the place again like what happened the previous day, before asking whether she wanted him to stay with her. Asa then called out to him and asked if he was hiding something behind his back, and it was then shown that Akio was holding a long crowbar behind him. He slowly stepped inside afterward, causing Asa to tell him to wait and that she would be fine even if she was alone. However, he did not stop, so she firmly repeated that she was serious and really fine on her own. She then stood up while continuing to stop Akio and shouted for him to stop already. She told him to stay back, but Akio ignored her, causing her to raise her hand toward him and warn him not to come any closer or she would be forced to act. While that was happening, the scene shifted once again to Kabushi Industries, where explosions could still be heard even from afar. One of the men there ran over to inform his companions that they had trouble and that the head of the Kagomori had apparently shown up there, shocking all of them. He also explained that Gonzo was destroying every Shingo-affiliated office all by himself, leaving the others even more stunned. One of them could not believe it because Natsuki and Fuyuki were supposedly always stuck to Gonzo like goldfish poop. So if Gonzo was there, then those two had to be nearby as well. He also informed his companions that Fuyuki's demon pair, Blacklist, was just as dangerous as Gonzo. If Blacklist caught them, it would steal every bit of information they possessed. However, another one pointed out that if they managed to switch its master to someone on their side, they would gain Whisper along with that treasure trove of intel. They then suddenly saw on a smartphone that Mr. Shingo had placed a 100 million yen bounty on Fuyuki's head and the capture of Blacklist, causing one of them to comment that they could always count on Mr. Shingo to put up rewards that were actually worth it. One of the men questioned whether Fuyuki's pair was supposedly bad at direct combat, and if that was true, then even they might stand a chance against it. However, another man said he had heard that Natsuki's pair was powerful. One more man added that if all of their demon wielders worked together, they might be able to take advantage of the chaos and claim the bounty, causing the others to shout that it was worth trying and that they should go for it. Not long after, those men finally made their move. They quickly gathered intel that Natsuki and Fuyuki were on the rooftop of their distro center, so they decided to launch a surprise attack from behind. A large number of demons were already lying in wait there, and before long, they all leaped simultaneously toward the siblings. In their minds, the goal was to take down Fuyuki first and then capture Blacklist. However, to their complete shock, the moment Natsuki turned around, he suddenly raised his fist and opened it, unleashing a powerful shockwave that struck every demon there. All of the attackers instantly collapsed and lost consciousness afterward, leaving the people who had planned the ambush utterly baffled. Even the owners of the demon pairs that charged in there were utterly stunned when they saw their demons collapse, causing their eyes to widen in shock. After that, Natsuki gave one of the demon pairs a pat on the back, then started removing his glasses and putting on an eye patch. Once he removed his hair tie, his hair fell into a ponytail, and he told Yin and Yang that they could show themselves now. It then turned out that it was actually Asa disguised as Natsuki, while on the side of the other Asa inside the Kagomori Manor, it was revealed that it was actually I, who managed to bite Akio on the arm. Shock was visible on Akio's face as his hand was severed, while the fake Asa, who was actually her bioluminescent lure, reminded him that she had warned him not to come any closer, and now she had him within reach. Jean arrived there shortly afterward and asked I not to take any more chunks out of Akio. They apparently needed to make him spill all the information he had. Akio fell silent for a moment after that, but eventually asked how long Jean had known about this. Jean then made coffee there, and just as he was about to take a sip, he explained that during their initial battle with Yuru, it was not him, the guy in charge pulling the strings, nor the pesky Haruo, whose hair and tortoise were already causing havoc, but Akio, a flesh and blood human and the only one among them who never brought out his demons, whom Yuru had chosen as his very first target, and that Yuru had even aimed straight for his head. He pointed out that Yuru only wanted to kill when he sensed that the other person wanted the same thing, which made him realize that Akio wanted Yuru dead. He added that he also suspected Akio was the one who killed the man leading the assault on the compound to keep him from talking. That was why he set up that trap, and Akio ended up falling for it, before asking him if he wanted some coffee. Akio refused and said that he was wide awake already, though he still thanked him, then explained that the rendezvous at Fujimurayama warehouse had been leaked to him by the Higashi village side. He added that he never expected he would end up associating with Higashi village, which irritated Jean greatly, as he immediately pointed out that they were not friends. Haruo then arrived and commented that it really sucked. He pointed at Akio and said that they were brothers even if they did not share the same blood, and added that he had faith in him. Akio merely stared at him while Haruo continued by telling him to just surrender and let them take him in because he did not want Akio to get hurt any more than he already was. He pleaded with Akio to give up, then said that afterward, they would both beg the master for mercy together, adding that he would kneel there beside him while begging too. Just as he was about to add that they would at least ask for Akio's life to be spared, Akio said that it was already too late, and added that he knew exactly who would never forgive what he had done. Akio then suddenly realized something and pointed out that not only was the master currently away, but Asa was not there either. In that case, he declared that he would level the place until there was nowhere left for her to hide, and after that, he ordered his demon pairs to reveal themselves, causing the surroundings to creak and tremble. He pointed out that his pair, Mountain God, was far too large for I to swallow, and as for Haruo's tortoise, it would be completely immobilized. As for the hare and its speed, he said it would amount to nothing more than a fly buzzing around an elephant. One of his pairs then stomped its foot beside him and asked Haruo and Jean if they should finally take the gloves off and treat this battle seriously while calling them gentlemen. Suddenly, someone beside him, who sounded like Gabby, asked whether this was the kind of fight one could actually follow along with, then commented that she liked the sound of that and wanted to join in. Akio became alarmed at that, but immediately thought that Gabby was supposed to be away on a mission. Because of that, he concluded that it was obviously a demon decoy. If he remembered correctly, Makoto Tachikawa's demon pair were shapeshifters, and the demons standing in the darkness had no shadow. However, the moment Gabby stepped into the light, a shadow appeared behind her, immediately catching Akio's attention. She commented that she bet Akio's mind was spinning and overthinking whether she was a decoy or not. She told him to chill out already because those pearly whites of hers were 100% real, then called him Hakio, greatly unsettling him. Their demon pairs then charged at one another, and the scene suddenly shifted over to the warehouse facilities. After Gonzo defeated all the men there, he headed toward Asa and the others on the rooftop and became delighted by the sheer number of demons there, prompting Fuyuki to praise him. He then asked whether it was all right for him to take charge of all of them at once, which Asa allowed. Gonzo bit his thumb shortly afterward and declared that it was time for a master swap for all those little critters. He spread his blood onto every demon there, and after a few moments, they regained consciousness and looked toward him. He told them that he was now their master, while the black and white figures floating above his head seemed to signal the demons around them. Before long, all of them started cheering and rushed toward him all at once to shower him with affection. Gonzo became delighted by that and told them to come closer if they wanted some sugar, while praising them and calling them good demons. The men there could not believe that he had stolen their demons. One of them shouted whether demon compatibility was not supposed to be an actual thing, while another questioned how it was possible for such a massive horde of demons to serve a single master without any infighting at all, and asked whether that was even possible. It was then explained that Gonzo Kagamori's demon pair was Hyaki Yako, or the Monster Parade. It was explained further that one issue immediately arises whenever a person tries to wield multiple demon pairs at the same time: their compatibility. Just like humans, demons have emotions too. Naturally, they also have things they like and dislike, and those feelings affect how they get along with one another. When someone contracts incompatible demon pairs, it results in infighting, and in the worst-case scenario, it can even endanger their master. However, all hope is not lost. There exists one pair capable of preserving harmony by turning incompatible pairs into the best of friends. And that pair was none other than Hyaki Yako. Because he possessed that pair, Gonzo Kagamori could form contracts with however many pairs he wanted without even having to think about compatibility. One of the men then commented in utter shock that Break turned countless demons into strays. Gonzo Kagamori gathered all of them together, while Fuyuki Kuroya stole all the information from them, before declaring that they were truly a trio of holy terror. Shortly afterward, the men reported everything that had happened to Mr. Shingo, which greatly irritated him. He commented that he already knew Gonzo, the two Kuroya siblings, and Gabby were heading there, but his source never mentioned that Asa would also be going there, which immediately caught Yuru's attention. Shingo irritably questioned Asuma and asked whether he knew about that, but Asuma shook his head and swore that he had no idea. Yuru then thought to himself and realized that Asa was actually there. Furious, Shingo demanded to know from the person on the other end where Ivan was, but the man replied that Ivan was not there, which only made him even angrier. While Shingo was distracted, Yuru pulled out the hidden weapon strapped to his legs. As Shingo continued raging about Ivan despite how much he was paying him, Yuru suddenly threw a kunai with a rope tied to its end and began strangling him with it. Yuru slowly tightened the rope around Shingo's neck while telling Asuma and Yazakura to remain exactly where they were, warning that if either of them moved even a little, he would kill Shingo. He then picked up the smartphone, still unsure what it was actually called, while the call was still ongoing, and told Shingo that he would be borrowing it. After that, the scene shifted to the parking lot of the warehouse facilities, and inside it, one of Makoto's demons, Akai, was stationed there while shape shifted into Gabby's appearance. As it watched the vehicles passing by on the road, the scene returned to Akio, who commented that he understood it now. The Gabi who left for a mission was actually Makoto Tachikawa's demon. Jin then explained that the addition of a wielder with a shape-shifting demon had broadened the scope of their plan. He said that he was the one who called Miss Tachikawa and had her pretend to be a family member to give Gabi a reason to leave the room. Apparently, she also had a knack for acting. Akio added that he had completely fallen for it hook, line, and sinker, thinking that he had gotten lucky and caught Aso alone, then commented that he truly hated women who were good at lying, while Jin merely watched him. He once again ordered his giant demons to charge toward Gabi, and as she grinned directly at them head-on, she called him a silly Billy. She asked if he had already forgotten who it was that tore off a chunk of his demon's horn back when they first met. Gabriel tried to clash head-on against Akio's giant demon once more, but its mouth was forced shut when it was stepped on by the creature's hoof. However, Gabi pointed out that she was pretty sure they had already shown him who the boss was the very first time they met. Gabriel's eyes sharpened because of that, and in an instant, it managed to break free from being pinned down and quickly bit into Mountain God's hoof, severing it completely. Just as it was about to crash onto the ground, I appeared there and devoured the severed hoof. Gabi then told Gabriel to chomp down on the rest of them already and leave the cleanup to Jin. Jin replied that he would handle that part, but as for Akio and Mountain God, he instructed her not to kill them. However, with an eager and bloodthirsty expression, Gabi replied that she could not make any promises. The section of the Kagamori Manor then began to shake violently, catching the attention of several people there as they wondered whether it was an earthquake. Makoto arrived there and instructed everyone to leave the area immediately, causing the man to stare at her in confusion while the woman asked what the problem was. She explained that she had a message from Mr. Jin and that everyone was to stay far away from Hagere's annex. She also requested that they spread that information throughout the manor. Just as another man was about to ask what was happening, they heard a loud tremor from one part of the manor, and when they looked out the window, they were stunned to see Akio's Mountain God outside, making them realize that enemies had infiltrated the place once again. Makoto replied that she thought it was more accurate to say that there had been one enemy inside all along. The scene then returned to the battle, where Gabriel charged at Mountain God once more. It managed to bite into one of the giant demon's eyes, prompting its partner pair to charge at it in retaliation. However, Gabriel successfully dodged its hoof strike and bit into it as well, causing another leg to be torn off and fall right in front of Ai. Seriousness filled Gabi's eyes as she instructed Gabriel, while Akio commented that Gabriel was an absolutely terrible matchup for them. Shortly afterward, he ordered another one of his mountain gods, Yamakaze, to take Gabi down first, and it immediately swung its massive tail toward Gabi's position, greatly alarming her. The gazebo was destroyed by that attack, but fortunately, Gabi managed to escape in time. It turned out that Haruo's hair demon had saved her, and while it carried Gabi in its arms, it irritably scolded Gabriel and told it not to focus solely on the enemy. It needed to properly protect its master too. It added that Gabriel was just like its master, with both of them getting angry far too easily. Akio immediately glanced toward Haruo and inwardly cursed him in irritation. Haruo then pointed toward him, and Torty appeared above him. Torty immediately prepared to unleash its heavy gravitational force, but Akio reacted quickly and called out another one of his mountain gods, Tanikaze. Before the gravitational force could hit Akio, Tanikaze managed to shield him and stared directly at Torty with its massive eye, making Torty nervous. Right after that, Tanikaze kicked Torty away and sent it flying, greatly alarming both Haruo and Bun Bun. Bun Bun also commented that it did not even manage to slow it down at all. Gabi then shouted at Akio to wait a second before saying that once they finished munching on one of his mountain gods, she would go after him next. Because of that, Jin asked if he still needed to remind her that she was not allowed to kill Akio or his demons, but Gabi reasoned that their master was just going to kill them anyway. She once again instructed Gabriel to chomp, and it managed to bite off another horn from Yamakaze, causing it to snap off and crash onto the roof where Jin and Haruo were standing, forcing the two of them to run away from it. Makoto then used a frying pan to shield Jin from the falling rubble. As Jin looked at the collapsing Hagure studio, He commented that he was sure Gonzo would kill all of them before he even made it back there. Meanwhile, inside the bath, Hagure was shown already asleep in the tub from being far too relaxed. The scene then returned to Gabby's side, where she asked Akio about what he had said earlier. Did he really intend to destroy that place until Asa had nowhere left to hide? She once again ordered Gabriel to chomp down on Yamakaze, causing a massive portion of its tail to be torn off. That mountain god screamed in pain from the damage it suffered, while Gabby declared that she could not allow Akio to get away with this. Ever since Asa was born, the adults around her apparently wanted her dead immediately. She had been locked inside a cell within the place she called home, cut off from the outside world where she could have lived freely. As she poured out her frustration, she continuously ordered Gabriel to chomp apart different sections of Akio's mountain god. She added that even after Asa finally escaped the barrier and left the mountain with her parents, people still continued to hunt her life even while she was already outside. Then, after years of constantly running away, her parents were snatched away just when they thought things were finally calming down, and apparently, Asa could not even rely on her grandmother. Gabby insisted that Asa no longer had anywhere left to return to. The one place where Asa managed to gain even the slightest bit of freedom was inside the Kagomori Manor. There, she had finally gotten a chance to live with some sense of security, no matter how small it was. And now, those psychos were trying to take even that away from Asa. With absolute fury, Gabby declared whether they seriously thought she would let them get away with that. She once again ordered Gabriel to chomp on Yamakaze, creating a massive hole straight through the center of its pupil, causing it to roar loudly in agony. As Akio watched his demons protecting him, he called out to them and told them that it was enough already. They did not need to fall alongside him. He declared that he was releasing them from their contract and ordered them to go home. The mountain gods stared at him, and not long after, they transformed into their relic forms before flying away from Gabby, causing her to shout that they were escaping. Jean then asked Akio whether he was forgetting something, before reminding him that a barrier surrounded the Kagomori Manor. Because of that barrier, the mountain gods simply slammed into it, greatly confusing them, before they fell straight down onto the ground. Jean then commented that they would just collect them later, while concern was visible on Akio's face. Pity could also be seen on Haruo's face as he looked at his brother, but unexpectedly, Gabby ordered Gabriel to charge once more and instructed it to chomp down on Akio himself. Because of that, both Jean and Haruo shouted at her not to do it. Bun Bun also tried to move quickly to save Akio while calling Gabby a dum-dum. Fortunately, a demon pair with katana-like features and kabuki mask faces suddenly appeared and blocked Gabriel, saving Akio. The demon pairs stared directly at one another as they clashed, and through sheer strength, they managed to push Gabriel backward, causing it to tumble across the ground. Akio also stared seriously at them, while one of the newly arrived demon pair asked whether there were naughty children around there, while the other asked whether there were crybabies there. Visible irritation appeared on Gabby's face when she saw them. It turned out that those were not Suki's demon pair as he appeared behind Gabby and told her that she was not allowed to kill Akio. Gabby glanced back at him and told him not to act like some big sister trying to stop her. Natsuki then grabbed her by the head and told her to calm down. He pointed out that Asa had not asked her to speak on her behalf, so she should stop taking the lead. One of his demon pairs once again asked whether there were crybabies there, and after a brief moment of thought, Gabby finally gave in to Natsuki's wishes and said that she would let Akio live for now. Haruo and his demons immediately let out sighs of relief after hearing that, while one of Natsuki's demons pointed its blade at Akio and asked whether there were naughty children there. Akio then realized that Natsuki and the Namo Mahagi had also remained there. He pointed out to Jean that he, Haruo, Gabby, and even Natsuki had all fought against him alone, then asked just how much firepower they thought they needed to throw at him. Jean explained that he went all out because he did not underestimate Akio's strength. His goal was to make sure Akio was captured alive. If he had brought fewer allies there, the outcome of the battle would have been far too close, and someone from either side might have died. Akio commented that it was an honor to be held in such high esteem. Parts of the roof tiles from the building behind them then began falling apart, causing everyone to look over there. Akio used that opportunity to quickly run away from them, prompting Haruo to shout for him to wait. One of Haruo's demons then asked Natsuki whether they should chase after him, but Natsuki replied that it was unnecessary. Akio would apparently soon face the worst possible outcome waiting for him. While running away, Akio wondered why nobody was chasing after him and commented that it was strange. When he looked ahead, he saw Makoto standing off to the side. He recognized her and noticed that one of her demons, Midori, was standing before him. Its scrotum suddenly glowed and expanded like a giant cloth, then began wrapping itself around Akio's entire body. Akio could only fall silent there and simply accept his fate. The surroundings around him then faded into darkness as he commented that this was the pits. Meanwhile, on Yuru's side, while holding the smartphone, the individual on the other end of the line continued calling out for Shingo. Yuru then asked whether all he had to do was speak into the front of it. Asuma agreed and instructed him not to touch anything on the screen unless necessary, causing Yuru to warn him not to move and once again remind him that he would strangle Shingo if he did. Because of that, Asuma raised his hands and simply complied. However, he quietly whispered that if Yuru killed Shingo by strangling him, he would actually be doing him a favor. Yuru became confused and asked whether he had said something, but Asuma merely grinned at him and said that he had not. Yuru then held the smartphone close to his face and asked the person on the line whether he was one of Shingo's subordinates. The individual was shocked and asked who he was, so Yuru simply replied that it was him, prompting the man to shout and demand to know who he really was. Because of that, Yuru finally told him that he was the twin bro they had been talking about, greatly shocking the man. The man immediately told his companion that it was Yuru from Higashi village, causing the other man to shout and ask why Shingo's phone was with him. Yuru informed them that he had taken the old man hostage and that he alone would decide whether Shingo lived or died, greatly alarming the men, while Asuma inwardly commented that Yuru was talking exactly like a real villain. Yuru then told them that if they valued Shingo's life, they should release the children they were holding hostage, but the man only irritably asked what exactly Yuru had just said. Because of that, Yuru tightened the rope around Shingo's neck even harder and made sure the men on the line could hear Shingo coughing. The men there became extremely alarmed and shouted about what he thought he was doing, then declared that they would kill him. Yuru replied that if that was the case, then so be it. If they wanted to kill him, then they should go ahead and try. Shingo glanced toward Yuru and called him a hot-headed brat. He suddenly spoke the name Fujin, and because of that, the rope tied to Yuru's kunai was instantly severed, greatly shocking him. A powerful impact also struck near Yuru, sending him flying backward. Shock was visible on Yuru's face as various objects around them seemed to float while powerful winds burst forth. Yuru became irritated by that and grabbed another kunai from his leg. He threw it toward Shingo, but before it could even reach him, Shingo uttered the word Raijin, and it was as if a thunder strike hit the kunai, causing it to fall uselessly onto the floor. Yuru stared at it in utter confusion, and shortly afterward, he felt a zap surge through his entire body. The electrocution drained all strength from him and caused him to collapse onto the ground. As Shingo removed the rope from around his neck, he commented that he had heard Yuru was a savage kid, but that he was even wilder than expected. He questioned what kind of hostage became berserk and violent when their own life was on the line. Shingo then urged Yuru to simply talk things out. The demons on both of his shoulders slowly emerged as he declared that unlike those villagers, everyone below the mountain were civilized folk. Yuru would apparently understand that if he just listened to him. Shingo grinned and said that he probably did not look like that, but deep inside, he was actually a pacifist, and it was then that the appearance of Shingo's demons was finally revealed to us. After that, Shingo picked up his phone and became disappointed when he realized it had been fried by the electric shock earlier, then commented that it was nothing but trash now. He added that Yuru should now be able to see that this was the very reason why he tried not to use Raijin more than necessary. He then introduced Yuru to his demons, Fujin and Raijin, or the god of wind and the god of lightning. He explained that their pair names said exactly that. Fujin manipulated the wind, while Raijin controlled lightning. Asuma merely watched the entire scene while Shingo looked at Yuru, who was still struggling on the floor, and declared that they were all going to play nice now, asking if that was right, calling him buddy boy. On the side of Shingo's subordinates who had been on the call earlier, They became extremely worried when none of their calls to him were connecting anymore. One of them thought that Brat must have done something to their Mr. Shingo. The boy had been making threats against the boss to force them to release the village hostages, and then they had heard coughing before the call suddenly cut out. Because of that, one of the men immediately tried calling as well, but cursed when his call also failed to connect. One of them then said that first things first, they should gather some men and send them to the boss as quickly as possible, while instructing the others to contact the guards watching the hostages as well. When they called one of the guards who seemed to be outside the warehouse facilities, the man became confused about why they were suddenly calling him. They asked where he was at the moment, and he answered that he had just entered through Gate 2. One of the men on the other end commented that it was perfect because that area was close to Mr. Shingo, then ordered him to check on him immediately and said they would follow after him. The man asked if all he needed to do was check on Mr. Shingo and questioned where exactly he was right now. Not long after, he remembered that the place was right beside where he was stationed, then told them he was heading there now, though he commented that he still did not understand what was happening. Behind a nearby bush beside the path the man was walking on, Dara and one of the bandits were hiding there, and the bandit asked Dara if that man was one of Shingo's subordinates, which Dara answered by saying that it certainly looked that way. The man became startled when he heard about Yuru and referred to him as the wild beast everyone had been talking about, then asked what he was supposed to do if that monster attacked him, which caught the attention of Dara and the bandit. The bandit then said bingo and remarked that the loudmouth man would lead them straight to Yuru. After that, he asked his demons if they could pull this off, and the two answered that the human had no demons accompanying him, so he would not be able to see them rushing toward him. The man complained to his companions over the phone that he had been planning to eat first, but they scolded him and told him to hurry up, asking who exactly was paying him to eat, which made him apologize and say he would head there immediately. While the man was still busy talking, Bowlegs suddenly rushed forward and stabbed the back of his neck. Bowlegs then began sucking on him, and the man slowly seemed to lose himself. He dropped the smartphone he was holding and collapsed onto his knees. The person on the other end of the phone became confused and asked what was wrong, questioning why he was making weird noises. The controlled man then picked up his phone and answered in a zombie-like tone that everything was all good and that he had only dropped his phone. They continued controlling the man there, and it appeared that Pigeon Toes was the voice directing the operation. He said that he wanted to confirm Mr. Shingo's location and asked if they could repeat it for him. The people on the other end answered that he was on the second floor of the TT logistics office, which he acknowledged. He then added a question about the hostages and asked if they could tell him where they were being held, and the man answered that they were inside the reception area at Ito Transport, after which he thanked them and said they would see each other soon. Once the call ended, the bandit emerged from the bush and wrapped an arm around the man they had controlled, then suggested that they should go collect Yuru first, which the controlled man immediately agreed to. Dara became shocked by that and commented that beneath the cutesy exterior of those demons, they were complete nightmare fuel. He immediately understood the gist of their abilities and pointed out that the bandit could use Mamegarasu to control an unruly twin whenever he wanted to, causing the bandit to turn and stare at him. The bandit then put on a hoodie and told Dara that he worried too much and should focus on saving Yuru for now. Dara only stared at him because of that before putting on his own mask as well. While that was happening, the scene shifted to the TT logistics office. Inside the room where Yuru and the others were, Asuma's demon Yozakura suddenly turned toward the door, causing Yuru to ask what was wrong. Shingo's demons also pointed toward the door, prompting Shingo to say that someone was coming. Worry appeared on Yuru's face as he turned toward it as well, but after a few moments, one of Shingo's subordinates entered the room and greeted them good evening. Everyone immediately stared at him. Shingo asked what he needed, and the man, who could not see demons, answered that nobody had been able to contact him through his phone, so he had been told to check on him. He explained that they had started worrying that something might have happened there. While he was saying that it seemed to have only been a false alarm, the man gradually lost consciousness and became zombie-like again due to bowlegs. And the moment he collapsed onto the floor, Dara and the bandit quickly rushed into the room ready to fight. In Dara's mind, he saw Yuru there, along with Asuma Kagomori and his skull-faced demon. He also became worried when he noticed that the male figure beside them, Shingo, already had his demon pair out as well. Yuru shouted for them to be careful and informed them that the old man's demons used lightning and wind. That immediately caught Dara and the bandits' attention, and when Shingo ordered Fujin to attack, Dara threw the body of the man they had used as bait, causing Fujin's attack to strike him instead. When Dara saw that, he realized it seemed to be some kind of wind cutter attack. On the bandit's side, he quickly threw a knife toward Shingo, but Shingo merely ordered Raijin to act, causing the knife to stop mid-flight through a lightning shock, and the sheer force of it alarmed both the bandit and Dara. Asuma then released a swarm of moths, which flew in front of Yuru and confused him. Yozakura suddenly emerged from them and grabbed Yuru before rapidly flying out of the room, leaving Dara and the others unable to react. The bandit, Dara, and even Shingo all became confused, and they were simultaneously shocked when Yuru suddenly vanished. Shingo became irritated at Asuma because of that, but Asuma clarified that it had merely been an emergency evacuation. He explained that there was no way he intended to hand Yuru back over to the enemy after they had gone through so much effort to capture him. He added that he had simply taken the liberty of spiriting him away somewhere else. Dara and the bandit both fell silent at that while Asuma gained their attention. The bandit then told them that since Yuru was no longer there, they had no reason to stay either, while Dara apologized for barging in so suddenly and politely wished them a good day. Shingo became furious at the sheer audacity of the two and immediately ordered Fujin to attack, greatly alarming them both. The blast released by Fujin's demon was so powerful that it sent Dara and the bandit flying out of the room. Fortunately, before completely falling, the bandit managed to grab onto a railing. Just as he was about to ask Dara if he was alright, he was shocked to realize Dara was no longer there. He cursed at him and shouted that Dara was even better at hasty retreats than anyone else, and it was then revealed that Dara had already made it outside the building. Shingo stepped out shortly after and grinned at the dangling bandit, causing him to become nervous the moment he saw him. On Dara's side, he followed Asuma's demon, and while watching it, he noticed that it was flying slower than before, prompting him to comment that chasing after it would require much less effort this time. Yozakura looked at him and nodded, causing Dara to become confused and wonder if it was telling him to follow it. The demon landed on the rooftop of another building and gently placed Yuru there. It turned out to be the same rooftop where Yuru had been earlier before he was captured. When Dara arrived there, he anxiously asked Yuru if he was alright, which immediately caught Yuru's attention. Dara apologized to Yuru and explained that he had been struck by the lightning of Shingo's Raijin demon earlier, but now he was finally able to move again. Dara then asked what the deal with that demon was, causing Yuru to tell him to hold on and not shoot it. He explained that it was Asuma's demon, Yozakura, and while he was not exactly sure if he could call it a friend, he clarified that it was at least friend adjacent. Yuru added that Yozakura had spoken to him while he was inside its stomach after it abducted him the first time. Back when he had been inside Yozakura during those moments, Yuru had been utterly shocked upon seeing himself surrounded by countless moths. Yozakura then spoke to him and apologized for being rough with him, which completely startled Yuru because he had not expected the demon to be capable of speaking. Yozakura explained that once he spoke, others could infer his intelligence from the things he said, so he intentionally stayed quiet and pretended to be a dumb demon in order to lure Hayato Shingo into a false sense of security. Yuru became confused about who Shingo was, so Yozakura informed him that the man was Asuma's uncle. First and foremost, Yozakura asked Yuru to allow him to make one thing clear. Asuma was not his enemy. Yozakura explained that Asuma hated Hayato Shingo to a murderous degree. He further explained that Gonzo Kagemori intended to use that incident to obtain the evidence he needed to expose the traitors within the clan. Since Asuma desperately wanted to bring Shingo down, he immediately seized that opportunity. Yuru asked why Asuma wanted so badly to defeat Shingo and reasoned that the man was his uncle after all. So Yozakura explained that ever since Asuma's mother Iori was a child, the Shingo family had continually rejected her and treated her as an unwanted burden on the family. He added that when the head of the Kagemori clan, a man of tremendous power, fell in love with that burden at first sight, it caused an enormous uproar. Yozakura also explained that Hayato Shingo, driven by greed, thoroughly exploited that family connection to expand his business and build the fortune he possessed now. Yet despite all of that, he never showed even the slightest gratitude or appreciation toward Asuma's mother. He then pointed out that Shingo's greed knew no bounds, and the moment he learned about Break and Seal through his Kagomori connections, he immediately began moving to obtain them as well. Yozakura remarked that Shingo was like a moth drawn to a flame, although he doubted the man was the only one like that, especially with Higashi village being involved too, prompting Dara to apologize. Yuru then asked that if Asuma was always around Shingo anyway, why did he not simply cut the man's head off? But Yozakura merely stared at him before explaining that he and Kinyu Gyukudo, meaning his other half, were extremely incompatible with Fujin and Raijin. He explained that when they were struck by lightning, they burned, and when they were struck by wind, they were blown away. Yozakura pointed out that they could not defeat Fujin and Raijin, and Asuma understood that very well, which was why he pretended to obey Shingo. After that, he said that Asuma was a kind boy and that he had restrained himself for many years for the sake of Asagiri and himself. Yuru remembered Asuma's face and questioned Yozakura's claim that he was kind, saying that there was nothing kind-looking about that grin and that it only looked shady. Yozakura then wondered how Asuma had ended up constantly wearing such a scheming expression, although he admitted that his natural face did not help either. While that was happening, the scene shifted to the place where a village child and the fake Asa were being held hostage. One of the men there received a call and said that he had gotten the information. He explained to his group that it seemed the head of the Kagomori clan and Asa had arrived there, and no one could get in contact with the boss anymore. The group whispered among themselves and questioned what exactly the twin brat had done. If Mr. Shingo had really been captured, then the boy wanted them to release the hostages, though the woman pointed out that the brats still had not discovered their location yet, right? The fake Asa secretly created a string and slowly moved it beneath the carpet and into a vent. The string emerged outside and slithered like a snake. It crawled toward a nearby bench, and there it was revealed that Danji had been sitting there, while his own matching string reacted to the one Joji had sent. Not long after, Danji happily told the alien-looking demons beside him that his other half was there, causing them to cheer that they had succeeded. However, he added that his other half was being held hostage alongside a village girl, and all of the guards watching them were demon wielders as well, so escaping would not be easy at all, which worried the two other demons. One of them asked whether those people were the enemies who had raided their village, and Danji agreed while explaining that his other half said they had been kidnapped and were currently being used as bargaining chips for negotiations with Yuru, causing the male alien-looking demon to comment that now it made sense why she had not come out despite him waiting there for so long. Danji also informed them that his other half had said both twins were nearby, which completely shocked the two demons upon learning that Yuru and the real Asa were there. The two demons became excited, with the female one commenting that the twins were serious hard hitters and suggesting that they asked the divine guardians left and right to rescue them, while the male demon added that they were demon pals with them after all. However, Danji worriedly said that the real Asa probably hated his other half, and that Yuru likely did too. He then admitted that after what he had done, he no longer felt he had the right to ask Yuru for help. The female alien demon told him he should still try, while the other added that Yuru wanted to see him, explaining that Yuru himself had said he had all kinds of questions for him. The demon also pointed out that Yuru would surely come for him even if he was angry, but Danji questioned how he was supposed to find Yuru, and only Yuru, right beneath the enemy's nose, adding that there were demons all over the area and that he had no idea who was friend or foe, nor where anyone was, especially the divine guardians. His companions became worried about what else they were going to say to him, but not long after, Danji suddenly realized something. While that was happening, the scene returned to Yuru and the others. Yozakura apologized to Yuru for manipulating both him and Dara without a proper explanation, and Yuru agreed, saying that if it had been him, he would have explained things much earlier, though as long as it was for their best interest, he was willing to team up with them and help them out. Yozakura then explained that if they stayed in close contact, Shingo would notice. So in order to protect Asuma, he had tried to keep their interactions to the bare minimum. Dara then called out to Yuru and said that Jin Kagomori had done the same thing. After that, the scene returned to the time when Dara had gone to Jin's bar to talk with him. There, Dara informed Jin that the enemy already knew Yuru was off the mountain and had made him their target. On top of that, the one responsible was powerful enough to abduct both the fake Asa and a child from Higashi village as hostages. Jin commented that the culprit sounded like a greedy man who employed many demon wielders under him, and he said he could think of one person who fit that description perfectly, which Haruo agreed with as well. Haruo added that it actually worked out well since they themselves had long wanted to round up that group, before agreeing to Dara's proposal. He stated that they would be there on the designated day, then stood up and said that was all, and that Dara could leave now, prompting Dara to stop him and tell him to wait a second. Dara asked whether they were not going to flesh out a more proper plan, but Jin pointed out that a long secret meeting risked alerting the enemy, so he believed it was better not to. Jin then said they would improvise the rest on the spot, something Dara visibly could not wholeheartedly agree with. Jin added that there was one more thing. He expected Asuma to be there, and if Dara happened to run into him, he wanted Dara to pretend that Asuma was his enemy. He pointed out that Asuma was not actually their enemy, and if Dara encountered him, he should not attack him. Jin also handed Dara a letter from Asa and asked him to make sure Yuru received it. After that, Dara remarked that apparently that had been the entirety of their meeting, causing Yuru to comment that the plan had been incredibly slapdash, prompting Dara to retort that Yuru had no right to say that. Yozakura then informed them that Shingo had recently taken in an exceptionally skilled demon wielder, and because of that, they had become even more cautious so as not to alert him. He revealed that the man wielded demon samurai swords, one long and one short, and warned them to be wary of him. That immediately caught Dara's attention, and he said that Yozakura must be talking about Perv Man, the serial groper, but Yozakura clarified that the man's real name was Ivan Yasano. Yuru became confused by what Dara had said, so Dara explained that he meant a man who habitually harassed women by touching them indecently, before pointing out that, just to be clear, there were female gropers too. That immediately enraged Yuru, and he declared that such behavior deserved 1,000 deaths, and that people like that ought to disembowel themselves out of shame. Dara commented that he still truly did not understand Yuru's sense of morals, and pointed out that in Japan, people did not get sentenced to death over groping. After brushing that aside, Dara tried explaining about Ivan again, but ended up calling him Perv Man once more, prompting Yozakura to correct him before Dara continued by saying that they had clashed with him before, and it seemed that Ivan knew something about Yuru's parents. Dara added that the way the man had avoided the subject left him with a bad feeling, while Yuru's face visibly filled with shock. He further explained that Yuru's guardians were probably fighting him as they spoke, and that their goal was to capture Ivan alive. Yuru immediately grabbed all of his belongings and urged Dara to go help left and right, which Dara agreed to, saying that he only needed to grab his rifle first. Dara then asked Yozakura if he could help them, but Yozakura answered that he only followed Asuma's orders, so Dara simply let it go. Yuru suddenly looked up toward the sky and noticed something there. He pointed out that it was a smoke signal, which confused Dara, so Yuru showed him where it was, though Dara still could not see it. Yozakura then asked Yuru if he was sure it was not simply some kind of fire, but Yuru denied that and declared that he would stake his life on it being a signal used in Higashi village. He explained that he and Danji always used smoke signals like that to pass messages between the mountains and the village. The meaning of the signal he saw was "need help," which made him realize that Danji was asking for help. Yuru then informed Dara that Danji had once said he would search for his other half down below, and if he went to a place like that, then Yuru already knew what it meant. Dara asked him where they were going then. Were they heading for the hostages, or the lead regarding his parents? The scene then showed Danji indeed sending up a smoke signal from the side of an area. He informed his pair that he had already asked Yuru for help, which confused her. Danji said that all he could do now was hope Yuru would see the smoke signal, while Joji wondered if Yuru would truly come help them after everything that had happened. Danji answered that after what they had done, he honestly was not sure whether Yuru would really come. The young village girl beside Joji began trembling in fear, so Joji whispered to her not to worry, calling her Azumi, and assured her that help was definitely on the way. She asked who was coming for them, and Joji answered that it was Yuru. He insisted that Yuru would never abandon him. Azumi thought about that for a moment and ultimately chose to believe him despite still being terrified. In Joji's mind, he warned Yuru to be careful because every guard there was a demon wielder. Not long after, loud crashing noises echoed outside the room they were being held in, immediately drawing the guards' attention. One of the men guarding them shouted for help, as though they were desperately trying to stop whoever was attacking them. Moments later, the room's door suddenly exploded open, sending the two guards nearest to it flying away. Joji and Azumi became overjoyed upon seeing that happen and immediately assumed it was Yuru. However, when the intruder spoke, it turned out to be Asa alongside Fuyuki, and Asa explained that she had seen the Higashi village distress smoke signal, adding that only a very small number of people would use something like that below the mountain. She clicked her tongue in irritation loudly enough to echo across the entire galaxy, then added that she had thought it was Yuru, but apparently it was not. Because of Asa's furious and terrifying expression, both Joji and Azumi began trembling and crying, while Danji apologized and admitted that the scary one had ended up being the one who arrived there instead. After that, we went back to a point in time where Mine brought Asa to a part of the forest. The two of them sat off to the side beside a warning sign about bears. Mine then taught Asa how to send smoke signals with actual meanings. He explained that she could combine long trails of smoke with short ones in order to signal different kinds of messages. He demonstrated how it worked by making signals that meant come, run, help, where are you, and foe. Not long after, Mine's wife, Nagisa, arrived there and immediately told them to stop and not send out smoke signals. Mine was surprised by that. While Nagisa kept telling them to put it out, he asked in confusion why. He explained that they needed to teach Asa smoke signals in case they ever became separated below the mountain. Nagisa replied that it was far too conspicuous, but Mine answered that that was the entire point and questioned how people below the mountain communicated when they were far apart. Nagisa informed him that they had things called telephones and placed her belongings down nearby. She sounded irritated as she commented that even if she charged it, it probably would not work anymore now. Asa picked up the telephone Nagisa was referring to and asked what it was, so Nagisa explained that it was something she had back when she ended up in Higashi village. She added that she had originally planned to call emergency services from a pay phone, but she could not find a single one anywhere. She explained that she had completely fallen out of step with the flow of the world after being stuck in the village for so long. Her public transportation smart card was probably expired too, so the only thing she could still rely on was cash, since unlike everything else, money probably had not changed. In her mind, she thought that she needed to find a police kiosk as soon as possible and asked them to keep them safe. However, she quickly dismissed the idea and reminded herself that the area was still Higashi village turf, and there was no telling where they might have stationed their people. She also became worried after remembering that Yuru was still there. Not long after, Asa asked her parents whether they were not going back for Yuru, prompting Mine to look at the deeply troubled Nagisa. He told Asa that he had taught her brother every survival skill he knew, and because Yuru was strong, she should trust him. Nagisa then held her face in worry and questioned what would happen if the villagers locked Yuru up in a cell in exchange for Asa or something like that, which immediately caught Mine's attention. At that moment, two men dressed in modern clothing spotted them. One of them commented that he had never seen them before, while the other remarked that they looked strange because they were wearing kimonos. One of the men asked where they were from, so Nagisa nervously answered that they lived in Tokyo. She explained that they could think of their outfits as family cosplay. She added that they simply liked wearing traditional clothing and taking pictures in places with a lot of history, but unfortunately, they had lost their luggage in the mountains. Asa, meanwhile, became confused by the word cosplay. Mine then caught the attention of the two men. He picked up a piece of wood and brought up what Nagisa had said earlier about there being no violence below the mountain, even if someone had a good reason for it. The expressions of the two men immediately changed, and they became serious. They revealed their weapons and demanded that Asa be handed over peacefully so nobody would get hurt, while one of them added that they should all return to Higashi village. Nagisa then asked Mine if this was one of those situations where violence really was the only answer, to which he replied that in this case, yes, it was. Not long after, Mine effortlessly took the two men down. The three of them immediately fled the area afterward, and while they were running, Nagisa thought to herself that if she asked somewhere for asylum, would she end up appearing on the news as the woman who miraculously reappeared after going missing on a mountain years ago? She imagined everyone staring at her and realized that it would practically be the same as announcing Asa's location to Higashi Village. Because of that, she became distressed and questioned whether there was truly no safe place at all. She pointed out that Asa was extremely frail while Yuru was all alone, then desperately questioned how she was supposed to protect the two of them. After that, we returned to the present where Asa was glaring at Joji and Azumi with a frown, which deeply terrified them. The two guards were shocked by her sudden arrival, so both of them immediately sent their demon pairs at her. However, Asa simply used break on them, effortlessly immobilizing and defeating them. The guards were completely stunned by that and shouted in fear. Not long after, Fuyuki's demons picked up their demons and declared that they would be taking them, causing the female guard to burst into tears. She could not believe that Asa was there because she had assumed Asa became weaker at night, while the male guard questioned whether that was really what they considered weak. That was simply how overwhelmingly powerful break was. Asa then snapped her fingers, causing her yin-yang demon pair to appear. She immediately ordered the two of them to take Joji and Azumi away, which startled them badly. The two demons stared at the pair for a moment before suddenly grinning at the thought of what they were about to do. They brought them into the same white space where they had previously taken Yuru, and after being set down there, confusion immediately appeared across their faces. Asa soon appeared there as well and caught their attention, which shocked them even more. Joji immediately moved in front of Azumi protectively and demanded to know what was happening and where they were, but Asa merely asked whether Azumi was the only child those people had taken hostage. Joji answered that Azumi really was the only hostage. He explained that she was just an innocent little girl who had gotten dragged into everything, then pleaded with Asa not to hurt her, though Asa simply stared at him. Asa then said that there were many things she wanted to say to Joji, enough that she could go on and on for a very long time. But for now, there was a but. For the time being, she told them to behave and stay there quietly, and promised that she would let them out after she completed her mission. She added that once that time came, Joji would explain absolutely everything to Yuru, from beginning to end, without leaving out a single detail. After that, Asa called for Yin-Yang and instructed them to let only her out while keeping the other two inside. Before leaving completely, Asa asked Joji not to lie to Yuru. She then left the white space and temporarily left Azumi and Joji there. Once outside, Asa moved again alongside Fuyuki as they pursued several more guards around the area. While the men were running, one of them repeatedly shouted that it was impossible and that there was no way they could ever defeat them. After descending one floor, they suddenly encountered Gonzo, who simply smiled at them, which utterly terrified them. The men screamed so loudly in fear that the sound echoed all the way outside. One of them panicked as Gonzo began stealing his demon, while another desperately protested that he was just an average Joe, but Gonzo defeated them anyway. Danji and the alien-looking demons heard the commotion and immediately fell silent. Not long after, Dara and Yuru finally arrived there, and Dara read the sign on the building that said Edo Transport before commenting that it was just like Mamegarasu pumping out bad guys non-stop, while Yuru remarked that in that case, there was no doubt the hostages were inside. He also commented that it sounded extremely noisy in there, which Danji agreed with. However, just as he was about to explain that the real Asa had already arrived there, he looked at Yuru and suddenly burst into tears. Danji dropped to his knees and clung to Yuru's leg while crying and saying that he had finally come, prompting Yuru to call him a moron and explain that it was not like he came there to help him. He pointed out that if Danji was there, then phony Asa had to be there too. And if phony Asa was there, then the village child was there as well, adding that he only came there to rescue that child. Meanwhile, after speaking with the two demons in black suits with pug faces, Dara realized that they were the aliens Ken had been talking about, prompting the two of them to clarify that they were actually demons and that they were pleased to meet him. Dara then commented that in that case, the little fella must really be Danji, adding that he had never seen his true form before. Yuru then told Danji that the divine right and left were currently handling the lead regarding his parents, and explained that he simply did not feel like going there because he trusted those two and nobody else. He also insisted that he only came there because of the process of elimination. But just as he was about to say something else, he noticed Dara trying to hold back his laughter, prompting Yuru to irritably ask why he was grinning like that. While the loud commotion inside the building continued, Yuru asked what exactly was going on. He pointed out that if Asa was there, then he had no reason to rush. Inside the building meanwhile, while walking through the hallway, Asa asked Gonzo whether he thought Team Manor was doing all right, to which he replied that with the lineup they had there, he was certain they were completely fine. Gonzo recalled the shock on one of the men's faces upon Break's arrival and commented that they had completely fooled all of them. Meanwhile, while recalling how she had repeatedly kept saying that she wanted to see Yuru, Asa let out a sigh of relief and admitted that acting like a broken record had been exhausting, even if it had been part of the plan, prompting Fuyuki to question her claim that it had merely been acting and point out that she was genuinely like that all the time. Asa irritably insisted that it really had just been an act, and that I had exaggerated it too, but Fuyuki refused to agree and said that she was always like that. He even bet that it had been easy for I to imitate her, especially since he himself had not even noticed when the two of them switched places. Something suddenly caught Asa's attention, and she immediately turned toward it. She said that she could hear Yuru's voice, causing Fuyuki to comment that she was now hearing things, and that she truly had become broken. Not long after, Asa smashed one of the windows open and waved outside, while happily declaring that she had finally found Yuru, which completely shocked Yuru when he saw her. Asa immediately asked whether he was alright and whether he had died, so Yuru answered that he had no time to die because he was far too busy living. Meanwhile, Fuyuki internally remarked that Yuru really had been there after all. Yuru then asked whether there had not been hostages inside, specifically the village child and the fake Asa. Asa informed him that both of them were completely safe and explained that she had already placed them somewhere secure. She then instructed Yuru to call her awesome and give her a tight hug, but he told her that if she wanted something like that, she should ask right instead. The two alien-looking demons happily told Danji that it seemed both his other half and the village child were safe, then asked whether that was not wonderful news. Danji burst into tears again afterward and called out to Yuru while thanking him for coming there. Yuru replied that he had not actually done anything, so Danji should save his thanks for Asa instead. Danji agreed with him and admitted that he already knew that, but he was still happy that Yuru had come. He thanked Yuru once more, apologized to him, and promised that he would never lie to him again. Yuru scratched his cheek awkwardly because of that, and as a return gesture, he gave Danji a pat on the shoulder. Danji also thanked Asa, which visibly surprised her, though she immediately insisted that it was not like she had done all that for him and clarified that she only did it for Yuru. She added that the Kagomori clan had taken care of her, and that the mission benefited them as well. As far as she was concerned, Higashi village could go to hell, and she would not care at all. Danji then commented that Asa and Yuru were really like peas in a pod, which irritated Yuru enough to ask what exactly he meant by that, prompting Dara to jokingly suggest that maybe it was the part about being violent maniacs. Afterward, Dara spoke to Gonzo and called him Big Daddy Kagomori. He pointed out that the last time they saw them, Shingo had been at the TT Logistics office. He then told Gonzo to head over there and show everyone who the real boss was, to which Gonzo confidently replied that doing that would be easy. Gonzo then invited Fuyuki and Asa to move out, which Fuyuki immediately followed. Before leaving, Asa called out to Yuru and told him that they would meet again later, which Yuru casually agreed to. Fuyuki then dragged Asa away, and while being pulled along, Asa excitedly gushed that Yuru had replied to her so casually. She happily said that he had promised they would meet again with nothing more than a yup, and added that she was incredibly happy he was still alive, while Fuyuki simply told her that they needed to get moving already. Danji then remembered something and asked Yuru what he had meant earlier about a lead regarding his parents and about the divine left and right. Yuru recalled it and explained that his father and mother were missing somewhere out in the outside world, and that divine right and left were currently fighting a man who apparently knew something about them, which meant he needed to hurry. Because of that, Danji suddenly shouted at him and called him a big idiot while demanding to know why he had not gone there first instead, which completely confused Yuru and made him ask why Danji was suddenly calling him an idiot. Danji then pointed out that Yuru's family was missing and insisted that they should have been his top priority. He told him to value his mama and papa properly. Yuru immediately asked whoever said he did not, though he was utterly bewildered by the situation and questioned why first Asa and now Danji were both suddenly saying the same thing. He complained that everyone kept calling him an idiot. Danji insisted that the precious Asa inside the cell had been fake the entire time, and that he had been fooled like a complete idiot, so he questioned why Yuru had prioritized them over his own parents. Yuru immediately exploded in anger after hearing that and shouted that Danji had just reminded him about how phony Asa had deceived him for years, then angrily called him a little jerk, while the alien-looking demons, the pug, and Dara all silently watched the two of them in complete speechlessness. The female alien demon then commented that it sounded like the two of them had finally made up, which the male alien demon readily agreed with. After that, we returned to the outside of one of the warehouses. The exhausted guard there was doing his patrol when his flashlight suddenly died. He commented that the thing had completely run out of juice and complained that they had been getting way too stingy with expenses lately. When he noticed that the door to one of the warehouses had been destroyed, he became mildly irritated and questioned what the hell had happened there, wondering whether some robber had broken in with heavy machinery or something. He tried turning on the lights, and just as he was about to complain about what a pain in the ass the situation was, he suddenly saw a massive pool of blood and dismembered body parts scattered throughout the warehouse. His stomach churned violently from the sheer disgust and shock, while his knees gave out beneath him and forced him to sit down. He immediately called head office and desperately told them to contact the police. In complete distress, he explained that something seriously horrifying had happened there. After that, we returned to Divine right and left as they continued facing Ivan. Right attempted to throw a forklift straight at Ivan, sending it flying toward him at high speed. However, Ivan easily dodged it and counterattacked with rapid slashes from his demon swords. He pointed out that Right had claimed they intended to capture him alive, but it honestly looked like he had just been yanking his chain and was genuinely trying to kill him instead. Right casually told him not to worry because he personally was not trying to hit him, though he admitted he could not guarantee the same thing when it came to Left. Above Ivan, Left hurled a steel beam directly at him, but Ivan smoothly sliced it perfectly in half with his sword. It turned out that Left had actually been pushing the beam toward him, and because of that, Ivan's sword ended up cutting directly through the middle of her hand and slicing it from the middle. The blade continued cutting deeper into her arm, greatly shocking Left, while a deadly seriousness appeared in Ivan's eyes. From behind him, something suddenly came flying toward Ivan at incredible speed, forcing him to pull his sword out of Left's hand in order to block it. It turned out to be an arrow, and because of that, Left and Right instantly realized that Yuru had arrived. All three of them turned toward Yuru at the same time and saw him standing atop a water storage tank directly in front of the moon. Yuru quickly followed up with another arrow, immediately drawing Ivan's attention once again. Ivan noticed that Yuru was backlit by the moon, and while continuing to dodge the arrows, he cursed and complained that the lighting made him incredibly difficult to see properly. While Ivan was still dodging, Right attempted to punch him, but Ivan avoided that attack as well. Left also tried to kick Ivan's body, though he successfully evaded that too. The attacks did not stop there, as Yuru continued raining arrows down on Ivan while the latter ran and dodged non-stop. Yuru then apologized in advance to Left and Right in case he accidentally hit them, prompting Left to reply that it did not matter at all and encourage him to fire his arrows however he pleased, while Right added that the arrows would just bounce right off them anyway. Yuru then called Ivan Pervman, causing Ivan to angrily ask who the hell was spreading that ridiculous name around. Because of that, Yuru instead referred to him as the demon-wielding swordsman and explained that he had heard Ivan knew something about his parents. Yuru added that he would rather not waste his arrows and urged Ivan to surrender already and tell them everything he knew. Ivan then told Yuru to come down from there, saying that maybe doing so would help jog his memory about Yuru's parents. Yuru simply replied with a hell no and declared that he was staying right where he was, prompting Ivan to comment that that was exactly what he expected. In Ivan's mind, he realized that not only did Yuru hold the high ground, but he was also being backed up below by Divine Right and Left. He commented that the two of them fought as though they did not care at all about getting hurt, and added that they were an enormous pain in the ass to deal with. Yuru then asked whether it was true that Ivan was the one who attacked Higashi village and took the hostages, before informing him that they had already rescued them and that the Kagomori clan was currently wrecking his buddy Shingo. Ivan questioned whether that was really true, and whether Shingo still got taken down even after gathering all those soldiers together. Yuru then declared that he no longer had any obligation to negotiate with them anymore. While aiming another arrow directly at Ivan, he ordered him to finally spill everything he knew about his family. Ivan answered that he understood and explained that it really did sound like curtains for Mr. Shingo. He agreed with what Yuru said and added that in that case, he no longer had any obligations left toward the old man either, so he supposed he could finally spill the beans. Of course, he added, Mr. Shingo had absolutely nothing to do with Yuru's parents, which immediately caught Yuru's attention. Ivan then revealed with a wide grin that he was the one who killed Mine and Nagisa, and that he had cleanly chopped their heads off, utterly shocking Yuru to the point that his eyes widened in disbelief. That revelation also caught the attention of right and left. After that, Ivan readied one of his blades and declared that now he was going to prepare a gift for his next client. He threw one of his katanas toward left, who immediately tried to block it using her right arm, but the blade suddenly vanished and reappeared lodged directly through the center of her chest. While moving swiftly and following through after his throw, Ivan explained that Yuru acquiring Seal needed to go smoothly and without any complications, which was why she needed to die. However, just as he was about to reach left, something long suddenly wrapped around his foot, immediately catching his attention. When he looked to see who had done it, it turned out to be Danji hiding behind a crater. Ivan quickly sliced through it so he could move again, but before he could fully act, Yuru managed to shoot an arrow straight into his right thigh. That immediately alarmed Ivan, while Yuru wore a furious expression as he demanded to know which arm Ivan had used to decapitate his parents. Filled with rage, Yuru shouted that the next arrow he fired would be going straight into that arm. On Asa's side, Jean called Gonzo to inform him about the events that had taken place at the Kagomori Manor, and Gonzo praised them for the excellent work they had done. He also instructed them not to let the individual he was referring to leave until he returned. After Gonzo ended the call, he let out a sigh and informed Asa and Fuyuki that their suspicions had been correct. Akio had betrayed them. The two simply closed their eyes and fell silent at that, while Gonzo added with a serious expression that it would be better for them to clean up the mess there and hurry back home. After that, we returned to several minutes earlier, before Yuru arrived at the battle between right and left against Ivan. While they were running, Dara explained that Yuru had already seen him use the rifle he carried against Tenaga Ashinaga before, so he had probably already realized this by now. However, even a single bullet fired from that gun was extremely lethal. He explained that if he shot an ordinary person with it, and he did not even mean hitting their vitals, he could not guarantee their survival. One shot alone carried the chance of killing their target, so he told Yuru to keep that information in mind. After that, he explained that while he wanted to capture that pervert and his demon pair alive, so they could get information regarding Yuru's parents, the man they were dealing with was skilled enough to sever one of Left's arms, so capturing him alive might prove to be a difficult task. Yuru was stunned upon learning that Left had lost an arm, but Dara explained that Left had simply accepted it without much issue, though his point still stood. That demon-wielding swordsman was an extremely dangerous opponent, and he reminded Yuru that no matter what happened, he must not fight him at close range. He also admitted that he was not confident he could keep up with him, so he would only support Yuru from afar using his rifle, which Yuru understood. Danji suddenly noticed something from their right side, so he immediately pointed out to Dara and Yuru that he could sense the divine right and left and indicated the path leading toward them. When they emerged from the alleyway between the two warehouses, they saw powerful explosions coming from the other side, leading Yuru to think that it was probably them already, while Dara commented that the battle there still seemed to be ongoing. Dara apologized to Yuru in advance in case he ended up killing that pervert. He explained that if Yuru's life ended up in danger, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He added that he would also be ready to follow Yuru's command, then asked if Yuru was okay with that, which Yuru acknowledged with a nod. After that, we returned to the present, where Yuru's arrow had just struck Ivan's right leg, while on another rooftop nearby, Dara had already taken position with his rifle aimed directly at the man. In his mind, Dara questioned whether the man had really claimed that he decapitated Yuru's parents, and whether it was actually true. He pointed out that they would have been far more useful alive as hostages, so he questioned why Ivan would have killed them. As he watched what would happen next, he also thought that it did not add up, then questioned whether Ivan was merely bluffing in order to provoke Yuru. On Ivan's side, he commented that Yuru had asked a very good question. Which arm had he used to cut down his parents? An immense amount of rage could be seen on Yuru's face as he kept his arrow aimed at Ivan, and even his breathing had become rapid. At that moment, he remembered his father's teachings about breathing deeply and exhaling slowly. He was supposed to expel both his breath and the noise inside his mind from his body. Ivan grinned at that and commented that he thought his right arm had taken down Mine, while his left had dealt with Nagisa, then questioned whether perhaps it had been the other way around, and while saying that, he inwardly urged Yuru to take the bait. However, Yuru was still seething with rage, to the point that the veins in his body were already beginning to pulse from anger. He also remembered his father's words regarding death strikes, where the disorder within a person's mind made them vulnerable. We then returned to Ivan, and while inwardly continuing to urge Yuru to waste his arrows and give him an opening, he questioned what the problem was and pointed out that the man who killed his parents was standing right in front of him, before questioning whether he was not going to avenge them. Because of that, Yuru became even angrier, and his body began trembling as he desperately tried to stop himself from giving in to his rage. In his mind, he told Mine that it was useless because he could not silence the noise. On Dara's side, he also tried telling Yuru to stay calm and not recklessly rush in. Yuru then remembered Asa's words that their parents were still alive and well, and that she simply knew it. His eyes widened again after remembering that, and because of it, he managed to take a deep breath and release all of his anger. After that, he told Ivan that he would not believe him until he saw proof with his own eyes, before ordering him to place his sword on the ground. Because of that, Ivan clicked his tongue in irritation while commenting that he's no fun. Left then pointed at the katana embedded in her chest and asked if she should hold on to this one. Ivan was shocked that even with a sword stabbed through her chest, she still did not seem hurt at all, and he let out an exhausted sound because of it. Afterward, he pointed out that he could see Yuru had someone behind him as well, referring to Dara holding the rifle, and added that if he tried to flee with that injured leg, they would catch up to him in no time. He cursed afterward and commented that before he even realized it, the hunter had become the hunted. He brushed off his situation and commented that he was not particularly eager to use what he was about to do, yet he still proceeded anyway. He brought his katana close to his neck and muttered the word Daikyo, before beginning to slice his own neck while smiling at them. Yuru and Dara were utterly shocked by that, and even Divine Left and Right were confused about what exactly he was doing. Something suddenly began bulging from Left's chest, and when she looked at it, the katana embedded in her chest appeared to be bubbling. The same thing happened to Ivan's neck while he continued slicing it, causing veins to bulge out across his body. Left's eyes widened after seeing that, while Right quickly instructed her to let go of the sword. She immediately struck the blade away from her chest with a palm strike, shattering it into many pieces, but while the fragments flew through the air, they began regenerating like flesh before Ivan caught them again. Bulging veins then began protruding from various parts of Ivan's body, and after a few moments, he pulled the blade out from his neck. Right took advantage of that opening and charged at him with incredible speed, but Ivan managed to evade him and countered by swiftly slicing through his left foot, completely severing it. Right landed in front of Left in order to protect her while his severed foot bounced away, then unleashed a powerful roar attack toward Ivan. Ivan quickly crossed his swords to block the attack and managed to split the circular blast into 4 separate pieces while remaining firmly in place. Right's blast flew toward the crater where Danji was hiding, catching him off guard. Ivan's eyes became even more serious as he prepared to charge once again, while Right called out to Left and asked whether she was okay. Left replied that this could become bad, which confused Right and prompted him to ask why. In an instant, Ivan moved swiftly and told Right to get out of his way because Left belonged to him. Yuru tried firing an arrow while Ivan charged, but Ivan easily sliced it in half while it was still mid-flight, catching Yuru's attention. Yuru immediately followed up with a rapid barrage of arrows, but Ivan avoided and struck each one while continuously moving. Because of that, Yuru irritably questioned whether Ivan was not supposed to have a leg wound. With the assistance of his demon's power, Ivan easily evaded the relentless rain of arrows Yuru unleashed. Yuru questioned how Ivan was still capable of moving so agilely, and when he tried reaching for another arrow, he realized that his quiver was already empty. Ivan managed to close the distance toward left and leaped while preparing to slash, prompting Yuru to shout at Dara to fire, which he immediately did. However, Ivan's demon saw the bullet. Using its blade, it quickly angled the sword toward the shot, causing the bullet to ricochet and change trajectory. Because of that, Wright ended up being struck directly in the chin by the bullet, completely shocking him. Dara fired another shot, but Ivan noticed it once again in an instant, and with a swift slash behind his back, he deflected the bullet again, causing it to strike Yuru in the shoulder instead. The impact sent Yuru's body flying backward and downward, greatly alarming Dara when he saw it happen. In the next instant, Ivan charged toward left once again. He attempted to drive his blade into her body, but Wright managed to lift left and carry her upward to safety. They immediately rushed over to the fallen Yuru and called out to him in great concern, but it turned out he was still alive, and Yuru explained that the bullet had only grazed him and that he could still move his arm. Wright then instructed him not to move around and to simply stay lying down. On Ivan's side, he commented that he had nearly taken Yuru down, but then the veins on his face suddenly bulged out again, causing him to groan in pain. Dara could not believe that Ivan was capable of redirecting bullets whenever he deflected them. Dara attempted to target the man once more, but Ivan suddenly vanished the moment he lined him up in his crosshairs, prompting him to curse in irritation and comment that Ivan had escaped them. We were then shown Danji, who had been buried beneath the crater that exploded earlier, now lying there in a daze. After that, we returned to the situation involving the security guard at one of the warehouse facilities. The man was still completely shaken while explaining to headquarters that the inside of the warehouse was a complete bloodbath. He explained that he could not even count how many bodies he had seen, but at any rate, there were countless dead people inside. He desperately begged them to come there immediately. Ivan then arrived there and questioned why they still had not cleaned up the bodies. The guard became confused upon seeing him and asked who he was, but Ivan completely ignored him. Ivan simply walked inside, prompting the guard to try stopping him. He explained that Ivan could not enter there because it was a crime scene and the police were already on their way. Ivan still did not even look at him and merely continued walking toward the X mark made from tape on the floor, while the guard kept questioning what was happening and whether Ivan was involved in all of it. Once Ivan took position there, he raised one of his katanas and sheathed it once again, causing him to suddenly vanish from where he stood and leave behind nothing but thin air. The guard was utterly confused after witnessing that happen. He fell completely speechless, then told headquarters with an even more disturbed expression that a man had just vanished into thin air, prompting headquarters to ask him what he had just said. They questioned whether he was feeling all right and told him to try calming down. After that, we returned to the building where Shingo and the others were. There, Shingo's demons had captured the bandits' demons that they had caught. Shingo questioned the power of the bandits' demons that possessed the ability to control people, then commented that they had truly come prepared. He then asked the bandit whether he was a Higashi village soldier sent to retrieve Yuru, but the bandit did not answer and merely stared at him. Shingo then instructed Fujin and Raijin to maintain a firm grip on those creepy little creatures. He explained that having his body taken over was the last thing he needed. Asuma then looked out the window and commented that a group seemed to be forming outside. Shingo agreed and said that he believed his men were returning to check on the situation there since his phone had been fried. Asuma informed him that the Kagamori had also brought Aso along, prompting Shingo to comment that perhaps it would be better for them to leave before their demons ended up getting stolen. Asuma agreed while picking up a knife and commented that if his father discovered he had been acting as a spy for the Shingo family, he would be killed. With a grin on his face, he suggested that they dispose of the witness, then pointed out that dead men tell no tales, greatly alarming the bandit. Shingo coldly instructed him to do it, causing the bandit's demons to shout at them not to. Shingo then instructed Asuma to dispose of him cleanly because he did not want their office getting dirty. The bandit desperately shouted for them to wait and questioned whether they were not even going to try negotiating with him or something. But Asuma answered no, prompting the bandit to ask whether they could reconsider. Shingo suddenly remembered something and asked Asuma whether he had ever killed someone before, which Asuma answered by saying he never had. Shingo then grinned and commented that there was, however, a certain someone he had wanted to kill for a very long time. At that moment, Yozakura suddenly appeared behind Shingo and instantly pinned him down onto the floor. Asuma then instructed Fujin and Raijin not to move, greatly shocking them. He explained that as long as they remained by his uncle's side, he could never make a move. But finally, he now had the opportunity to kill Shingo with his own hands while addressing him as "Dear Uncle." A nervous expression appeared on Shingo's face after that happened. He shouted at his demons and irritably questioned whether they had not sensed Yozakura. Asuma then informed him that Yozakura was one of the very best when it came to concealing both his presence and hostility. Yozakura then explained that Gonzo, Asa, and Fuyuki were already close by and would arrive there shortly, utterly shocking Shingo when he heard him speak. After that, Asuma declared that they would allow themselves to obtain all the intel Shingo possessed before taking his life as well, greatly alarming him. Because of that, Shingo shouted at Fujin to blow Yozakura away, but Yozakura warned him that he would snap his neck before Fujin's wind could even reach him. Asuma added that if Shingo used lightning instead, he would electrocute himself as well. He then addressed Fujin and Raijin, explaining that Yozakura would snap their master's neck as well if they attacked him. In the bandit's mind, he questioned what exactly was happening there. Was this some kind of falling out? Shingo then questioned Asuma about why he had done this. He asked whether Asuma had any idea how much money he had invested into him. Asuma questioned Shingo's use of the word invested. He explained that he understood now. After a lifetime of controlling people with money, that was still the only thing Shingo valued, even while standing on the brink of death. He then explained that the Kagomori, including their servants, were a clan of rejects, people whom society deemed unwanted, heretical, strange, and abnormal. He added that after the treatment his mother received from the Shingos, the Kagomori clan had become paradise for her. It had been her salvation. On a personal level, he explained that he could not tolerate Shingo's attempt to steal the twins' powers in order to seize control of the clan. He added that Shingo was clearly not alone in his attack against the Kagomori, and pointed out that surely he understood that someone as conniving and foolish as him could never crush them on his own. Someone had to be whispering in his ear. Asuma pointed the knife at him and seriously demanded to know who it was. At that moment, Ivan suddenly appeared out of thin air, immediately catching Asuma's attention. Asuma became confused about what was happening, while Shingo commented that Ivan's timing was perfect and quickly ordered him to cut Asuma down. Ivan smiled as he understood the situation, then pointed out to Shingo that he had already warned him before that he could not let his guard down around his own nephew. Shingo shouted at him to forget that and explained that Gonzo, Asa, and Fuyuki were already on their way there, and if they got caught by them, everything would be over. Ivan commented that he had a point, and in the next instant, he suddenly sliced Yozakura in half, while also taking Shingo's head along with the slash. Shingo became confused by what had happened due to Ivan's incredible speed, while Asuma shouted Yozakura's name in alarm. Immediately after that, Ivan sliced Fujin and Raijin apart as well in a blink before they could even move. He explained that if Fuyuki's demon pair captured them, they would suck every bit of information out of them, so it was time for them to die. Afterward, he asked Asuma in an eerie tone whether Shingo had told him anything. We then briefly returned to Yuru's situation, and there, a deeply worried Dara pointed out that what Yuru suffered was far more than just a graze. He explained that the bullet had shaved off part of his shoulder. Dara nervously wrapped cloth around the wound. He pointed out that if they went to a normal doctor for a gunshot wound, those people would start asking all sorts of questions, while Yuru asked whether Hana would get angry about it. Dara admitted that it was his fault and said that he never expected Ivan to be capable of deflecting rifle rounds with a sword, but Yuru simply brushed it off and pointed out that none of them could have seen that coming, so he should not feel bad about it. Yuru then found himself wondering whether the man's skill came from the abilities of his demon swords, or if it was simply his own talent. Left answered that it was likely the master's own skill combined with the power of his demon pair, prompting Yuru to point out that in that case, they must simply be extremely compatible. Whatever the case might be, Yuru commented that Ivan was unbelievably strong, so much so that he was capable of fighting both right and left at the same time. Right suddenly remembered something then, and that was Danji. He called out to him from the rooftop, and fortunately, Danji regained consciousness almost immediately. Danji quickly lifted his body and asked where the enemy had gone, so Right informed him that Ivan had escaped. Right then asked him to retrieve his leg, which immediately worried Yuru about what had happened there. Yuru asked whether Right would really be okay, which Right affirmed while telling him not to worry. He added that the same went for Left's arm. Left then instructed him to simply give them that material from the DIY merchant that sticks things together. Right let out an exhausted-sounding groan over the whole situation and asked whether Left would really be okay even after being stabbed through the heart, to which Left agreed and explained that unlike humans, they did not have hearts to begin with. That confused Yuru, prompting him to ask whether that meant they would not die even if their heads were cut off, which Left answered with a likely, while Danji was shown here already running toward them carrying Right's severed leg. Yuru became utterly baffled and asked what exactly would have to happen to Left and Right for them to die, causing the two to pause and think about it. The two looked at each other for a moment, and before long, they answered in unison that they did not know. They had never died before, causing both Dara and Yuru to blankly reply at the same time that yes, they were aware of that. Left added that they did not know what it meant to die, but the attack Ivan used on her earlier had definitely seemed undesirable, and in the blink of an eye, her vitality had suddenly plummeted. Yuru then asked Dara what he thought that was, so Dara explained that the moment Left went down, that damn perv suddenly perked right back up. He questioned whether it might have been some kind of energy exchange attack, before side commenting that he had gone from perv man to powerline man. Yuru became confused over Dara's comment about him being a powerline man, while Left stated that whatever it was, she would be immobile for a while. Dara then said that with his rifle now useless against Ivan, and the Divine Guardians also in that condition, they would have to close up shop for the night, before telling them to leave the rest to the Kagamoris. Left apologized to Yuru after that, and explained that Ivan had been their lead regarding Mine and Nagisa, yet they still allowed him to slip away from their grasp. Yuru replied that he should be the one apologizing, and pointed out that both she and Right fought so hard for him that they even lost limbs because of it. That prompted Right to comment in admiration that it seemed they had ended up with a truly soft-hearted master this time, before asking Left whether that was not true, which only confused Dara while Yuru asked what exactly their previous masters had been like. Right then explained that Ivan may have escaped them this time, but his tone suddenly became serious and menacing as he added that they now knew the scent of his blood, while Left continued by saying that he would not be so lucky next time. Yuru smiled at that and asked whether they would still remain by his side, to which Right happily answered that of course they would. Left then told him that they would always remain at his side. After that, we returned to the TT Logistics office where Ivan swiftly cut down Shingo's demons. The demons suddenly vanished into thin air and returned to their relic forms right in front of the bandit and his demons. The same thing happened to Yozakura's skull after it was cleanly sliced vertically down the middle. Shingo's body collapsed flat onto the floor while blood continued spurting from his head after it had also been caught in Ivan's slash. And after that, the entire room suddenly fell silent. Asuma commented that the turn of events had been incredibly cruel and said that he had wanted to kill Shingo himself. Ivan replied with a "my bad" and explained that he had saved him time and effort before asking whether he was not right. Ivan added that killing was easier said than done, and informed him that there was still a massive amount of cleanup and fallout to deal with afterward, while pointing out that a man like Asuma ought to leave the dirty work to professionals like him. Asuma replied that even so, he still did not think someone ought to cut down his own master so casually and easily like that. Ivan answered that he only worked for Mr. Shingo because of the paycheck. He explained that he had absolutely no attachment to the old man. He further added that he had already put in enough work to earn every bit of money Shingo paid him. Asuma then asked whether he killed Shingo in order to silence him, which made Ivan smirk as he questioned him back while tightening his grip on his sword, asking whether Shingo had told him something. Asuma answered no and explained that Shingo had not told him anything, but he suspected that someone had been pushing him into all of this. He then stated that perhaps Ivan had indeed saved him time, and that clearly Ivan was the one he should be questioning. not his uncle. Because of that, Ivan readied his sword once more while Asuma pulled a knife out from his sleeve. The tied-up bandit silently watched the situation unfold before him. Asuma suddenly threw the blade toward Ivan, but Ivan effortlessly deflected it with a slash, causing it to fly into the wall near the bandit's head and startle him. After that, Ivan instantly closed the distance between them and unleashed a direct slash toward Asuma's body. As blood splattered from the wound, Asuma thought to himself that he was going to die. However, after Ivan once again forced his body beyond its limits, the fatigue and strain finally began taking their toll on him, causing him to collapse to one knee and lose strength. He irritably stared at Asuma, and it was revealed to us there that only Asuma's left arm had actually been struck by Ivan's blade. While struggling to breathe, Ivan commented that this really was something else. He pointed out that Left's life energy had one hell of a kickback. Daikyo then called out to him and informed him that they had arrived. The unwelcome kind of company, as he put it. When Ivan looked toward the window, he saw Gonzo alongside Asa and Fuyuki. He quickly realized that the old man was the head of the Kagomori. That excited Shokio, who commented that he could sense an incredible number of demons. He urged Ivan to steal the old man's life energy so they could go on another frenzy, but Ivan answered that he could not do that because his right leg was already done for. Shokio mocked his pain and questioned whether he had really gotten exhausted over nothing more than a brat's arrow, while pointing out that he had already told him to heal that tiny wound since it would only take an instant. Ivan explained that the kid's arrow struck his leg before it could fully heal from being stabbed by Shokio, before calling him an idiot. Shokio then realized something and pointed out that if he stabbed Ivan's left leg too, his balance would return and he should be able to move again immediately, prompting Ivan to swear that the creature would go through its entire existence without ever understanding human frailty. After that, he told Asuma that today was his lucky day because he would get to live. He added that he personally preferred the whole not dying option as well, so he would be taking his leave now. Besides, he continued, if he kept playing around with Asuma any longer, something might happen to Yozakura, before asking whether he was right that none of them would want that. It then turned out that Yozakura was still alive and had merely reverted back into his tiny moth form. Ivan bid them farewell after that and sliced through the window leading to the opposite side from where Gonzo, Asa, and Fuyuki were. He quickly leaped from place to place in order to descend without straining his body any further, and once he reached the ground, he let out a sigh of relief while struggling to catch his breath. On Asa's side, while they were making their way upstairs using the stairway, she noticed something by the window beside them. She saw Ivan already taking his leave while staggering as he moved. He turned toward her direction and gave her a grin, while Asa merely stared back at him as he suddenly dashed away to speed up his escape even more. While Asuma was also watching Ivan leave, Gonzo finally arrived at the office, and when he saw the body sprawled across the floor, he questioned what exactly had happened there. Asa immediately became worried over Asuma's injuries, so she quickly pointed them out while Gonzo asked whether he had been hurt. Asuma apologized to his father for failing to capture his uncle alive. They also noticed Shingo's lifeless body lying on the floor while blood continued spurting from the slash wound. Gonzo asked whether Asuma was the one who did that, to which he answered no. He explained that it had been internal discord, or more likely an attempt to keep Shingo from talking, and that Ivan Yasano was the one who killed him. Gonzo pondered over that name and asked whether he was the demon-wielding swordsman, the man Shingo had apparently hired only recently. Asa then remembered something and pointed out that the man escaping earlier had swords, before commenting that she probably should have used break on him to capture him. Asuma then apologized to Fuyuki and informed him that Fujin and Raijin had also been broken along with their relics, meaning they could no longer extract information from them now. He added that he felt someone had been pushing Uncle Shingo into all of this, but Shingo was killed before he could get any more information out of him, before apologizing once again. Fuyuki told him to think about himself first and stopped his bleeding. Fuyuki removed his necktie and used it to tie above Asuma's wound so it would stop bleeding further. Asuma then noticed from the side that the bandit he referred to as the man from Higashi village had also escaped, and it was shown to us there that the bandit was already outside the building alongside his demons. While that was happening, we then shifted over to Ivan resting at a park. He made a phone call, and once someone answered on the other end, an excited female voice immediately asked what was going on while calling him Master Ivan. He called her Mine-Yama and asked where she was, so she answered that she was already at the warehouse. He informed her that bodies were scattered all over the place there and instructed her to hurry up and get to work. Mine-Yama apologized for arriving late and explained that the warehouse district was so huge that she got lost. She then informed Ivan that she was already cleaning things up while they were talking. At that moment, a creature resembling a dung beetle was shown rolling something around while she continued speaking with Ivan and repeatedly apologizing for being late while explaining that she had been busy with classes, cram school, and all sorts of other things. She let out a tired sigh afterward and commented that Ivan had definitely killed a whole lot of people again, while pointing out that it was not an easy job at all. It then turned out that the dung beetle-like creature was actually her demon pair, and it was rolling up the corpses of Ivan's victims. She informed Ivan that her demons seemed absolutely thrilled about the work, while Ivan stated that every corpse there belonged to agents from Higashi Village. We were then shown Mine-Yama's appearance wearing her schoolgirl outfit, while she commented that she wondered whether her demons would enjoy the taste of those bodies. After that, she asked where she should meet Ivan once they finished there, while one of her demon pairs tapped the ball made from the dead bodies, causing it to shrink into a more manageable size. Mine-Yama then picked it up and placed it inside the jar where she kept her 2 demon pairs before stuffing the entire jar into her piggyback pack. After finishing the cleanup, she walked out of the warehouse. The security guard merely stared at her while trembling in fear. She told him that he looked absolutely exhausted and bet that he was probably just seeing things, before urging him to go home and get some rest. She continued walking away, and not long after, the police finally arrived to investigate what had happened there. One of the officers questioned the security guard's report, claiming there had been a bloodbath in the warehouse and corpses scattered everywhere. However, once they examined the area, another officer commented that they should forget about the bodies because he could not even find a single drop of blood. They then noticed a rectangular hole in the ceiling, which left them confused. While the other officers discussed the situation, 2 of them tried speaking with the utterly terrified security guard. One officer told him to calm down, while the guard repeatedly shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. He insisted that he saw piles upon piles of corpses. Then a girl arrived, after which all the bodies rolled together into one giant meatball before vanishing. He eventually laughed from the sheer overload of everything he had experienced and asked the officers whether he had finally gone completely insane. After that, we returned to the park where Ivan was resting, and there, Mine-Yama called out to him while walking through the area. It did not take long before she found him, prompting her to excitedly shout his name. So Ivan immediately told her not to yell because his head was pounding. Mine-Yama found seeing her Master Ivan looking weak and vulnerable incredibly cute and lovable, so she desperately tried to stop her heart from beating too fast. Shokyo then asked Ivan whether they should kill her, to which Ivan replied that for once, they actually agreed on something. Afterward, Mine-Yama asked whether he used the life energy transfer, and Ivan answered yes while informing her that he used it on the left half of the Divine Guardians. Mine-Yama became shocked by that and called the Divine Guardians a god-level target. She asked what it felt like and whether it was incredibly wild, to which Ivan agreed and said that it felt like he had chugged an entire bucket of energy drinks. He explained that it put an unbearable strain on his heart and that he would be out of action for a while. That only excited Mine-Yama even more, and while blushing, she asked whether this was finally her big chance. She also informed him that if his heart stopped beating, she would give him mouth-to-mouth, which completely irritated Ivan and prompted him to tell her to cut it out while calling her a perv. After that, Mine-Yama suddenly became serious and asked what they were going to do now. She coldly pointed out that he failed to kill Yuru or defeat Left, and merely came back limping without any results to show for it. That made Ivan angry, and he quickly pressed his sword against Mine-Yama's neck. He told her to take it easy and pointed out that Yuru would come for him, and sooner or later, he would get a second chance against him. Mine-Yama then asked whether that meant their feelings for each other were mutual, before commenting in a squealing and denial-filled tone that she was going to get jealous. She then told Ivan to do his best and added that she would absolutely hate having to bring him back to Nishino Village as a meatball. After that, We return to Yuru's situation, where they reunited with Asa, Gonzo, and Fuyuki. Asa became utterly terrified and shocked the moment she saw her brother injured, while Yuru casually greeted her with a simple hey. He informed her that he got hit by Dara's sniper rifle, which caused Asa to glare at Dara with a terrifying expression as if she was ready to hurt him, prompting Dara to quickly shout at Yuru not to leave out the details. However, Asa no longer cared about the details and immediately scolded Dara while saying that he promised to keep Yuru safe, to which Dara could only reply that he was truly very sorry. She then scolded right and left as well, pointing out that they had sworn to protect Yuru, while the two calmly apologized. Asa still did not stop there and pointed out that the Kagemura should have just taken Yuru in instead since Higashi village could not be trusted, before questioning how they could have allowed Yuru to get hurt despite having such a powerful lineup, while insisting that it was unbelievable. She then shifted her attention toward Danji, but just as she was about to lecture him too, Danji simply slumped down and apologized, causing her to stop and merely stare at him instead. While that was happening, we returned to the white space where Joji and Azumi were. Azumi's face was filled with visible anxiety there, which deeply worried Joji. She remembered Asa saying that she would release them once her mission was finished, and she found herself wondering how much time had already passed. Unexpectedly, Azumi suddenly vanished from beside her, which completely shocked and alarmed her. That was when she realized that Asa was finally letting them out now. However, instead of them leaving, Asa, Yuru, and Danji entered the white space alongside her. The four of them stared at one another, and at that moment, Yuru's face clearly showed his overwhelming desire to finally clear up the deception involving the phony Asa, Joji, and Danji. In the next scene, it shifted to Hana and Dara's house, where Hana and Ken were talking about Yuru. Ken said that if he found out that the little sister and close friend he had completely trusted for years were actually fake all along, he thought he would lock himself in his room and not come out for a month. Hana said that if it were her, she would definitely be shocked. Yuru might not even trust them anymore, which Ken did not want to happen. Hana added that personally, she was fine with not being trusted because she did not like children anyway. Because of that, Ken asked himself whether Hana disliked him too, while she said that they should eat because the food was not going to eat itself. After saying that, Ken gave her the budget for his food, so Hana thanked him. Ken even asked if Hana was sure he did not need to pay rent or any other bills. Hana said she accepted that money. She told Ken not to worry about the rent and other bills because giving her money for food was more than enough. She then said that all that is left is school, as she asked Ken how old he is. She asked him if is it right that he would need to apply for a school transfer. Ken said he guessed that was right, and he went quiet. Hana then asked if Ken did not want to go to school, but Ken stayed quiet and did not answer. Hana carefully watched Ken, and she remembered that Ken had asked Yuru for help on how to use a weapon because he also wanted to become stronger. Then Hana told Ken that he did not have to go to school if he did not want to, which surprised Ken when he heard it. Hana said there were probably other ways to get an education because their network was full of people who had taken shortcuts or something similar. Ken asked if that was acceptable, and Hana said they had all been removed from general society. Everyone involved with Higashi village had been. She also told Ken to eat if he wanted to become stronger. After all, most fights are determined by body weight, so Ken needed to eat and grow bigger. Hana's demons, Jiro and Kodetsu, nodded in agreement, which Ken saw, and he gave thanks for the food. He even told Hana that for someone who ate so much, she was incredibly thin, and Hana said she knew that, but was trying to get swole. Back at Shingo's office, Azami had been left behind because Yuru, Asa, Danji, and the fake Asa were still inside Yin and Yang's pocket dimension. Azami asked who Gonzo, Asuma, and Fuyuki were. After she asked that, Dara approached her and said he was glad that she was okay. She was surprised that Dara no longer had a beard, and she tearfully said that she was confused and wanted to go home. Asuma told Azami to relax because the scary men were gone, but Azami reasoned that Asuma's grin looked extremely shady. Someone said that Azami was safe because they would not let anyone hurt her. The speaker then remembered that the child could not see them and was looking for them. Left, right, and Yin and Yang then appeared, and Right asked Azami if she remembered him because they had met before in Higashi village. Azami's eyes widened when she saw the three enormous demons, and she suddenly fainted. Wright felt hurt because another child had fainted after seeing him, while Dara asked that if only Azami had come out. Did that mean Yuru and Donji were still inside together with the real and fake Asa? He even said that it was a recipe for a bloodbath. After that, the scene shifted to the pocket dimension, where the fake Asa called Yuru Big Brother. The real Asa became extremely irritated by that, and asked the fake one who she was calling her brother. The fake one became frightened after hearing that, and Asa added that Yuru was her brother and that she was the only one allowed to call him that. Donji apologized on behalf of his partner and said she had only done it out of habit. Because of that, he told Asa not to be too hard on her. Then he told his partner that he was glad she was safe, and that he had been shocked when he sensed her in the outside world. The fake Asa apologized to Donji for making him worry, and in the middle of all of that, Yuru simply watched. He said that he had been told that Asa had stayed inside a cage as part of her duty to protect the village, and he thought that that was natural and for the good of their village. He had not expected that something terrible was happening, and he apologized. He added that now that he thought about what had happened, it did not make sense. After all, how could anyone lock up such a cute child in a dark and lonely cage? Asa said that of course the fake was cute because she had copied her form, which shocked the siblings. Asa became happy that Yuru thought she was adorable, so she asked Yuru to say it again, but he told her to calm down because he would not repeat it. Asa said Yuru did not need to hold back because he could tell her she was cute and hug her whenever he wanted. Yuru answered that Asa really was an annoying little sister. The fake Asa seemed to be tearing up at that moment, and she apologized to Yuru for lying to him, calling him her brother again. But before she could finish the word, Asa got angry again, so she apologized to her. She even asked what she should call Yuru, and he said that just Yuru was fine. The fake Asa admitted that she had pretended to be the real one in order to keep Yuru in the village. She knew it was wrong, and she also knew she could not deceive Yuru forever. However, he had been so kind to her and visited her every day. She enjoyed talking to Yuru about anything, and deep inside, she had wished that her relationship with him would never change. Because of that, she apologized over and over again. Asa seemed to understand her after hearing that, while Yuru told her that she no longer had to be an imposter, so she should assume her true form. While crying, the fake Asa changed form, and she became similar to Donji. Asa said that she looked cute, while Yuru said that the fake one was so small. He asked what her real name was, but she did not understand that yet, so he asked if Kyoka had not given her a name. The fake said that her name was Kiri, and according to Kyoka, she had been named after the flowers that bloomed from the Paulownia trees on the mountain. Yuru said that it was a good name. Donji then joined the conversation and said that Kyoka had said his name suited a manly and energetic child like him. Yuru did not seem impressed, and said that the meaning of Donji was male child. After that, Donji called Kiri, and it seemed like they understood each other. Kiri said the two of them would tell their story, the complete truth and nothing but. Long ago, Higashi village had been a castle town with many small secondary settlements surrounding it. They were the Zashiki Warashi spirits enshrined in one of those small hamlets. They had changed masters many times, but all of them had been simple and kind, and they had loved the small hamlet where they lived. There was even one time when the two of them were sitting in a tree, and Donji said he had heard that there was a demon pair called the Divine Right and left in the main keep, and Kiri said she wanted to meet them. Somewhere else, someone said that a great war was coming. A man said he had heard that the Lord of Higashi would fight, and a woman asked who the enemy was. An old man then mentioned that the Lord wanted them to send men, strong young boys. According to Kiri and Donji's story, for centuries had already passed since rumors about the war began. At that time, their master told them that he had been chosen to join the Lord's army. He said he would distinguish himself and return with a great amount of wealth, while the two of them asked him to take them with him. However, their master refused because the battlefield was dangerous, which made them sad. Their master also added that if he died, they would become stray demons, so he wanted them to break their contracts and return to their relic forms. He said they would form a new contract when he returned from the war, and he asked the two of them if they wanted to become his demons again. They happily answered that they did, and Kiri said she could not wait to hear all of their master's stories when he came back. After that, they returned to their relic forms to wait for their master's return. As time passed, They learned the outcome of the war from the gossip of the people, which said that the East had won. Asa asked if that was the Battle of Sekigahara, which confused the two of them and Yuru. Kiri asked if that was what the people who were not from the mountain called that war, and Asa answered that it was. She said it was one of the most famous battles in the country's history. Yuru said he did not know that, and Asa added that the victors established the Tokugawa shogunate, which ruled for the next 2.5 centuries. Yuru asked if it was correct that the Higashi village lord had also joined the war, and he said that if the lord had helped win such an important battle, should that not have been famous in the village's history? Donji said they did not know anything about that, and Kiri said they also did not know anything about the lord receiving any land as a reward. Because of that, Asa thought that maybe the lord had failed to do any good deeds. It was either that, or perhaps the lord's army had made some kind of mistake and they could not tell the villagers about it. If Kiri and Donji's master had gone into the battle, should he not have known something? And she asked them if he had said anything. Sadness could be seen in the eyes of the two, and they said that their master never returned. They waited for him and trusted that he would make a new contract with them. They waited for years, and little by little, the human voices around them grew fewer until they were completely forgotten. As far as they knew, the hamlet dwindled until nothing remained, and they thought they would rot away in their box and no one would ever form a contract with them again. Luckily, someone found them and took them. The man had followed a legend that there were Zashiki Warashi in their hamlet, which was how he found them. He was a Higashi village retainer named Roe. Yuru asked if he was the former Tadera clan head, and Donji answered that he was indeed Dera's father. Asa was surprised by that, while the two added that Roe had brought them to Higashi village. There, they formed a contract with their current master, Kyoka. Kyoka's husband and 2 children had died in a landslide, so she could not get out of bed because of grief. Roe had probably brought them to Kyoka because he wanted to fill the hole in their master's heart in a small way, so he brought them to form a contract. After Kyoka did that, Kiri asked her if she was their new master, while Donji told her to give them names. Kyoka was shocked when the two spoke, and she asked Roe if they were the beings called demons, and Roe answered that they were. Kyoka said she had heard the stories, but it was still surprising. Kiri asked what they would play, and Donji said they would always stay with Kyoka, which seemed to make her smile a little. She thanked Roe for giving the two of them to her, and according to the two story, Kyoka seemed both happy and sad at that time. At that time, Yamaha arrived and said that she could see a demon pair after Kyoka gave her thanks. She also said it was good to know that the pair was the Zashiki Warashi. Then she told Kyoka that if she was feeling better, she wanted Kyoka to work for her. Yamaha left after saying that, and the two asked if she was a demon wielder because she could see them. Because of that, Kyoka asked if normal people could not see them. Roe explained to Kyoka that the only ones who could see demons were demon wielders, the people the demons chose to show themselves to, and those who had the instinct for it. As for him, he could see demons because he had his own pair, though they were not on the mountain. After that, Kiri asked who the old woman who had arrived was, and Kyoka answered that she was Granny Yamaha, their chief. She was the oldest person in the entire village, and she had even said that she could no longer remember her exact age. According to Donji and Kiri's story, after Kyoka had worked at the keep for a short time, Nagisa entered the village. They thought she was wearing strange clothes at the time, but apparently that was simply how outsiders dressed in the current era. When Nagisa learned that she could not leave the mountain, she became terribly sad. Mine felt sad for her and always thought about HR. There was even one time when Mine approached Nagisa while carrying a small boar he had caught. He asked her if she wanted boar stew because it would cheer her up. Nagisa seemed disgusted when she saw blood still dripping from the boar's mouth, and he told Mine that he was like a bull in a china shop. Mine wondered what china was, and Nagisa told him not to think about it because she felt better now. Mine smiled, while Kyoka, Donji, and Kiri watched them from outside. The Zashiki Warashi duo said that time passed, and when Yuru and Asa were born, the adults in the village began to have a sinister look in their eyes. Because they came from outside, they were not familiar with the long history of Higashi village, and all they knew was the legend that the twins could seize, break, and seal. It seemed that Kyoka wanted to say more about the power that angered the people, but she did not really tell them much. Somewhere else in the village, people were gossiping about seal and break. Azami's mother said the bandits would act soon, while the man she was talking to said they were late. Another man asked how much longer it would take before Higashi Village reigned supreme. At that moment, Azami woke up slightly and asked her mother what she was talking about, but she was told that it was nothing and to go back to sleep. Donji heard that entire conversation from a distance using his ability, and when he saw Yuru, he approached him and said he would accompany him on his hunt. Yuru seemed annoyed and told Donji not to follow him. Donji insisted that it was dangerous to leave the mountain alone, and in the present, he said Yuru already knew what happened next. He added that Kyoka had no choice, and under Granny Yamaha's orders, Kyoka instructed Kiri to pretend to be Asa while he was assigned to protect Yuru. A brief silence followed after that, and Yuru simply scratched his head. He said he wanted to talk to Asa in private, and he asked Donji and Kiri if they were okay with leaving without him. Asa was surprised that Yuru wanted to talk to her in private, and she felt touched because she would have alone time with him. Yuru told her to let the two of them out, so she ordered Yin and Yang to release the two Zashiki Warashi. At the same time, Donji spoke to Yuru. He told him that although Asa had attacked the village, she had not taken a single life. Kyoka had been injured by some rubble, but Asa had not killed anyone during her attack on Higashi Village. After that, the two disappeared, and only the twins remained. Asa said she would not pretend to be a good person, and that it had just so happened that she had not killed anyone on the day she attacked Higashi Village. She said she did not show mercy to people who threatened those she loved. Yuru nodded in agreement, and he said that Asa had not lied to him even once since they reunited. Even when something was painful or difficult for Asa to share, she still told him the truth. Because of that, he said he would also tell her how he truly felt. He admitted that for 10 years after their mother and father left the village, Donji and Kiri had been his rocks. In truth, they had been everything to him. He had been able to endure the pain of being abandoned by their parents because his friend and little sister were there. Even if they turned out to be fake, they were the only ones who had given him the strength to keep living. He said he could no longer condemn them, and Asa seemed saddened when she heard that. However, she still agreed to what Yuru wanted, though she complained that it was unfair. She had only spent 6 years with Yuru, but those two had spent 10 years with him. She said there was nothing she could do to overcome that gap. If the time when they had been too young to remember was subtracted, then she had even fewer than 6 years worth of memories with Yuru, and that just was not fair. Yuru seemed to understand his sister's complaint, and he asked if there was anything she wanted to do or obtain from that point on. Asa asked why Yuru was asking that, and he asked her if she had no dreams for the future. Asa said she did, and that she wanted to go to Disneyland, which made Yuru wonder what that was. Asa added that she wanted to buy a huge amount of merch and enjoy the rides and the parade. She also wanted to take a keepsake photo at Cinderella's castle, which confused Yuru again. He asked himself if the castle had a lord and how large its rice stipend was. Asa added that she wanted a normal life, like hanging out in fun places with friends, going to school like a normal child, complaining about how difficult homework was, fussing over liking a cool boyfriend, and complaining about her job while being shaken around on the train on the way to work. However, she said that was only in her dreams, because was that not impossible in their kill or be killed world? Yuru asked if he, their father, and their mother were part of Asa's ordinary life, and she said of course they were. Yuru then said that if that was the case, they would build that life from that point on. It would be worth about 10 years, and even more than that. They would fight all of their enemies, find their parents, and live together out in the open. As for Disney or whatever it was called, they would visit that castle as a family, which made Asa happy to hear. Yuru added that they had new intel about their parents. Apparently, when they left Higashi Village 10 years ago, Roe had taught their mother how to pass through the barrier, which shocked Asa. She even said that their parents had never said anything about that, and Yuru said that made sense. For Roe, doing that was like betraying Higashi Village, and their parents probably owed him a debt of gratitude and did not report him. He also told Asa that Roe had another son aside from Dara, but neither of them knew where their father was. It was possible that their parents were still in contact with Roe, so Asa could count on him and Dara to look for him. Asa agreed to that. Then Yuru also told Asa about the demon-wielding swordsman who seemed to know something about what had happened to their missing parents. Asa asked if it was Ivan Yasano and what he had said. She also asked where their parents were. Yuru said that Asa needed to listen carefully, which seemed to surprise her. Yuru said that according to Ivan, he had cut their parents apart. He had called himself their killer, but he had left before Yuru could get more details from him. Asa's eyes widened when she heard that, and she even wobbled. Yuru worried about her and told her to stay calm because she was shaking. She said it was her fault that it had happened, and that she was the reason their parents had left the village. They had been dragged into it because she had been born, but Yuru did not seem to want to hear that. He held Asa firmly and told her to calm down because that was only Ivan's claim and nothing more. He told Asa not to believe it because the world was full of people they could not trust. She should let her own eyes be the judge, and had she not said that both of their parents were alive and in good condition. Because of that, he told her to calm down and breathe slowly. Asa listened, and she said Yuru was right. Their parents had to still be alive. Yuru said that was right, and if someone had imprisoned their parents, then they would be the ones to rescue them. After that, they would all live normally together as a family. Asa agreed to that, and the trembling in her hands gradually stopped. She even said that as for Ivan, the first thing she needed to do was cancel his contract using Break. She told Yuru to lure him to her the next time he found Ivan, because just as Break had told her when she died, she could separate people from their demons the moment she saw them. No matter how far away Ivan was, as long as she could see him, she would bring him to his knees. Yuru said that was fine, and that divine right and left knew Ivan's scent, so they would surely bring him to Asa's hunting ground. After that, Asa asked Yuru if the wound on his shoulder was okay, which made Yuru wonder. He said he could still move his arm, so he was probably fine. Asa worriedly asked if wasn't Yuru shot by a rifle, and said that he needed proper medical care. However, if Yuru went to a normal doctor for that wound, he would be asked a lot of questions and the police would get involved, so Yuru became worried. Asa also added that Yuru had no health insurance, so his medical bills would become even more expensive, and Yuru said that was not good. In his mind, he thought he would only bring even more trouble to Hana. His twin then held his left shoulder and said that they needed to go to the Kagomori Manor, so he asked her why. Asa explained that the Kagomori Infirmary is home to Dr. Sakurazawa, and that she's not a normal doctor, so there's no need to worry. Yuru asked if Asa was talking about the healer who took blood, and whether a doctor who was not normal was not worrying. He added that he did not trust the Kagomori clan, so he would not just casually follow Asa to their manor like that. While saying that, he pinched Asa's hand that was holding his left shoulder. He then asked Asa if it was safe to trust the Kagomori, and Asa answered that it was okay. She said it was true that they were not considered normal people down below the mountain, because if someone thought normally in their world, they would die easily. Aside from that, just like she had said before, Gonzo, Jin, and their crew were the ones who had saved her and their parents from the Higashi village assassins. Yuru said that things had reached the point where Jin took responsibility for the attack on Higashi village while he had a billhook against his neck. Asa said that was true, and that Jin was serious to a fault at the strangest of times. Among the three Kagomori brothers, Jin was the one most willing to do dirty work to protect the clan. He acted detached to avoid becoming emotionally invested in both his enemies and allies. It was as if Jin hid his own feelings purely for the sake of the job. Yuru then asked about the other two brothers. Asa answered that Hagure taught her his craft so she could live a normal life someday. That craft was called manga, a modern version of woodblock prints. Hagure let her help him with drawing and other things. In that way, she could earn money from inside the safety barrier, and Yuru thought that it was not a bad idea. Asa then said that as for Asuma, he was just plain shady, and Yuru joined her by saying that he was the one he trusted the least. Asa then asked if Asuma had asked Yuru if he would like to give dying a try, and Yuru answered that he had said exactly those words. Asa said that Asuma's mindset was that if they kept being targeted for death, they might as well try dying. The sooner they claimed their power, the sooner they could use it to protect themselves. If that was the case, then it was the duty of a powerful organization like the Kagomori to support and oversee them. Asa added that even though Asuma said frightening things, he would not lie to them. In the next scene, it shifted to a mountainous area where there was a river in the middle and a large bridge. A car was passing through, and inside it were a driver and a younger version of Gonzo, whose mustache and beard were still black. During their trip, Gonzo saw someone at the side of the bridge. He asked his driver if he saw that, and the driver answered that he saw a demon. Gonzo told him to stop the car because he would check what they had seen, and the driver answered yes, sir. After that, Gonzo approached the woman he had seen on the bridge and said that she had a splendid companion. He was referring to the Kinyu Gikudo, the same demon that Asuma had. The woman asked if Gonzo can also see demons, so Gonzo began describing Yozakura. He even said that he was quite the cool demon and asked what his name was. Yozakura looked at the woman, who suddenly felt emotional. While crying, she said that someone had finally understood her. Gonzo answered by asking why he would not, then said that he was the same as her, and as he said that, he revealed his own demons, shocking the woman. She looked at Yozakura, and they smiled at each other. After that, Yozakura said that they are the Kinyu Gikudo, and the woman said that the one Gonzo could see was named Yozakura. Gonzo said he could not see the other half of the pair, and the woman said that was Asagiri. It was hiding because he was weaker at night. Gonzo asked what the woman was doing that late, and her face seemed to turn sad. She said she had planned to kill herself by jumping from the bridge because no one wanted her. Yozakura said he would catch the woman the moment she jumped, and that she should not end her life. She apologized to Yozakura and also to Gonzo for putting him in that situation. Gonzo said it was all right with him, and maybe it was fate that he had passed by there. He said he would gladly listen to the woman if she wanted to talk. That was when he introduced himself as Gonzo Kagamori, and the woman introduced herself as Iori Shingo. Gonzo asked what Iori meant when she said no one wanted her, so Iori said that ever since she was young, she had been dumb and slow-witted. She could not get into the school her parents wanted her to attend, and she was clumsy at everything she did. Even her older brother laughed at her for being a disappointment. They treated her as if she had never been born, so she thought that she was no longer needed in that world. She had already decided to end everything, and she had been looking for a place in the mountains where she could kill herself when she saw the relic of the Kinyu Gikudo. Even though it had no head and no two hands, its beauty captivated her. She did not know if the statue was a deity or a Buddha. Either way, she felt that it would guide her soul to the heavens. That was when she slit her left wrist, and Gonzo asked if that was when Iori's demons appeared, to which she answered yes. She also said that the two had listened to her many problems, but while she was happily talking with her demons, her family assumed she had gone mad. She tried to explain, but her family thought she was talking to no one and was only seeing and hearing things. Someone even said that she was sick. She thought her family would believe her if she showed them her demons, but they began raving about ghouls and evil spirits. They thought she had been possessed by monsters, so they distanced themselves from her even more. The only one who showed interest in her was her older brother. Yozakura said that man could not be trusted, because if he learned about demons, he would treat them like slaves and run them ragged for his own convenience. He said Iori's older brother would only exploit her, so she should stay away from the Shingo family. Iori asked if there was still a place in that world for her, and Gonzo looked at her and asked if she wanted to join his family, which surprised her. Gonzo said the Kagamori was a large clan, and they were looking for more hands to help expand their business. Iori asked if Gonzo was okay with a stranger like her joining them. Gonzo answered that most of the people working for them had similar backgrounds to Iori. Many of them were demon wielders, and Iori would no longer need to be careful if she lived with them. He then smiled at her and said they would welcome her and her demons with open arms. Back in the present, at Shingo's office, someone asked what they would do with the unconscious Azami. Asuma suggested sending her back to Higashi village, and Dara said she had already seen and heard too much below the mountain. He also said that if she returned to the village, rather than risk her talking, they would lock her up, but before he could finish, Gonzo asked if that was what would happen. Dara did not answer, and the Zashiki Warashi seemed worried. Kiri even asked if right and left could not find a way to free Azami, while Donji told them that nowadays, the children in Higashi village had no idea that Asa and Yuru needed to die in order to claim their powers. They were only told about the twins' secret once they reached the proper age and were considered full members of the village. Because of that, Azami did not know anything yet. Fuyuki asked if the secret about the twins was a shared secret, and Gonzo said that knowing about that secret was a rite of passage into adulthood. Asuma said that it tightened their bonds by giving the children a sense of exclusivity. Gonzo then asked what happened when someone questioned the village after learning the secret, and Dara answered that those who did not agree with the village's ways did something called leaving to find work. They lived below the mountain and worked leftover jobs that they received from people connected to Higashi village. After hearing that, Donji asked if that was the reason why people who left to work almost never returned. Dara answered that was right, because if they returned, they would spill the beans to Yuru. He even said that there were also people who legitimately went out to work normal jobs, but the Kagomori clan killed them. Gonzo insisted that both sides killed because many of them had also been killed by the Tadera. After saying that, he and Dara acted friendly on the surface, smiling at each other. At that moment, Yin and Yang began to tremble. At that moment, Yin and Yang began to quiver, which Right noticed, and Dara welcomed them back, so Yuru thanked him. Asa asked Gonzo to take Yuru to the Kagomori manor to heal his wounds, but Yuru said he had not agreed to go with them. Aside from that, Gonzo did not agree either because he still needed to handle the matter with Akio once they returned, and Yuru did not need to see that. Asa remembered that matter, while Yuru wondered to himself if Akio was the bald man who wanted to kill him. Gonzo said that the traitor had already been caught at the manor earlier, and that it was Akio. Asuma said that if that was the case, Jin's suspicions had been right, and he mentioned to Yazakura that his uncle had not said anything that suggested a connection to Akio. On the night Yuru visited the manor, his uncle had tipped him off that both twins were there. His uncle told him that the intel had come from Ivan, and he had sent a team of hastily gathered part-timers who were supposed to work with him in stealing the twins. Gonzo and Fuyuki did not seem to react to that, while Asuma nonchalantly added that of course he ignored his uncle's texts and just pretended to be asleep. Fuyuki was surprised that Asuma had left Shingo on red, while Gonzo said that seemed to indicate that Ivan had contact with Akio. Asa was shocked when she heard Ivan's name, and Yuru said that man knew something about their parents, which meant Akio might also know something. Dara, the divine right and left, and the Zashiki Warashi were locked in and listening, while Fuyuki brought out his demon, Blacklist, and called Gonzo. He told him that they should return to the manor immediately so they could extract information from Akio and the mountain god. Back at the Kagomori manor, shock filled Hagureya's face because he saw that the place was in ruins. The work-in-progress sign on the door of his room even fell, and he became even more shocked because his studio was in complete chaos. He could not accept that his computers and manuscripts had been destroyed. Gabby then arrived, cutely apologizing because a little tussle had broken out. She added that at least the coffee maker was still intact, and she offered Hagure some coffee. Hagure furiously answered that he hoped every cup of coffee Gabby drank would turn into ink for the rest of her life. He immediately checked his files after saying that, and fortunately, they were safe. Gabby said that even if Hagure had lost the data, he could just use black and white to redraw everything quickly. Hagure said Gabby did not understand, because the slight deviations caused by an unsteady human hand were part of the charm. Gabby asked if Hagure was serious, and whether it was not better if everything clicked perfectly into place. At the same time, Gabriel made a clack sound with its teeth. Hagure explained that it was just like a human heart, and one thing he needed to think about when creating new characters for his manga was that they felt more human when they weakened and wavered. Elsewhere in the manor, Haruo was chasing after Jin to plead with him. He asked if Jin could not help Akio, but Jin answered that he could not. Gonzo would not forgive a traitor, and there was a high chance Akio would be killed. Haruo insisted that he had been with Akio since they were children, and even if they were not related by blood, Akio was still his brother. He knew Gonzo would not listen to him, but Jin was his son. If Jin was the one who asked, it might work, but before he could finish, Jin told him that any threats they failed to deal with would put all of them in danger. Because of that, they could not allow Akio to live. After that, the scene shifted to the infirmary, where Dr. Sakurazawa said she could not fix a severed arm. She had already stopped the bleeding, but it would be better to take Akio to a real hospital just to be sure. Akio was quietly lying there, while Natsuki said she never expected that her own brother was the traitor. She said it was awful, and Akio tried to confuse her by saying that there might still be another traitor. Natsuki answered that they had already shared all of their personal details with Fuyuki's blacklist. When suspicion toward Akio had become too strong to ignore, they ran background checks on everyone in the manor using blacklist. Akio was the only one left. He then asked if Dr. Sakurazawa had been included, and she said yes because she had nothing to hide. Natsuki then asked why Akio had betrayed them. He knew that Gonzo did not forgive traitors. Once he gets back, and after Akio's information was recorded, he would be killed. Even they, his siblings, would not be able to save him. Natsuki even asked if Akio had not been happy working for the Kagamoris. She admitted that she did not like the family's shady business, and she was even ready to surrender right away. However, simply disliking it was not enough for her to sell out her friends. Because of that, she asked why Akio had done it. Akio said that Natsuki already knew how his body worked. His senses were a mess since birth, so he did not feel pain. When he was young, he believed that his ability had made him invincible, and he won every fight that dragged on because he did not know his physical limits. But his ability to not feel pain also meant that he could not feel other people's pain. He said he was grateful to the Kagamori clan for raising and employing a dangerous man like him. If he had been raised on the streets of Japan, he would probably have received a death sentence long ago. Since the Kagamoris are all not jobs, it was really easy to live among them, and there was never a dull moment with strange demons around. The other orphans had even become his siblings, and he had gained a family. That had been fun in its own way, but there was still a hole inside him. A feeling of unfulfillment remained and stuck to the soles of his shoes every day. He had been searching for people like himself for a long time, and there was an online community of people who could not feel physical pain like him. That was where he met someone who might have been one of his parents, so he felt emotions he had never experienced before. The tension in the room changed after Akio said that, and Natsuki asked if he had talked to that person. She also asked if that person had planted that idea in Akio's head while he closed his eyes. Natsuki even said that person had abandoned Akio, so why would Akio meet them after such a long time? And she asked what he had been thinking. She was about to say that maybe that person was only using Akio, but before she could finish, her traitor of a brother asked her for a favor. He asked her to free the mountain god, but Natsuki said that Akio knew they could not do that. Fuyuki needed to extract its information first. However, Akio still begged Natsuki to do it because the mountain god would be destroyed and they would die. Natsuki asked who would destroy it, because no one could touch that demon pair now that its contract with Akio was broken. She even asked what that was about, while the others in the room wondered as well. Meanwhile, Haruo's Bunbun was already running with a demon pair, and they were looking for the mountain god. They approached it, and Bunbun said it was good that both halves were intact. He started pushing one half while apologizing to it because they needed to turn it over to Fuyuki so its information could be extracted. While pushing, Bunbun noticed something, and so did his companions. Something seemed to form on both halves of the mountain god. Bunbun realized that it was going to explode, but before he could finish speaking, it exploded. Because of the mountain god's explosion, it sent rumbles throughout the entire Kagamori manor. That caught the attention of Jin, Haruo, and Torty. Back where the explosion had come from, Yamakaze was cracked and shattered into pieces. Bunbun was lying nearby, and from beneath him, the Heave and Ho demon came out. The two were shocked when they saw what had happened after Yamakaze exploded, and they were visibly sweating. According to what they remembered from before the explosion, Bunbun saw something forming on Yamakaze, and it started to crack. Because of that, Bunbun immediately ran toward them and shielded them from the explosion. Bunbun took the impact of the explosion for them, and they were currently trying to wake him up. He told Heave and Ho that the explosion hurt, and he asked them if they were okay, to which they said they were. After that, it was shown that Bunbun had a large bruise on his right leg, and he even said that he could no longer walk with it. He also noticed that Yamakaze had been smashed into pieces, while Tanikaze had disappeared. Elsewhere in the manor, a scraping sound could be heard on the floor, as if something was crawling. It turned out to be Tanikaze, crawling with something mold-like on its body. It went to the infirmary where Akio was, and it could even be seen that the mold-like thing had eyes and tiny hands. At the same time, Jin's group arrived at the scene of the explosion, and he asked the person he was speaking to on the phone if anything had happened with the threat on their end. The person he was talking to, Natsuki, answered that nothing had happened at that moment, but they would stay alert in the infirmary. Babamaru, one of Natsuki's demons, asked if a demon attack had happened, and Natsuki answered that it was too early to say. Babamaru said that's the problem with that manor. and his partner, Jijimaru, added that there are so many demons there that if a strange one slips in, they can't detect it right away. At that moment, they heard a rattling sound and looked at the door, where Tanikaze had already appeared. Natsuki was shocked to see him, and Midori, one of Makoto's demons, and Akio looked over as well. Natsuki asked what Tanikaze's relic was doing there, and at the same time, someone else was approaching. It was the Heave and Ho demon carrying Bunbun. When they saw Tanikaze, they prepared to throw Bunbun. They threw him with tremendous force, and he told everyone to hit the deck, while Tanikaze began to crack. Natsuki was alarmed by that, along with her demons, Dr. Sakurazawa, Makoto, and Midori, who immediately moved and covered her. Fortunately, Bunbun managed to slam into Tanikaze, so it did not explode directly inside the infirmary. However, because of the force of the impact, it sent rattles throughout the entire manor, which Hagure and Gabi even felt from the studio. Hagure asked what that was and where it had come from. Jin's group noticed it as well, and at the scene of the explosion, Natsuki's demons were shown having jumped extremely high. They were holding Natsuki and Dr. Sakurazawa, while Midori was carrying Makoto. Jijimaru said that Makoto's scrotum was tough, while Natsuki asked what happened. Babamaru answered that Tanikaze had exploded. Natsuki immediately worried about Akio and Bunbun and called out to them. Bunbun said Akio was gone, which shocked Natsuki. Dr. Sakurazawa said that if Akio had exploded, his body should have been scattered everywhere. Natsuki then realized that Akio had escaped, while Sakurazawa said it looked like she would need a new office. According to Natsuki's demon Jijimaru, demons protected their masters above all else, and the enemy had used their very nature against them. Makoto said Akio had escaped because Midori let him go, but Natsuki said Midori should not be blamed. She said Midori had protected his master, so Makoto should make sure to show him love. Bunbun said that before Tanikaze exploded, something that looked like a slime mold had hijacked it. He said the same thing happened to Yamakaze at the front gate. The enemy was probably a parasitic type that turned its host into expendable ammo, and since they had not detected the actual demon, he thought it was a type that could separate parts of itself into the slime mold. Jijimaru asked if it could split itself like the Kinyu Gikudo, while Natsuki asked how long the two had been parasitized. Bunbun answered that he did not know, and asked who would do something like that, who would turn a helpless, immobile relic into a suicide bomber. After hearing that, Natsuki called her demons and ordered them to help her find Akio. While doing that, she thought that what Jijimaru said was true, that demons were supposed to protect their masters above all else, and that the enemy had used that against them. However, what if the intent was not to save Akio, but to kill him? In the next scene, it returned to Shingo's office, where they were cleaning up the mess. Fuyuki was putting someone into the trunk of their car, while Gonzo's other demons helped remove the filth and bloodstains from the area. Other demons were even helping clean up the other people, and before long, they finished. At that moment, the alien-looking demons returned from their patrol and reported to Dara that there were several police cars parked near the warehouse. They said it did not feel particularly tense there, and Dara asked if that was true. Ivan had killed so many people, so if there was no major commotion there, he might have had a cleaner working with him to dispose of the bodies. Wright said that now that Dara had mentioned it, Jin had used his demon pair to clean up trash, which shocked Dara when he heard it. He asked if Jin was the cleaner of the Kagomori family, and said that he had not yet seen Jin's demons, so he needed to watch out for them. Gonzo said it was true that Jin was their family's cleaner, because any faction worth their salt needed a cleaner in their ranks, just like the grave digger of Higashi village. Because of that, Dara wondered how much Gonzo, whom he called an old goat, knew about Hana. At that moment, Asuma came out of the office, saying that he had erased the footage from the security cameras. Then he asked Dara how his driving skills were, and Dara answered that they were good enough. Asuma then gave his car to Dara and told him to use it to get home, so Dara thanked him. Dara asked if Asuma would track them through GPS or something else, to which Asuma answered that he would not. He even apologized for following Dara the other day, which had also upset Jin. He gave his word that it would not happen again, while grinning in an extremely shady way. While they were talking, Gonzo quietly asked Fuyuki's Blacklist demon if he could get intel about the Tadera clan from Dara's demons. The Blacklist answered that he could not, because Dara did not have a demon with him, which was what he needed to get that information. After he said that, someone called Gonzo. He seemed worried when he answered Jin's call, and he told him that they would come home immediately. He was even shocked when he heard the additional news that the infirmary had also been attacked. Gonzo asked if Dr. Sakurazawa was okay, and said that what had happened was not good, so they needed to find Akio right away. After that call, he told Asama and Asa that it was time to leave because Akio had escaped, which shocked Asama, as well as the twins. Yuru could not believe that Akio had escaped, which seemed to disappoint the divine right and left. Yuru could not accept that another person who possibly had information about their parents had escaped again, and Asa felt the same. After that, Yuru seemed to weaken, and he suddenly dropped to his knees, which made Asa worry about him. The others there also became worried, and someone even asked if Yuru was okay, since his body was covered in so much sweat. Dara noticed that Yuru's body was extremely hot, and he said that often happened to villagers who left the mountain. They were pummeled by all kinds of germs and viruses down below, and even if that was not what was happening, Yuru had kept fighting in unfamiliar territory while in a constant state of stress, so it was not surprising that his body was asking for help. Asa tried to say that they could take Yuru to the Kagomori infirmary, but she had barely started when Gonzo said that the infirmary was not accepting patients at that time. Because of that, Asa only became more worried about her twin, while Dara told them not to worry because he was used to this and they could leave Yuru's care to him. They would hide at his house for the time being, and Asa should wait for them to contact her again through Jin's bar. After that, Gonzo's group drove away, and they stayed silent inside the car until Asa's phone rang. She received a text from Jin saying that Akio had escaped, and he apologized to her because he knew Akio was targeting Asa, yet he still let Akio get away. Makoto's demon, Akai, looked at Asa, sensing his emotion. Asa replied that she was used to being targeted. Sadness could be seen in her eyes, because deep inside her, even though she was used to it, it still hurt to be betrayed by someone that close to her. At the same time, she told Jin to keep up the good work and get some rest. Jin replied that he would, but he still had work to do, such as getting an earful from Gonzo. In the next scene, it shifted to the manor, where they inspected Akio's room. Jin was in charge of inspecting the trader's room. Haruo found some plants there, while Jin found a photo attached to the wall. It was a photo of Akio with his 3 siblings, and Haruo almost cried when he saw it. Bun and Torty also felt sad for their boss. After they left the room, Natsuki asked Jin if they had found anything, and Jin answered that they had not. He then told the manor staff that if they found Akio, they should not try to capture him. They should shout first to alert the others, and the staff answered yes, sir. Jin added that Akio was not a man to be trifled with, so they should stay in groups of 2 or more. They were told to avoid being alone at all costs. As he was saying that, movement was happening in the bushes outside, where Akio was choking a staff member. The man's demons tried to bite him, but because he could not feel pain, he simply continued what he was doing. Before long, he killed the man, and the man's demons lost consciousness. Akio apologized to them because he had made them stray demons. As he left, he even said that at least it would not be long before they were found. On his way out, he saw the broken relic of his Yamakaze, which saddened him. After that, he left completely. He kept walking until he reached a parking lot, where someone called out to him. He approached the woman, who welcomed him back. Akio greeted the woman and called her mom. The woman noticed that Akio was hurt, but he said that he was fine. However, the woman insisted that Akio was not okay because he was extremely pale. Akio said that he had lost a lot of blood, so his mother should let him rest. The woman then apologized to Akio because she said she should have been the one to come and save her child. She said she should never have allowed him to suffer like that, which seemed to touch Akio when he heard it. He thanked his mother, and she said that from that moment on, they would always be together. Akio answered yes, and while the mother and son hugged, someone said that blood relations were a curse. That man had a strange beard, and he added that no matter how much a person struggled, no one could escape that fact. A bald man asked what the context of that was, and the man with the strange beard answered that he had been told Akio had been collected. A demon repeated the word collected, while the bald man was shocked that Akio had escaped alive. A younger man apologized because he had failed to kill him. The bald man said it was fine because he was sure they could still use Akio. The younger man said the only question was how much information Akio had leaked about them to Jin's group. Ideally, they would maintain the status quo of mutual slaughter between them and the Higashi village people. The bald man said Ivan had wiped out several Higashi village soldiers, while the demon beside him repeated the words mutual slaughter. Back at Kagamori Manor, Bunbun said he remembered something about the suspicious slime mold he had seen. He thought he had heard about it in his homeland, so Haruo asked him about his homeland. Bunbun said his ancestors came from Tottori Prefecture in the west. There was a rumor there about a demon that secretly attached seeds to the relics of other demons and made those seeds sprout. That meant their enemy was probably a demon from western Japan. Back with the man with the strange beard, he said they had waited for centuries, and now they needed to strike while the iron was hot. He said the time had come for the West to win the war, and above his shoulder, a small demon that looked like a cyclops could be seen. In the next scene, it shifted to Dara and Hana's apartment. While treating Yuru's wound, Hana said that the bleeding had stopped, so now they just had to wait for the skin to heal on its own. She asked if Yuru had received a tetanus shot, and Dara answered that the shaman had covered everyone in Higashi village. Ken then arrived with an ice pack, and Hana thanked him. After that, she had Yuru lie down and told him to sleep tight. Ken asked if Yuru was feeling any chills, while Yuru apologized to them because he had brought them more trouble. Hana told Yuru not to worry because he was sick. While handing him water, Ken asked what friends were for, and just like the demons in black had said, whether demon or human, no one could live alone. Because of what Hana and Ken said, Yuru felt reassured, and he thanked Ken. He even said that the next time Ken got sick, he would catch a boar and cook him boar stew. Because of that, Ken asked Yuru to keep his caregiving within the bounds of the law. Right then asked if Yuru would live, and Hana answered that if he was responsive, he would survive. Yuru apologized for making his demons worry, and Wright said that Yuru did not need to apologize. He even placed his hand on him and told him to get better soon, and that they would chase after the demon-wielding swordsman. He even stroked Yuru's head, and Yuru said his hand was cold. Wright seemed surprised by that, and Left said it was because they were made of stone. If that was the case, Yuru should take Wright's severed leg and her severed hand. Yuru said he appreciated that. After that, Hana and the others left, and she told Yuru to rest. After closing the door to Yuru's room, she spoke to their other demons and guests. She then asked if Azami was another secret love child, and Dara answered that she was the child who got taken from Higashi village. Hana said dogs were not allowed there because pets were forbidden in the apartment. Dara defended it by saying that the dog was a demon wielder. The alien-looking demons even said that the dog was their master, and Hana told them to go back to their planet. After that, she said there were rumors that Zashiki Warashi brought good luck to a house, so they could stay for as long as they wanted. She even offered them cushions they could sit on, and to the alien-looking demons, that was discrimination. At that moment, Oshira-sama arrived and said that a party was happening there. Hana was shocked by that, while Ken said that the apartment was becoming a demon clubhouse. Hana then asked what Oshira-sama was doing there because she thought they had already gone home, and Oshira-sama answered that they had toured Tokyo. Dara saw all the things they were carrying and said that Oshira-sama really knew how to have fun. Oshira-sama then said that they had brought souvenirs from Tokyo Tower. Dara asked if she had money, and whether that meant she had shown herself just to go shopping. Oshira-sama answered that actually, many temple and shrine folk had demon sight, and they had gotten along with them, so they had given them many items. She even mentioned that they see some new faces and asked if Danji's partner was the one beside him. Danji then introduced Kiri, who greeted Oshira-sama. After that, Oshira-sama asked if Azumi was from Higashi village, and she called her a cutie. She even said that she liked children. Azumi wondered where the voices she was hearing were coming from, so Oshira-sama remembered that she could not see them. She showed herself to her and introduced herself, so Azumi was greatly shocked, and Dara even thought she would faint again. However, the Oshira-sama gave her a cat souvenir, and Azumi thanked them without fainting. That even amazed Dara and Hana because Oshira-sama had won the child over. After that, Azumi tearfully told her that her village had been attacked and that her mother had been killed. Oshira-sama pitied her and said she must have been extremely scared. Dara saw that and said that Oshira-sama truly was a pro at handling children. Azumi added to her story that a woman with braids and a funny kimono had made some kind of signal, and the grown-ups were suddenly split in two, her mother included. Hana asked if that was the dentures demon Dara had mentioned, and she answered yes, saying that their master was a woman named Gabi. The Zashikiwarashi then said that although the Kagomori seemed to be taking proper care of Asa, they could not leave Azumi there after they had killed her mother. Danji added that if Azumi returned to the village, she would be locked up because she already knew too much, while Kiri pleaded for them to just hide Azumi there. Because of that, Hana asked Dara why it seemed like every time he went out, he came home with another child. Dara answered that Azumi knew Yuru, and asked if Hana did not think Azumi would feel safer if she was with them. Hana insisted that they could no longer afford another child. After Dara spat with a bandit, who knew if Higashi village would take him again for a job. At the same time, Dara pretended not to hear Hana's lecture and checked when the next grade 1 horse race would be. Hana told him to stop gambling, and he told her to just wait because he would win big next time. On the other side of the room, Kiri and Danji were trying to comfort Azumi, who wanted to go home, while Oshirasama asked if she meant by bullet train or by way of horseback. Ken watched all of that, and he even saw the dog demon master and Jiro wrestling. He seemed annoyed because someone was trying to sleep, so he told them to be quiet. He then went to Yuru's room while telling himself that he was the only sane member left in that house. He even told Yuru that he wanted to apologize for the noise, but before he could finish, he was shocked. He shouted that Yuru was gone, so Dara and Hana immediately looked over. Ken asked the Divine Guardians where Yuru was, and Wright answered that he had not left. They pointed to where he was, and he said that he was inside the closet. Hana approached him and asked why he was huddled inside the closet, because he was supposed to be on the futon. He answered Hana that he liked it there because dark and cramped places helped him relax when he felt weak. Dara asked if he was a wild animal, and Wright said Yuru was the opposite of Asa. Hana then asked if Yuru wanted to eat, and he was about to refuse, but when Hana offered him plain rice balls, he agreed. Hana served them to him, and he told her that her rice balls were the best, which made Hana feel giddy. Dara then gave Yuru some pills and instructed him to take them after eating. Yuru asked what those pebbles were, and Dara answered that they were pills to reduce Yuru's fever, but Yuru said he did not want to put shady pebbles into his body when he was already feeling bad. Dara insisted that they were safe because they were the same medicine used in Higashi village. He explained to Yuru that he simply crushed the pills and sold them here and there, which shocked Yuru. Dara added that they were mass-produced and could be bought easily. Yuru said the villagers made such a fuss over them that he thought they were extremely expensive and made by a master healer. Dara said they were effective, while Yuru thought about whether he would take them. At that moment, he felt pain from his shoulder, and he remembered Ivan, which angered him, so he swallowed the pills Dara had given him. He also continued eating Hana's rice balls, while Dara said he had told Yuru to take them after eating, but that it was good to see his appetite returning. Yuru did not answer, while Right and Left smiled. A little later, Oshirasama was on the rooftop looking at the view, while the alien-looking demons were going home. At the same time, Hana told Dara that just when he had a large amount of income to lose, their dependence had increased. Worse than that, 2 of their pretend children were undocumented, which is a pain in the ass. Dara told Hana to cheer up because it would work out. Hana said Dara was far too calm about their situation, and she asked where his composure came from. Dara answered that he could only be as calm as a king because he was backed by a queen, Hana. He even asked his queen if she was on the side that wanted Yuru to die. Hana bluntly answered that she was on the side that disliked children but wanted the adults who trampled on children for their own gain to die. Dara smiled when he heard that, and after that, they went inside and told the children it was time to bathe and sleep. He also told Ken that he could catch Yuru's illness if he slept in the same room, so Ken should stay with him that night. At the same time, Hana told Azami that she would sleep in her room, but Azami seemed scared, so Dara assured her that it was all right and that Hana could be trusted, calling Hana a good woman. That night, inside Hana's room, Azami looked terrified because Hana's room was full of training equipment and even a creepy boxing doll. She was not the only one scared, because Ken felt the same way inside Dara's room, which was full of weapons. In the next scene, at the Kagomori Manor, Gabi told Hagure that Akio had betrayed them, which shocked him. Gabi also mentioned that Akio had been targeting Asa, and that an outsider had probably ordered him to do it. Gabby added that they had planned to extract Akio's information and kill him when Gonzo returned. Hagure seemed frightened by that, and he asked why his father was so quick to kill. Akio was a friend and a member of the team, so could they not find a way to let him live? Gabby answered that there was no way, and asked if Hagure was sure that was what he wanted, while showing him a corpse Akio had killed while escaping. The dead man's face had been covered, and his demons had been placed beside his head. Gonzo arrived with Natsuki and Fuyuki, who said the man who had been killed was Kawaii, the gardener, and that his demons had become strays when Kawaii was killed. Jin asked the staff if anyone wanted to form a contract with the stray demons, so a man volunteered, saying that the strays got along with his heave-ho, so compatibility should be there. Sadness could be seen on Haruo and his demons' faces, as the volunteer formed a contract with the stray demons. They came back to life, and Heave-Ho waved at them. They hugged Kawaii's former demons to comfort them, but in the middle of that, Fuyuki's blacklist took them and extracted information from them. The two were called Gakko Itachi, and they had no current names yet. Their former master was Sanosuke Kawaii, who had been killed while trying to stop Akio from escaping. Gabby said that confirmed Akio's betrayal, and Hagure asked how Akio could kill someone who had lived with them like family. Gonzo said that if they reported it as murder, the police would come to them, which caught Jin's attention. Gonzo added that they needed to pretend Kawaii had disappeared. He also mentioned that he had brought Kawaii into the clan, and that he had no next of kin, so erasing him would be easy. At that moment, Hagure saw Jin's Makoto's tail, so he called out to him. He said they could not just erase Kawaii. Were they really saying they could not give Kawaii a proper burial? Because that was too sad. He also tried to call his father's attention, but Gonzo did not respond to him. Hagure seemed about to explode in anger, and he asked if his father had not considered that his zero-tolerance policy was the reason Akio had closed his heart to them in the first place. Gonzo treated people like family, but when push came to shove, he would not hesitate to cut them off. Hagure argued that it was not right to kill someone after they misbehaved once. If Gonzo had only been more flexible, maybe Akio would have told them why he had betrayed them, and maybe he would not have attacked them. Mr. Kawaii might still have been alive. Gonzo seemed to have had enough of Hagure's rambling and finally spoke, while Gabby called Hagure. She said that the reason she liked his manga was because there were no bad guys in it. The real world was ugly, so when she reads Hagure's manga, she felt at ease. She thought that world would not betray her, but the real world was still ugly. It was full of scumbags so rotten that normal people would not believe them. She knew that because she was one of them. Because of that, she really did belong to the Kagomori clan, and she wanted to protect it in her own crappy way. She wanted Hagure to keep drawing manga in a safe place for a long time, and she also wanted Asa to live a peaceful and normal life. Akio had betrayed his family in the Kagomori clan for the sake of a parent who had abandoned him, so she did not care how loving of a son Akio was, because she would not forgive anyone who tried to destroy their home. Even if it were her own parents, she would kill them. Even if Hagure considered the possibility that scumbags could change, they would not change that easily. They needed to kill the scumbags before it was too late, and that was the end of the story. Hagure did not like hearing that, and neither did Asa, who suddenly apologized. After that, she left, so Gabby called out to her. Jin even ordered Gabby not to leave Asa alone, and Gabby answered that she knew that. The people inside seemed worried while Gabby chased after Asa, and Bun Bun called Haruo. He asked his master why people betrayed their friends. After all, they were demons, and demons would never betray their partners. At the same time, Gabby told Asa that she could not leave alone because Akio might still be around. Asa asked why Akio had killed someone else instead of her. Mr. Kawaii had not been a combatant, because he was only a gardener who had nothing to do with killing. He did not want anyone to die and had simply lived normally. She even said it was her fault, which Gabby did not like hearing. Because of that, Gabby kicked Asa in the bottoms while calling her a big doofus, which shocked Yin and Yang. Gabby said it was not true that what happened was Asa's fault, because evil people were trying to take her power for their own selfish goals. That was not Asa's fault, and had Yuru not told her to stop apologizing for every little thing. She even added that the next time Asa apologized without a good reason, she would kick her butt again. Asa was almost in tears when she heard that, and she apologized again, which Gabby did not like. Back with Gonzo, he was shocked that a demon that parasitized relics and made them explode was behind the mountain god explosion. He even asked if there was such a demon, so Fuyuki asked his Blacklist if it knew anything like that. Blacklist answered that according to its pages, it did not know anything, which puzzled Jin. Haruo suggested having their entire staff check if their demons had parasites just to be sure. Hagure seemed sad, and Haruo added that Bunbun had said it might be a demon from the west. Gonzo wondered about that, and he thought about whether it was what he knew, but he denied it. That is because Nishino village should have already been under a reservoir. The next morning, a news reporter greeted the whole country and said it was time to check that day's weather. Throughout the week, people could expect sunny weather across the country. That was not good because they needed a little rain, since in western Japan, the dam levels had dropped slightly. They might see a water shortage that summer, and the reporter then said to look at the national forecast. While the reporter was saying that, a stone sign with Nishino village written on it was shown.